They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Is my mic coming in good? Is my mic coming in good? Please let me know if my mic's coming in good. Salute RC, salute Mo Taylor, clap it up. If you guys can let me know if my mic is coming in good, if y'all can hear me, let me know. Kind of had to rig it today a little bit. I'm good? All right, RC, no doubt. Oh, man, dude. Yeah, as y'all can tell, I'm moving things around. This thing isn't even set up yet completely at all, but I'm like, let me go ahead and kick it off. I'm tired of talking from my laptop. So much to talk about this morning. Definitely want to talk about this Brian Norman, Jerron Ennis, Eddie Hearn love triangle back in the news again. These guys back at it again. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Hold on a second here. Okay, so I gotta hook that back up. That's back in the news, of course, and want to break that down a little bit. Talk about this Teofimo Lopez situation as well. We got July 19th. July 19th is a crazy date. Like a bunch of events, the Zone, we got to talk about it, right? The Zone, the PBC seem to be July 19th going to battle it out a little bit with Pacquiao. Barrios going to be on July 19th with that undercard with Fundora and Tim Tszyu, which you got to talk about that as well, which is crazy. Usyk Dubois is also going to be kicking off. Usyk Dubois too, and of course we got the Bam Rodriguez fight as well. That's going to be kicking off on that date. So that's going to be an interesting day as well. What's going on? What's up, brother? Bruce Glass, boxing jazz in the building. RC Mo Taylor, salute to all you guys, man. I know we coming in slowly. See if we can get a few people up in here so we can start building on these things. How you guys been? Hope everything's good. Dub, well connected swore. What's up, Clay? Long time. I know, man. I've been so busy, man, and I'm still busy. I'm being honest with you guys. I'm still busy as hell, man. Still putting everything together. As you guys can see, I'm setting up a whole new set here. And it's a whole lot going on right now, but I just had to kick it off from where I'm at, right? I had to do what I got to do and make it happen. Been working hard, missed a lot, but I'm in the building. Salute CR in the chat. Salute Chris Brooks. Deloney Fam Sports in the building. Salute to you guys for sure. Salute, man. I don't got a lot set up as far as equipment is, but we do got a lot to talk about today, man. Jerron Ennis, Brian Norman Jr., Eddie Hearn, this love triangle. Teofimo Lopez is in this conversation a little bit as well. Let me back this camera up a little bit. Hold on, bear with me. Let me back it up a little bit. Let's get a little back. Let's get a little space here. So I don't gotta be all cramped up. And the camera was cramping me up. So much going on. And of course, Turkey Al-Sheikh trying to organize something as well. But Teofimo is pushing the line here with all his, he's just so full of antics, right? This guy's just so full of antics, and the boxing space makes so many excuses for this dude. I don't know, man, right? I don't know. It just gets crazier and crazier with Teofimo Lopez. It seems like it has no ending. You really and I've talked about this before, you ask what's the end game with Teofimo Lopez? What's ultimately the end game? What's the point of all the nonsense, and where's it going? And at some point or another, how does boxing deal with this? How does boxing deal with it as far as the sanctioning bodies, as far as the promoters, as far as the networks, as far as the business of boxing is concerned? How do they approach this at some point or another? Because it's becoming a little bit more flagrant. And at some point or another, you have to start taking into consideration your brand, right? You have to start taking into consideration your brand. And as far as, are you trying to affiliate or align your brand with this messaging that he's playing with, right? And I'm saying playing because that's what he's doing, right? He's playing games. He calls himself promoting and marketing, but at what cost? At what cost? At some point or another, the WBO is responding to it. I guess they want to look into it, because you have to start taking these things into consideration. And T.O. trying to play with people's, intelligence, saying, he was saying liquor and not the other word, and playing with people's intelligence. And, at some point or another, the rubber has to meet the road, and something has to be acknowledged and taken into consideration. Because at some point or another, boxing itself, whether it's the WBO, whether it's any of the other sanctioning bodies, or whether it's Top Rank even, or, Ring Magazine, Turkey Al Sheikh's brand, Riyadh Season, what are you guys affiliating yourself and aligning yourself with? Because if you're not saying anything after a while, it's going to have to be assumed that you're supporting what he's doing, right? Salute to AK Crowder in the building. Salute, Mr. Big Play Bray. Salute to all you guys. Yeah, RC, ATP under construction for sure. Right. Who asked for liquor in training? Yeah, RC, it's I mean, what is T.O. saying? T.O.'s basically saying that Terrence said something about his father having a drinking problem, and this is where the liquor thing came in. But without a doubt, he understands it's gaslighting, right? He understands if he did say liquor, right? And I've watched the video, and for me personally, it's close. I don't know which one he said, right? It sounds like he said the N-bomb. It sounds like with the hard ER at the end. That's what it sounds like he said, right? But ultimately, even if he did use the other word, if it was liquor indeed that he did say, I think everybody knows what it insinuated. He understood, and he's intelligent enough to know what is gaslighting and what the trigger response is going to be as far as what people hear with their ears. It's hard to distinguish the word. You have this history behind you of race baiting and playing and clickbaiting with the racial tension, saying that this was some sort of it has some sort of historical value as far as what boxing was built upon and made boxing great. You're basically saying that the racism made boxing great, right? And you want to take boxing back to some great space where racism existed. In the great words of Teofimo Lopez, that's not plural. Right? And I think that's his word. And what he wants to say is that's not present, right? I've seen him use it multiple times. I think he thinks plural means present. I don't know why he keeps showing me. So it's not plural. It's not present time boxing, right? The racism and thinking that that's what made boxing great was back in the day when it was cool to call a black man the N-bomb with the hard ER at the end of it, or why it was cool to have people at each other's throats based on race is an ignorant statement for Teofimo to be pushing out there. And if he does believe that, I mean, it reflects poorly on his education, right? It reflects, poorly on his education, on his upraising, on his mother, on his father, on the people that raised him to play around with things like this in the spirit of hopefully making a fight. And that being said, hopefully making a fight, if that's truly the goal of Teofimo Lopez, is to make a fight, right? If the goal is to build a fight up, then should the boxing space reward Teofimo Lopez with a fight? Is that the way you respond to that? If that's the case scenario, if that's what he's trying to do, is trying to make a fight happen, if he's trying to make a fight happen, he's using the racial clickbait to do it, then do we reward him by giving him the fight? I've seen a lot of content creators share their opinions and perspective on this and on this topic. A lot of them are like, yo, I just want to see Teofimo get his behind whooped, right? Well, Teofimo, for all argument purposes, is looking to get his ass whooped, right? Or looking for somebody to try to whoop his ass in the ring. It's going to get him a big payday. It's going to add to his legacy. This is the reason behind what he's doing. And if that is the reason behind what he's doing, then ultimately putting him in the ring with a Jaron Ennis, putting him in the ring with a Terrence Crawford, putting him in the ring with a Keyshawn Davis, any of these bigger fighters whose trajectory, they're either there already, like a Terrence Crawford who's already, got his accolades together in the game, or you look at Jaron Boots Ennis, whose trajectory is clearly going in a direction where he looks like he's about to be a pound for pound one of the best fighters, must-see boxers in the country already, if you don't already feel like he's there, or Keyshawn Davis, who's also on that same trajectory. He's looking to couple his career and what he's got going on with what these guys got going on, right? So ultimately throwing them in the ring with these guys, what does that do? It's helping him. It's benefiting him in one way or the other, right? Now, I understand as boxing fans, we're here for the fight. That's what we're here for, right? We're not here to, be activists or whatever have you. But ultimately, at some point, a large part of this community is of an African-American descent, right? And I say African-American, I'm going to say African descent, Black descent, melanated descent, off the strength that even the Latinos, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, the Cubans, right? A lot of the South Americans have a lot of, there's a lot of melanated DNA in everybody and a lot of people, right? So at what point or another do we draw a line in the sand and say, all right, this is 2025. We're not doing this. This is not what we're promoting. This is not what we're pushing. We're not selling this as something that should be used loosely or played with or taken lightly or dismissed at the significance of it on a historical level inside this country, right? Specifically in the United States of America, how triggering that can be for a lot of communities and what that could trigger for people who will share the same mentality as you, emboldening them, giving them more confidence to move forward and carry that same energy, right? At some point or another, we got to draw the line and figure out what that line looks like. How do we draw that line? I mean, to sit here and just say something like, oh, we're just not going to watch Teofimo fight anymore. We're going to boycott Teofimo. Are we? He's a good boxer. There's great fights out there to be made. Are we going to boycott Teofimo Lopez? Easier said than done, right? I'm not offering that as a solution because I know that's easier said than done. But without a doubt, something needs to be done, and there needs to be a message that's sent, whether you want to look at it as using Teofimo as an example or taking some sort of accountability as far as a boxing community is concerned, as far as the messaging and what we're allowing to come out and represent this culture that we're all involved in, right? It is what it is. Oh, shout out Mr. Big Play Bray in the building, y'all bear with me because I got my laptop on the side right here. I got my MacBook in front of me. I don't have my normal setup. So normally I got like multiple monitors going on. I catch everything quickly. I haven't been able to hook everything up. I've been working and I'm tired of making excuses, but I'm definitely going a different route with how I'm doing it. So bear with me here, but let me go ahead and put it up here. Mr. Big Play Bray with the $10 holla. Thank you for the support on the channel, man. Thank you for the color. I appreciate that. Says, my grandmother told me people do what they are allowed to do. Talk about it. Till the boxing community takes a stand against T.O. and Ryan, they'll continue to disrespect people and claim it's something else. Man, that's 100%. I was talking about this a little bit earlier in saying that people treat you, you show people how to treat you, and your tolerance, you being somebody who has a lot of tolerance allows people to believe that it's okay to do certain things. And at some point or another, as an enabler, you got to take some responsibility and accountability as far as how people are treating you, right? I've suffered from this, right? I'm the Mr. Nice guy. I've tried to be somebody who operates in a spiritual space in this latter half of my life, right? On, like, as Blue Blood would say, on the I don't want to say the bad side of 40, but on the, the other side of 40. Try to be this mature person, understanding, especially in this space here that we're in, that my children are watching, nephew, family members, younger generation, a generation behind me is watching me and not wanting to be somebody caught up in, this thing right here, this thing called social media, this thing called the internet is forever, right? You're on video and you can always be referred back to it. You can have a bad day on here, but it can last a lifetime because it can always be replayed over and over again. So I try to be conscious and aware of what I allow to come out on this platform, right? But even me, I've been tolerant in certain behavior from certain situations that I've been in my life where I have to look back at it. And even though it ended up, let's say, in violence, or it ended up in a crazy confrontation towards the end, but usually tolerating it for as long as I did is I had to take some responsibility and accountability for where it ended up going, right? For where it ended up being, for it to get that far, for it to get to the point to where it went to, where I probably could have nipped it in the butt earlier and let it be known that this wasn't something that I should be tolerating. At that time, it seemed palatable. It seemed like, okay, I can deal with this. It's not a big deal. Nobody's hurting me. Nobody's putting their hands on me. Nobody's putting their hands on anybody I love, et cetera, et cetera. You know the story and how it goes. But ultimately, the day I ended up having to put hands on somebody, or maybe they try to put hands on me, or they try to violate and they crossed the line and went a little too far or way too far on that day when I had to regulate, looking back at it, I could have avoided a lot of that if early I let it be known what the energy was going to be and how I felt about it, right? So the boxing space has to take that in consideration as well with Teofimo, because although what Teofimo is doing right now, a lot of content creators would like to take light of it and dismiss a community's perspective on it, and accuse people of crying and being weak-willed, or, oh, you guys are too sensitive and all that other nonsense. There is that part. It can look like that, right? But shout out to the Jewish community, the Asian community, even the Latin community, and the communities that don't allow these things to slide, and they make the big deals, right? Especially when you think about the Jewish community and how quickly you can get canceled or pulled off of a platform, or how quickly they'll send their representatives and power to the powers that be to address it, and they nip it early, where somebody might feel like it's too sensitive, but it's never getting but so far, because they understand as a community and the history that they have as a community, how things went before, right? In another period in time where it started off very light and very tolerant. We could tolerate this. People have their own thoughts. They can't define. They're calling us names. That doesn't define who we are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then one day before you know it, they end up in concentration camps. They ended up with a whole historical, event that happened to where these people were almost legitimately taking off the earth, right? And as an African American community that's in the country, we understand that history, right? That it began one way in Africa. It began with, trade and conversation, and it was friendly until it changed, right? So you got to nip these things in the butt. You got to nip these things in the butt and attack it where it's at the root at times. And I think right now, with the way the WBO is kind of like looking at it, I think at this point it's elevated to a point to where they need to take a look at it. What are they going to do? I don't know. I'm hearing rumors of them potentially stripping Teofimo of a WBO title. It's extreme, but extreme things, extreme measures, right? Like what Teo's doing is extreme, right? And you don't want the sanctioning bodies to be in a situation where they're taking away titles from people outside of the ring, right? You want titles to be exchanged and those type of conversations to be had inside the ring. But at the same exact time, something needs to be done, right? He's clearly not learning. He's clearly not taking heed. He's very dismissive of people's perspective, very playful about it. And, outside of the WBO or the sanctioning body or the boxing as a business, as a community dealing with it, ultimately you got to believe at some point this is going to fall out into the street somewhere, or fall out into a situation that hindsight, you might say, could have been handled if it was just addressed early, right? If it was just addressed in a very resolute way, right? In a very blunt way where it would discourage future things like that, then you would have to look back at anything that would unfortunately happen outside of the ring to a Teofimo Lopez, or even based off a Teofimo Lopez narrative, even if communities were to get into it and it would turn violent and people were to lose their lives or lose their freedoms or be hurt in a crazy way, that looking back at it, damn, we kind of let it burn out of control, right? So we don't want that to happen. It is what it is. it is what it is. I wanted to speak on it because at the end of the day, I haven't had an opportunity to. You guys know I haven't been on these lives like I normally have been. I've been going through, moving around, doing a lot of things. So that's why I wanted to address it, right? It is what it is. Salute to everybody who is in the building. 25 people in the building. I appreciate you guys being here. Please take a moment to go ahead and hit that like button, as well as, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, obviously take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. What do we got going on here in the chat here? Let's see here. Jokey Joke says, leave T alone. We all have black fatigue. I agree. I think leaving him alone is important, but I also think I'm really in the air about it, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm in the air about it. Leave him alone. What does that mean? To me, it sounds like a little bit like let him do what he does and just don't respond to it, right? And I understand that, and I really do agree with you. There's mostly I agree with you because I completely get it and it makes sense, right? Don't give the negative energy any attention. We're just helping that energy grow and become bigger, right? I get that. I totally get that. But there's this other part of me that feels like, at what point do you speak on it, right? At what point do we speak on it and let it be known how we feel as a community? Push back at it and say, listen, no, we're not. At what point do we do that? And there's a line there between giving it too much energy, but also ignoring it and without trying to helping it grow and allowing it to grow and allowing people to think that that this is acceptable. That as a community, we're okay with this, right? And I'm not just talking about the black community, guys. Obviously, the black community is a part of the community that's definitely, definitely should be responding to this as well. But I'm talking about as a boxing community. As a boxing community, what are we comfortable with? People got very prideful in the boxing community when Jake Paul came into the community and started boxing and making all these fights with MMA fighters and became one of the highest paid boxers in the game. And people even played with the idea of him being a face of boxing and were disgusted by it. Jake Paul, a face of boxing? Are you crazy? A lot of pride. And I understood that, right? Because Jake Paul, a YouTuber, didn't put in the work, blood, sweat, and tears that the regular boxers put into the game. I understood that prideful stance on that and people making it clear like, no, bro, he's a YouTuber. We appreciate what he's doing in the space as far as bringing the eyes to the space, what he's doing for women's boxing as a promoter, but we're not going to put him in the same conversation as a Canelo Alvarez or Gervonta Tank Davis. When we talk about face of boxing, we talk about people who are doing significant things in the sport. We can't put Jake Paul there. We got very prideful as a community, right? But at the same time, when the community is starting to look like one of the top boxers in the community, who's a lineal champion, who's decorated and celebrated by boxing for all his achievements that he's done in boxing, if he's comfortable with pushing out racist narratives and saying things belligerently, saying things, the N-bomb with the ER at the end of it, where laughing and having a good time, and you see the support he's getting from another community who's taking it lightly, he's emboldened something very toxic from the history of this business as far as boxing is concerned, and obviously as far as the country is concerned that we live in. At what point do we get prideful about that as well, right? At what point do we become prideful as a community and say that's not we don't stand for that, that's too much, there's no rhyme or reason to that, that's just, it's like having a kid, it's like having somebody around you who's cussing and you tolerating them, but now they just cussing is getting crazy. And now one day your mom walks in the room and they cussing, right? Your grandmother walks in the room, they cussing. You know what I mean? You take them into a nice place, a place of, some we should have some respect on you. He's cussing around you. Now he's embarrassing you to a degree. Like, damn, bro, you don't know, you can't calm down, bro. This is not the place for it, right? But he's still doing it. But can he look back and look into your face and like, bro, this is what I've always done, bro. Why are you acting new now? Does he have the right to say that to you? Does he have the right to say, Man, you always let me do that. Why you acting brand new now? Now you're trying to embarrass me. Now you're embarrassed to be around me. Now I shouldn't say it in front of your mother, or I shouldn't say it at this restaurant or in front of these ladies that you're talking to right now. Now I look ignorant. Now I'm bothering you. Come on, bro. I've been doing this. You acting brand new with me. I ain't acting brand new with you. You being brand new with me. Does he have the right to say that? Is he well within his right to say that? I don't know. Food for thought, right? Food for thought, man. Lance Shepard in the building. Thank you for the $2 haul in the building. Hold on a second. I can't hear nothing. I don't know if this is well, it is what it is, right? Everything is hooked up bad. I probably should have my headset on my ears so I can hear. Hold on, let me see here. I could do this because I can't hear nothing going on. Hold on, let me see. Is this work? Okay. It's working. Let me see something. Yeah. Okay. It is what it is. Shout out to Lance Shepard. Says keep punching Clay. I appreciate you, Lance. Yeah, I appreciate you, Lance, for sure. You know what I mean? It is what it is, right? But yeah, guys. So I mean, that's just food for thought, right? I want to get into this boxing. There's so much going on in actual boxing. Teofimo is part of the conversation to a degree. What the WBO decides to do with him, that'll be up to them. We'll see how they move with him. I'm okay. I don't know. Stripping him is kind of a sensitive topic. That's that black coffee right there. Is a sensitive topic because, there's another part of it to where it becomes a Pandora's box where I start to ask myself if we're allowing the WBO or any of the sanctioning bodies to strip fighters for not being on brand. Does that open the door to allow them to get involved in other parts of the sport that we don't want them to get involved in? It's like the vampires, right? Or once you let them in, it's hard to get them out, right? Impossible at times without putting a stake through their heart. That's how they act, right? That's the whole government thing. Like, I'm a big time gun promoter, you know what I mean? I'm very well, got a lot of weapons. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I don't play when it comes to that conversation, right? I don't care if there's I care if there's a mass, unaliving that's happened in some space, especially if children are involved and things of that nature. But as soon as people start talking about messing with the gun laws, you know what I'm saying, or restricting, I get super OD protective about it, right? I don't want to hear none of that, right? I don't want to hear about no assault rifles being banned. I don't want to hear about the capacity of my handguns being played with. I don't want to hear about none of that. We got to figure out another way. We got to deal with it on a mental health level. We got to deal with a lot of other things, but don't play with my rights, you know what I mean, to protect my family and to do what I do what I love, right? And the same thing with boxing to a degree. It's like the championship, the belt itself is something that should be earned and lost inside the ring, right? Earned and lost inside the ring. I would say that's where you want it to happen at. But at the same time, you want a Teofimo Lopez, somebody who's moving like he is. You want him to be dealt with, and you want it to be dealt with in a final way, right? You want it to be dealt with in a final way. You want it to be dealt with where we can reference that, and it will discourage future fighters. I don't care about how you feel personally, but your comfort and the ease that you have in just communicating and saying and spitting hateful nonsense at will, just because you have the freedom to, you should be discouraged from doing that. Because there's a lot of other people involved in this situation, a lot of other casual fans that we're trying to attract into the space. There's a resurgence of the boxing space that's happening right now that we all want to see boxing become the number one sport again in the world, right? There's a lot of casual fans who are not, who haven't been really around the sport, right? They haven't been exposed to the sport in the way we wanted to expose. So it's an actual introduction to a lot of people into what this sport is about, and we don't want to start nothing and later on look back at it and know we could have done better, right? It is what it is. Let me see. Running Reb says stripping him will make him a martyr in the boxing space. You see how Ronald's rewarded for his not exactly, right? There's that part as well. Running Reb, there's definitely that part as well. So it's a sensitive thing, man. It's how do they approach this? How do they approach this? I like the fact that they're looking at it, but you know, is stripping Tiafimo of his title the solution to the problem? I don't know, bro. I don't think it really is. I don't think it really is a solution. You know, fining him for money is that, I don't know. It might be something that needs to be in the hands of the actual fighters themselves. One thing that I am okay with, and I don't care what nobody says, Terrence Crawford, Keyshawn Davis, Jerron Boots Ennis, none of you guys should fight Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez should be fighting mandatories, right? He should be fighting whoever's next up on the WBO sanctioning body. He should be fighting people who need to fight him, who will benefit off of it. But he shouldn't be given the big paydays. He should be, I think the people, especially, and I'm going to keep it 100, especially the black fighters, but all the fighters, in my opinion, but the Terrence Crawfords, the Keyshawn Davises, Jerron Boots Ennis specifically, these guys, you know what I mean? Even the Shakur Stevenson, right? A Devin Haney should be like, nah, bro, I'm not supporting that, bro. I'm not fighting that dude. I'm okay with that. I know some people might look at it like, oh, you know what I mean? I don't care. I don't care, bro. I don't care. He should understand that the community is not responding well to this. And no, it's not working. You're not making fights. Fights aren't happening off the strength of that. You're not becoming popular for anything that we want to affiliate ourselves with. Change it up. You said, nah, Claude, let them whip him. Nah, I understand Blaze for pound for pound. Let them whip him, but that's what he wants is the fight. Let them whip him for free then. Make the fight happen, but pay him a $200,000 purse, right? Don't give him an opportunity to make millions of dollars, but whip him for what? So when the next guy behind Teofimo says, I want to make a fight with the pound for pound great, should he go down the same lane Teofimo did? Should he? When the next guy wants to make a fight happen, is that what should happen? If Terrence Crawford wanted to fight Canelo Alvarez, when should he have been calling him the word that rhymes with ice pick to get a fight with him? Do you think Canelo Alvarez would have given him the fight? No, he wouldn't have. He didn't fight David Benavidez because David Benavidez called him a bitch, right? Just because he played with his face, he didn't give him a fight, right? What did the next guy do after David Benavidez? Edgar Berlanga and Terrence Crawford. They had a way softer tone in trying to make a fight happen with him, right? They got way more patient because they knew the other way wasn't going to work, right? He made a statement. So should Teofimo Lopez be rewarded for what he's trying to do, which is make a fight with these guys? Should they fight him and beat him up in the ring? Will that suffice? Will that discourage the next fighter behind Teofimo Lopez to go a different route? Will that ass whooping make that guy behind him be like, oh, bro, did you see how Terrence beat on him? Yo, I'm a chill, dog. I'm a chill, bro. That was crazy, bro. I'm never going to do what Teo did. Did you see how he got beat up in the ring? Is that what they're going to say? When Teofimo's pulling out in that Rolls Royce and that new 10,000 square foot crib, when he's spending his money, he's living his best life. Is there a lesson actually being taught there? You know, I don't know. I mean, whoop him in the streets, whoop him for free, beat him and show him that he can't earn, that there is no pay, there is no reward at the end, there is no gold at the end of that rainbow. You know what I mean? I don't know. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We're boxing fans. So first things first, we're gonna look at boxing, right? First things first is we're gonna say, let's get it done in the ring. But there are some things that in my opinion are beyond the ring. It's beyond the sport. It's beyond this space that we're in. It starts to bleed into other things. And at what point or another do we acknowledge that and move with a different energy? You know what I mean? Mr. Lightning said Tio's a weirdo and a jerk in my opinion for talking like that to the public and just for simply promoting a fight doesn't seem like good excuse. It's not a good excuse, man. It's not. And especially at this point, just watching how it's escalated, it feels crazy, right? Because you let it slide in the beginning. Like when he said the monkey and the bananas, that was crazy, right? Ha ha ha. Hey, bro, you're doing a lot right now. You calling yourself a banana, you calling him a monkey, ha ha ha. You're doing a lot right now, right? Keyshawn Davis in the watermelon and whatever else was sent to his room. Yo, that's crazy. You laughing at it. It looks like you did it, but you saying you didn't do it. But yo, that's kind of crazy, but it is what it is, right? But I mean, this escalated to something way crazier with that punch in the bag and where's that nigger at? And that was crazy. That was crazy, bro. Right? What's the next step? What's the next step after that? He said that. So what's the next step? Right? I don't know. Right? I don't know. I don't even want to think about it, right? Mac Majestic says, I think Dev is going to fight Tio next. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Running Rep said, yes, at phone home. Oh, okay. He's talking about, were you around to see the backlash from that? Okay. He's talking about something else. Anyway, so let's go ahead and move on from the Tiafimo situation. We'll see how it turns out for him. He'll be involved in other conversations that we're going to have today. I want to talk about Jaron Ennis and Brian Norman Jr. for a second here, guys. So Eddie Hearn comes out and puts a statement out, does an interview. I can't remember where he did the interview at. I don't know if it was Ring Magazine, if it was Fight Hype or something of that nature. But he basically communicated that he put an offer out there to Brian Norman Jr. He put the offer out there to make a fight happen with Jaron Boots Ennis after the fight that he has coming up with Jin Sasaki in Japan. And Brian Norman Sr. and Jr. as a collective, the whole team, his representation pretty much pulled back out of that and said, listen, we're not dealing with anything else. We're not moving on any other fights. We're focused directly on the fight in front of us, that fight being Jin Sasaki. We're not looking past the fight. And referencing, of course, Devin Haney and the Ryan Garcia situation that just happened a couple of weekends past, we see how Turki Al-Sheikh has infused this new thing to where he's signing fighters for fights before they, into the future, right? He's saying, okay, we watched Deontay Wilder, lose against Joseph Parker and ruin a fight between him and Anthony Joshua. And then we seen Turkey try to go ahead and put him in the ring with the Zhele Zhang and say, okay, win this fight so we can see with Anthony Joshua. He lost that fight, so that kind of got messed up, right? We watched this happen with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Fights don't go. It's the boxing game, right? It's the boxing game. And the Normans are learning from history and at the same time want to focus their energy and give respect to somebody like Jin Sasaki, right? Rolly Romero wasn't respected when Ryan Garcia already had a fight lined up in front of him to go fight a Devin Haney after we assume he's just going to beat on a Rolly Romero. So they want to focus on what's right in front of them. What is the boxing space saying now? Ducking talk, right? This loose talk that we love to do now in boxing. Everybody's ducking, right? Everybody's ducking in boxing now, and this is the new thing that we do. So now the jacket is being put on Brian Norman Jr. that he's ducking Jaron Boots Ennis. Do I need to tell you guys where I stand on something like this? You know what I'm saying? And Big Sarge is going to correct me and says, not correct in its entirety, Claymore. The Normans didn't want to sign a contract until after the Sasaki fight because the money will be different. That's part of it as well, right? I agree with you, Big Sarge. Thank you for adding to what I was saying, right? At the end of the day, the negotiations between Brian Norman Jr. and Jaron Boots Ennis, and involving a unification title fight where Jaron Boots Ennis is now a lineal unified champion in the welterweight division, and Brian Norman Jr. will be bringing a WBO title to the conversation, and this is a huge unification fight. The negotiation is a serious thing, and it isn't something that's shouldn't be, at least, or I'm not upset at the Normans taking it more seriously and saying, we're going to have to focus energy and resources into this negotiation to make sure that we're getting everything that we think we deserve, as well as our status after the Jin Sasaki fight, after winning a fight in Japan, getting that world exposure, becoming superstars in the world may, quite frankly, change the whole conversation as far as how the negotiation is going to happen, right? So why make a deal now? We could lose the fight, obviously, against Jin Sasaki. I'm sure they're not thinking they're going to lose, but it can happen. It's boxing. They can lose a decision. They can go to a 12-round decision, and the politics of the Japanese boxing culture and American boxing culture can clash, and the Japanese culture could take an opportunity to have a WBO welterweight champion in Jin Sasaki and have him in some big fights, big legacy fights for him. He can get caught up in those politics, so he needs to take Jin Sasaki very seriously. But on the back end of even winning the fight, I'm not going to be able to bring or use that leverage that I think I have, that power I have, that negotiation power I now have, to bring it to the table, to influence the negotiations, to not only get my my money out of it, but maybe we can make the fight an even bigger fight now. Maybe in a spectacular performance where I knock this guy out, and it's, you know, I'm on the radar of a lot of other opportunities. Maybe the investors, maybe Turki Al-Sheikh might want to get involved in the conversation now. Who knows what comes off on the back end of the performance I can put out against Jin Sasaki. So yes, on the front end, as far as if you want to know if we're interested in the fight, yes, we're interested in the fight. We want that fight next, to be honest with you. Sign a contract and agree to terms on how that contract is going to work out right now. We're going to put a hold on that. Is that the worst thing in the world? Is that unbusinesslike of the Normans to do that? Is that fear? Is that some sort of ducking culture? Are the Normans trying to find their way out of a fight with Jaron Boots Ennis by approaching this situation that way? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. And we have to give credit to where credit's due, and let's not put any jackets on anybody. Jaron Boots Ennis isn't calling Brian Norman Jr. a duck, right? Nobody's saying that he's pricing himself out at this point. I don't even think Eddie Hearn really insinuated that they're ducks or anything like that. But just making the space aware that, listen, we've reached out. We want that fight next. Jaron wants to become a unified champion. I've already reached out to the Normans. We're willing to do a deal right now. That's how serious we are about the fight. But at the same time, their choice. They want to wait until after. That's what they've decided to do. But more so putting out the message that this fight is a fight that we all want to be involved in, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Let's see here. Salute to 2 Cents Boxing in the building. Salute, 2 Cents. Peace, Queen. Good to see you in the building. Long time no see, by the way, man. Good to see you. Hope you're in great health. 2 Cents said you looking fit. Thank you. I'm losing this weight, man. We definitely working on it. We getting better. We down about 30 pounds right now. You know, I'm down about 30. I'm looking to go down. I'm not going to put a number on it, but yeah, we definitely trying to push the clock back a little bit, get into the best versions of ourselves. So thanks for recognizing and seeing it. You know, the ladies are going to see, you know what I'm saying? Let me stop playing. I know you married, you know what I mean? Respectfully. Respectfully. I'm married, you know what I'm saying? Respectfully. But, you know, the ladies will see it, right? They're going to let you know. My wife will see it. You slimming up. What's going on? The dudes, we ain't checking each other like that. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. So I appreciate it. Thank you, 2 Cents. But yeah, so Brian Norman ducking? Of course not. Nah, he's not ducking, man. I think, guys, I believe the fighters very rarely, in my personal opinion, are fighters trying to not fight each other. Every now and then you see it, right? Canelo Alvarez, in my opinion, clearly doesn't want to fight David Benavidez, right? He doesn't want to fight David Benavidez. To me, that's how I see it, right? But Brian Norman, does he not want to fight Jaron Boots Ennis or vice versa? Nah, bro. Nah. You know what I mean? But business is business. And this is a prize fighting business. And this is a big fight for the welterweight division. These two guys may very well be the premier boxers of the division. I know for a fact, I feel Jaron Boots Ennis is definitely the top dog over there. But Brian Norman Jr., for all intent purposes, may be the number 2 guy in the division right now, presently. The one thing Brian Norman is missing is the status. It is the status that he brings to the space. His market value is not there yet. He's a young champion. Came out of nowhere, upset victory over Giovanni Santillan, and taking the boxing space by storm to a large degree, coming off of a great performance against Derek Cuevas a few weeks back, and now lined up to have his first real big international showcase event, to where he's either going to be the co-headliner or maybe, quite frankly, the headliner, defending his title in Japan against Jin Sasaki, a huge boxing community. Japan has this boxing community that's raging right now, growing on the back of a Monster Inoue and a Nakatani and these other fighters that are out there. This is a huge opportunity for Brian Norman Jr., and he's trying to take his time. His family, his father, his management is trying to take their time, and they're trying to savor the moment, and they're trying to be purposeful in how they're moving this kid in his career right now. It doesn't shock me at all that they're going to take their time and negotiate this in a way that makes sense for Brian Norman Jr. But at the same exact time, guys, Brian Norman Jr. is doing what he has to do. Jaron Boots Ennis also in position right now. He's moving aggressively in a great way. And I'm one of those guys who's going to give Eddie Hearn his flowers and say that you got to give a lot of what Jaron Boots Ennis has been able to work up Give a lot of credit to Eddie Hearn for doing that. They're moving him in the right way. He's got his whole entire city behind him. He's a unified lineal champion in the welterweight division. And he also has a clock on him, right? There's also a little bit of a clock on Jerron Boots Ennis right now. 147-pound division for him seems like something that's closer to being towards the end of his welterweight career, and looking forward to see him move into his junior middleweight career at 154 pounds, or super welterweight career at 154 pounds. He also has to make sure he's taking advantage of all his opportunities, right? So where Eddie Hearn has been given the assignment to do this work for Jerron Boots Ennis, and it's his job to put out the feelers and try to put out contracts and try to make deals happen for Jerron Boots Ennis. That's what Jerron Boots Ennis has hired him to do, on the other side of a Brian Norman Jr., who obviously has his interest that he's going to guard and make sure that he gets what he needs out of the game. So we're watching this unfold in front of us. Welcome to the world of social media, right? Where everything is right there in our face and we seeing it happening. So these things have always been happening in boxing, but we get to see it happen step by step by step. So now you got a Brian Norman Sr. who can get on a Mill City. Shout out to my brother, Mill City, who can come up there and communicate immediately. Hey, man, this is nonsense. And Eddie Hearn is getting interviewed and he's communicating immediately, lightly, from what I could tell when I watched the interview, to say, he was asked a question about that situation and said, yeah, this is what we've done. We're moving in that direction. Just to let people know, hey, bro, we're not ducking no smoke. Jerron Boots Ennis has put me on assignment and we're entertaining everything. And him sending Brian Norman Sr. and Jr. a contract, or offering to send them a contract and trying to lock them in right now, there can be the manipulation of Eddie Hearn trying to steer the way the boxing space is looking at the Normans, to say that once again they're ducking. But there's also another part of the conversation, right, where Jerron Boots Ennis right now has a lot of opportunity in front of him. He has Teofimo Lopez being offered to him by Turki Al-Sheikh, right? He has Virgil Ortiz waiting for him at 154 pounds to make great fights happen at 154. Like I told you guys, he has the time clock behind him. So wait 4 weeks for Brian Norman Jr. to be done with whatever he's got going on with Jin Sasaki, to then start to negotiate and get Jerron Boots Ennis that unification title fight, where, quite frankly, let's be honest, more than likely Turkey's knocking at the door. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, 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 knock. Hey, man, we're ready to line up that fight with Teofimo. Teofimo's already called out Jerron Boots Ennis. Let's get these guys contracted. Let's get these guys into a fight now, as Eddie Hearn is telling everybody to hold on, because Jerron Boots Ennis is notorious for making sure his own needs are met, right? He wants to be a legacy-driven fighter. He wants to unify. So Eddie Hearn's having to tell a lot of people, hold on, hold on, hold on. I got to wait on my fighter. Let's see what we can put together. Jerron wants to become a unified champion. Let's at least get the offer out there. If it's not on the table, if he has to wait 4 weeks, now I can go back to Jerron Boots Ennis and say, listen, man, he's not ready to negotiate till 4 weeks out. Do you still want me to tell Turki Al-Sheikh that you're not going to do this T.O. fight? Because he may take T.O. and line T.O. with Devin, as you guys said earlier, right? Or maybe he might take T.O. and put him in front of Richardson Hitchens. You know what I mean? On the back end of the Hitchens-Kambosos fight. Or maybe he might, who knows what he might do, right? We don't know, right? So at the end of the day, business is happening. Business is happening. Things are moving. And, us as content creators and as boxing fans, we're trying to process this data as we're getting it. And I think there's a lot of jumping to conclusions that we're doing. Brian Norman Jr., a duck? Nah, brother. I don't think Brian Norman Jr. is a duck, and I definitely don't think Jerron Boots Ennis is a duck. And I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think Eddie Hearn is doing anything wrong. I think he's doing his job. I think he's been hired to do a job, and that's what he's doing, right? So when it's all said and done and smoke is all clear, ultimately, as boxing fans, I think we're all on the same page to say, I hope this manifests into some sort of a fight, right? Salute to Anthony Ingram in the building. Oh, man. Oh, 2 cents. Infrequent going at it. Kalia World, salute to you. Thomas Hill in the building. They done effed up and gave the wrong. I don't know. I don't know what you said right here. Ninja. Yeah, man, I don't know what's going on there, Thomas. I'm a little lost. There is no big U in the word our. Okay. Ninja. Okay. Wrong ninja. Okay. The wrench. Oh, he's talking about frequent in 2 cents right now. I got you guys. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that, man. Eddie Hearn, well within his right and probably doing his job, trying to lock something down with Brian Norman. He has a responsibility to Jerron Boots Ennis and make sure that he's out there doing Jerron Boots Ennis's business. Jerron Boots Ennis's business has always been and seems to still be to unify him and become an undisputed champion in the welterweight division. Brian Norman Jr. brings him one step closer to that. Eddie Hearn making sure he checks that off the box to let Jerron Boots Ennis know, hey, man, we send out the feeler. He said hold on for 4 weeks. He's not trying to move like that right now. Now it's up to Jerron Boots Ennis to weigh out whether he waits the 4 weeks to go ahead and wait on Brian Norman Jr. Does he believe Brian Norman Jr. that fight is going to be put together? Is it going to be something that's going to be palatable as far as how much money is in the fight? Jerron Boots Ennis, I don't think is going to take any more or too many more sacrifices. We know that Brian Norman Jr. made a very big offer, counter offer, or senior or the team made a big offer to Jerron Boots Ennis last time, and Jerron Boots Ennis gave as much as he could and wasn't able to meet the Norman's asking price without really probably gypping himself, as Turkey wasn't involved in the building of that fight. And we also know that he made a big sacrifice against Stanionis to give up a lot of his purse to make that fight happen in a unification fight, right? Hindsight says maybe he should have given the money to Brian Norman. If you're going to give it to Stanionis, so why not give it to Brian Norman? But, you know, hindsight is always super 2020, guys. We know that. Clearly, you know, when it came to Stanionis, they probably learned a lot from the Brian Norman negotiation, saw how that didn't work out for Jerron Boots Ennis, and were a lot more open to the negotiation when it came to Stanionis, and they made that fight happen. But now that Jerron Boots Ennis is a unified champion, a lineal champion in the welterweight division, is he as willing to concede? Does he have to concede? I mean, at this point, he's the closest thing to a undisputed champion in the welterweight division. I think the boxing space recognizes Jerron Boots Ennis as the best welterweight in boxing right now. He's on the back end of weight cuts, finally hiring a nutritionist, dealing with that, just escaped a rehydration clause that the IBF brings to the table for him. Is he going to stay in the welterweight division? How much longer is he going to stay there? And is he willing to take sacrifices to, you know, get another belt against a Brian Norman Jr.? I don't know, right? We'll see how it turns out. Either way, there's choices for all these guys to make right now. And as far as the Teofimo fight as well, right? Is he going to take that fight? Does he take the Teofimo fight right now, make a good payday with Turki Al-Sheikh, get that relationship with Turki Al-Sheikh moving forward? They've met up with each other. They've spoken about things before. Turkey's already tried to line him up with a Virgil Ortiz fight. He chose to stay in the division, fight against Karen, make a fight happen with Stanionis, and walk away from the Virgil Ortiz fight. Does he walk away from another Turki Al-Sheikh opportunity with Teofimo Lopez to go ahead and pursue his unified champion ambition, right? All the things that he wants to get done. Does he do that? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. We got Ray in the building. Why are you messing with frequency? I mean, okay, you guys are politicking. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Ant McQueen in the building. Salute to Ant McQueen, man. Salute, King. Salute. So yeah, we're doing it like that. Moving on here. Let's see here. We went into the Teofimo because I wanted to go through these topics. I don't have a lot of time today. I'm not gonna lie, man. I want to talk about this Raymond Moratala fight, of course. Raymond Moratala becomes an IBF interim champion. And I think most of us favored Raymond Moratala to go ahead and win that fight. It was going to be a hard fight between him and Zoro Abdulev, but it ended up turning into something great for him, right? Clay, does Boots fight Tio if it comes up? Frequent Flyer says, I mean, it's there, right? It's a choice for him to make. It's a choice for him to make, man. It's a choice. Oh, yeah, we got to talk about Manny, too, as well. We definitely got to talk about Manny Pacquiao as well. But that's crazy. We're going to talk about it. Trust me. We are going to talk about it. It's on the list of things to talk about. You know what I mean? It's on the list of things to talk about. Believe you me, right? Because the WBC, the sanctioning bodies in general, just... Should I talk about it? Let's talk about it now. So you guys know Manny Pacquiao now pops up number 5 on the WBC rankings in the welterweight division. A man who hasn't fought in years, and his last fight lost. In his last exhibition fight he lost against a kickboxer or a Thai fighter, whatever it was, lost against that guy. But now the WBC, comfortably has no problem. And I understand Pacquiao being a Hall of Famer and now, right, an international Hall of Famer, and you want to give him the respect he deserves as far as what he's done in the sport. But the sanctioning bodies seem to be losing they're losing, completely decoupling themselves with boxing being structured in a way to where fans of the sport can follow and keep up with what's going on in the sport, right? It's bad enough you got 4 different belts. It's bad enough each one of those belts have different belts under it, interim versions, silver versions, lower versions, multiple belts. I don't know how many numbers of belts that extend like a tree, like branches off from these actual championship belts. It's bad enough that it becomes confusing to keep up with that. But then when you have watching what the IBF just recently did with George Kambosos, putting him in high enough space in the rankings to where he's now lined up to fight a Richard Hitchinson and challenge him for his title, or watching what they did with Ryan Garcia as far as the WBA is concerned and Rolly Romero, and putting a belt in that conversation when neither one of these guys even competed at 147 pounds before. And of course, right now, watching Manny Pacquiao getting ready to fight Mario Barrios and just conveniently putting him at number 5 in the WBC rankings. And we saw the same thing with Errol Spence as well with Sebastian Fundora, right? This right here is where the Turki Al-Sheikh, the Dana White, the Nick Khan, this is where these conversations become relevant and where the boxing space enables and opens up space for these things to happen, right? People can complain as much as they want to about these new entities coming into the sport, or a new boxing trying to get put together and making their own belt and trying to get away from boxing as it is today and try to send boxing in a direction that has more structure to it. Here we go with the WBC moving as they see fit. I will quote the great Judge Mills Lane, right? I will quote the great Judge Mills Lane and referee Judge Mills Lane, who used to say, guys, remember that I am not final because I'm right. I am right because I'm final, right? Mills used to say that all the time. He used to tell that to the fighters all the time. He used to say it on his court show. He used to let everybody know all the time. He'd remind them because it was important for them to understand that his word is the word that's going to go through. No matter what you think the rules are, what you think is fair. And like he said, I'm not final because I'm right. I'm not final because I'm right, because that's the way it should be. I'm right because I'm final. And Mauricio Suleiman communicates that to the space again in a belligerent way by saying Manny Pacquiao should come out of nowhere and fight Mario Barrios for a WBC title. And not only should he fight him, but we should put him above a bunch of other fighters and putting at the number 5 spot on the WBC rankings, right? Boxing is not doing well when it comes to things like this, right? This is not a good look for boxing when things like this happen, in my opinion. This doesn't make a good argument for boxing that Manny Pacquiao should step up, headline a card with the Mario Barrios for a WBC title. When you're looking at champions in the division, Duran Butenis and Brian Norman, when you're looking at fighters like Rohan Polanco right now, who's also on Brian Norman Jr.'s radar right now. When you got fighters trying to earn their way into these conversations, fighting fight after fight after fight to earn their spots inside of these rankings, to just have somebody come in as they see fit whenever they feel like it, and have somebody like Mauricio Suleiman stick his nose and his hands into the boxing game, and in my opinion, overstep his boundaries by going ahead and putting Manny Pacquiao in that ranking in that capacity. That's where I'm at when it comes to Manny Pacquiao right now in the WBC. And salute to Manny Pacquiao, a Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? Give him all the respect in the world. Give him all the respect in the world. But this right here is more about boxing, right? Boxing over every one particular fighter, over any particular fighter. Manny Pacquiao moving like this, he's well within his right to, because, and he should, if they allowed me to do it, I'd do it. I don't think he's at fault. But Mauricio Suleiman, I feel like, is overstepping his boundaries, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Let me see what's going on in here. Let's see here. Hold on a second. What did you say, Thomas? Barrios is weak for this move. No washing the ish clean or absolving it with juxtaposition. Right. Okay. We're talking about Barrios right now. No doubt. Barrios called him out. And let's see, Ray Davis, Barrios called him out. How and why it better be on Pro Box or MVP card. Damn, that's annoying. I say all fighters should all support IBO and disrespect the other titles. Man, it'll just go from one thing to another. The politics will be the politics, man. You got to have somebody that's above the money and more so looking at, you got to have somebody with vision. And I think boxing is lacking vision right now. What's going on here? I got a phone call. I think boxing is lacking a little bit of vision. I think the sanctioning bodies are becoming more get paid now, and they're losing the vision. They're losing the sport, the integrity of the sport being important for the next generation to come for 10, 20 years down the line. They're losing that vision. And I think that's what Turkey's bringing to the table right now. I think, Dana White and Nick Khan, hopefully, just the idea of one belt per division back down to 8 divisions again and things of that nature, just trying to bring boxing back to something that it may have been before, right? Bringing boxing back in that way and understanding the cost of it, the price of it, which is going to be a lot of pushback, maybe not a lot of upfront success, a lot of money, obviously, that's going to be spent and invested into that happening, but having enough vision and belief in the vision to know that even if it doesn't work right now, we're going to see it manifest into something that's going to benefit the sport in the long run, right? That's what it comes down to. But the way Mauricio Suleiman's moving, very, very now, right? Very right now. What's the word I'm looking for? It's on top of my tip of my tongue. A lot of instant gratification, right? In the structure and in the model of how they're setting things up now, and how they're just moving, freely, freestyling as they're grabbing people and not only giving them opportunities to fight the champion. That's one conversation, but there's always space for that, right? Because there's a money opportunity and a big fight opportunity, but playing with the rankings starts to become a little bit kind of crazy, to be able to play with the rankings as you see fit and just take somebody and throw them in there and put them above a bunch of other people. Like, really? You know what I mean? Let me see here, but not cut like that. What's good? Eastside Easy, salute to you, family. Salute to you, family. Oh, really? Oh man, I gotta check that out. I just got a message on something that could benefit me, right? I'll check it out later after I'm on the show. Nice text messages came through. I hope that is what I just saw it is. I hope that is what it is. I need that right now in my life. So yeah, that's where I'm at with Manny Pacquiao and Mario Barrios as far as the way the WBC is handling it. But listen, we're talking about Manny Pacquiao. Let's talk about July 19th as well. I'll come back to Raymond Moritala. Let's talk about July 19th. Interesting day. We've got Usyk Dubois 2 popping off that day. We've got the Manny Pacquiao Barrios fight popping off that day. We've got Fundora and Tim Tszyu 2, and Bam Rodriguez will also be defending his title against Cafu. I can't remember what his first name, but Cafu on the Zone channel, right? Fundora Tim Tszyu is also an interesting conversation. We'll talk about that as well. Let's get right into that. As a matter of fact, that turned out to be a very interesting situation with the way Fundora and Tim Tszyu have come back together on the back end of Sebastian Fundora vacating his WBO title to make this fight happen. Here, guys, is where some people in the building may feel like I have issues with the PBC. And at times, I think I do, right? Or the way they move around with things when it comes to this particular topic, champions and legacy and these fights being put together and where it makes sense versus where it doesn't benefit the fighter, in my opinion, right? Same thing with David Benavidez right now. And the way Mauricio Suleiman, not the PBC, but the way Mauricio Suleiman moved, stripping that belt from Dimitri Bivol and giving it to David Benavidez, did that benefit David Benavidez in the long run? Did it benefit him in the long run? Location on your vacation, or are you? No, yeah, man. I've changed things up. It is more rustic. It's gonna be more rustic. I'm remodeling the space, and yeah, it's gonna look cool. I got a lot of other stuff going on right now that's gonna be on here. This is just raw right now. We're gonna add to it, but yeah, man, definitely change it up, Thomas Hill. Definitely trying to add to it a little bit more of my energy, a little bit. I think I was going very what I thought a boxing set should look like, and just putting a bunch of stuff in there that didn't necessarily represent me all the way, right? And I'm a different type of. I'm trying to put more me into the set, Thomas. I'm trying to put more me into it. So yeah, it's definitely going to change, man, because I'm definitely not as animated. I'm a little bit more business minded. I don't know if that's the word to use it, but I'm just a little different, a little more country, a little bit more, you know what I mean? All that stuff, you know what I mean? I got all these other intangibles about me that I want to put out there as well. But that being said, watching the way Fundora had to walk away from that WBO title, understanding that on Sebastian Fundora's last press conference he had, which was on the back end of him fighting Tordell Booker, he said he wanted to fight all the champions. He wanted to be undisputed. He doesn't want to let go none of his belts. That's what he said. And I believed him. Even when Sebastian Fundora was confronted with the possibility of losing that WBO title if he didn't fight Terrence Crawford at the end of his fight in the post-fight press conference when he beat Tim Tszyu and became a unified champion, you could see on his face the thought of him losing one of his titles was like, I just got these titles. I'm not giving up. What's going on? And the reporter had to let him know, right? The reporter had to let him know that, hey, no, bro, the price of you fighting Errol Spence will be you losing your WBO title, right? And what did Sebastian had that look on his face like, what are you talking about? I would never do that. Hold on. And, of course, Samson Leakowitz is going to say, hey, man, listen, we're going to negotiate it. We're going to make it make sense. But, Terrence Crawford's not the big fighter, talking for him while he's nursing his leaking nose, right? While he's nursing his nose that's leaking because it's been broken, trying to figure out how are the people around me moving my career? I just became a champion and you guys is already talking about stripping me of titles. And my management seems to be with it. Hold up. Wait for me to catch up and bask in my moment and see what I want to do next. This is a big dream come true for me. I get to be a legacy fighter. I get to be a unified champion. This is what I came into the sport for. But here I am being caught up in the politics of the sport. Here I am being caught up in the pot. Whoa, we got red in the screen. Oh, Charles Edward Cheese in the building. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, man. Salute to you, sir. With the big $500 Honda bill says, what up, Clay? All heads up with bids. People color in the chat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. Shout out to Showbiz too, man. Hey, Cheese. I almost met Showbiz over that out there in New York. I just missed him. He was literally on there with Blue Blood, and I was so upset because I wanted to meet him so much. And then I wanted to go to that winery thing they had going on in the city, but Blue had me tied up at the damn weigh-ins. It was diabolical, man. I can't believe I missed the opportunity to meet that dude, man. Blue will tell you I was sick, man. I wanted to meet him, and I just couldn't do it, man. It was so crazy. I appreciate you putting some color in the chat, man. See you back here in the building with us, man. Thank you, man. Salute to you, man. Thank you, brother. Oh, almost made me forget what I was saying, right? But once again, the politics, right? Cheese, the politics of the sport, Cheese, right? It gets in the way of these fighters, man. I don't know how you can convince me that Sebastian Fundora would choose out of his own free will to vacate that WBO title. I don't believe he's scared of a Xander Zayas. I don't see any reason for him to be scared of a Xander Zayas. I think most people favor Sebastian Fundora to beat a Xander Zayas. Word was out there that Xander Zayas was a little too long, he was a little too young. He's still just leaving a prospect level. And although he earned it on the ranking structure, they felt like it was way too soon for him to get in the ring with a Sebastian Fundora. I don't believe Sebastian Fundora is vacating that WBO title because it benefits him in the way he wants it to benefit him. But I do find it to be a big coincidence that Xander Zayas is a top-ranked fighter, right? And that Tim Tszyu is a PBC fighter when he fights in the States, and that all of a sudden this fight has become a PBC fight, an exclusive PBC fight, right? All of a sudden this has become exclusively a PBC fight. And at what cost? At what cost is my question. Same thing with David Benavidez. David Benavidez, the rumor is Caleb Smith was offered to him on potentially an undercard of Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev 2, and that Turki Al-Sheikh was going to make it his business to have him fight the winner of that fight. An opportunity at David Benavidez to not only become an undisputed light heavyweight champion, but also potentially beat the guy who beat the guy, right? Beat Dimitri Bivol, the guy who beat Canelo Alvarez, and make a statement within a statement for himself to A, show how great of a fighter he is, B, get him the accolades that he deserves, C, get him the paydays that he deserves, and D, maybe even give Canelo Alvarez a reason to fight him. Now that you're a light heavyweight undisputed champion, Canelo Alvarez is under the umbrella of Turki Al-Sheikh right now on a 4-fight deal. All these opportunities that made sense for myself, looking from the outside, looking in for David Benavidez, now washed to the side to a degree when you look at the fact that Caleb Smith, rumor is negotiating with Anthony Yarde now to fight for an interim title, as both those guys understand the winner of that fight would probably be in line to fight the winner of a Dimitri Bivol or Artur Beterbiev. And what is David Benavidez lined up to do? Move up to cruiserweight to go fight Zurdo Ramirez? Is he going to make offers to Caleb Smith? I'm sure he is, but where does the loyalty line up, right? You saw how Dimitri Bivol carried it. He stayed home. He stayed to who's been buttering his bread with Turki Al-Sheikh. You see how Caleb Smith moved? There was supposedly the fight that they were looking to be made happen. Nah, Caleb said, I'm going to stay where my bread is being buttered. I'm going to stay with Turki. We'll do the actual negotiation with Anthony Yarde and stay inside of our UK base. I'll still continue to get my biggest paydays, and we'll roll the dice at whoever wins between Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol. We'll get the winner of that and get an opportunity to become a unified champion, right? And at that point, while David Benavidez is being moved through his career, going up in weight, 25 pounds to the cruiserweight division, not 5-7 pounds, not 2 or 3 pounds, 25 pounds to go up to the cruiserweight division to fight Zurdo Ramirez, and then all of a sudden to come back down, cut 25 pounds to potentially fight a winner between a Dimitri Bivol or Artur Beterbiev and a Caleb Smith or Anthony Yarde. It's not adding up to me. It's not adding up to me. I think it looks weird to see Fundora and Tim Tszyu fighting right now, right? Tim Tszyu coming off of a performance that was decent against a Joey Spencer he wasn't like the big contender fighter that a small super welterweight contender in Joey Spence, and getting the brakes beat off of him by Bakram Murtazaliev, and getting his head split against Sebastian Fundora. So did he earn? Tim Tszyu deserves it. He deserves a rematch, in my opinion. I think a long time ago, but no, that fight doesn't make sense to me over a Xander Zayas fight, especially the cost being stripped of their WBO title or vacating that WBO title. It doesn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is when it comes to that conversation. I think it's weird. I don't like it. For Sebastian Fundora, I don't like it. For Tim Tszyu, God bless, you get another opportunity. And I'll tell you, if Sebastian Fundora loses this fight, it really wouldn't have been worth it. It really won't be worth it if he loses this fight. You know what I mean? Tim Tszyu has everything to gain, nothing to lose. It is what it is. Can't wait to see that. Usyk Dubois too. Can't wait to see that fight as well. That's going to be a great fight. Probably the fight of that night, in my opinion. When you look at that fight, I can't wait to see what the undercard is going to look like for that one. I don't know if it's already been dropped. I haven't seen it yet, but that's going to be a great fight. Dubois, way more confident, way more experienced, tried through fire, right? Trial by fire, fighting a Jarrell Big Baby Miller, fighting a Philip Ergovich, knocking out an Anthony Joshua, just tried true, prepared for this moment, going in this as an IBF champion, and the prize on the other side of victory, becoming an undisputed heavyweight champion, would just be a story for the books, right? Make a movie on Daniel Dubois if he's able to pull this victory out over Alexander Usyk, and Alexander Usyk in his own right as well, completing some legacy for himself, writing and clearing up any confusion about what may have happened in the other fight. Let's fight again now, and let's make it happen, and let's do it for the people, and let's do it for everything, for the big money and for the belts. Let's do it. You know what I mean? Keith Thurman got robbed of a good fight. And that's another thing as well, Ray, the Keith Thurman situation, right? What's Keith Thurman going to do now? I'll tell you what, though, I'm starting to lean in the direction of potentially a Keith Thurman Errol Spence fight, maybe closer to being made than we might want to believe, right? Maybe it makes me believe Errol Spence is probably going to come back this year, and it's probably going to be in front of a Keith Thurman, right? We'll see. That fight will be a good fight too. Errol Spence making a comeback after a little over 2-year hiatus at this point, right? July will make it 2 years. And Keith Thurman just had a nice victory against Brock Jarvis. Great fight, both veterans. Even fight. You know what I mean? I think that'd be a great fight, man. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. So let's go ahead and continue to move on here. What do we got going on here? We talked about Teofimo. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about Raymond Moratala this weekend, and even the Emmanuel Navarrete, Charlie Suarez fight as well that happened this weekend. If you guys caught the fight, you saw it moving around. Erickson Lubin as well. We got to talk about him as well. He's in line right now. But Raymond Moratala comes off of a victory against a great fighter, against Zaur Abdullaev, a very competitive fight. I don't think the scorecards really reflect how competitive the fight was. I agree with the scorecards for the most part, but the fight was a real competitive fight. Zaur Abdullaev is a dog. Those Eastern European fighters always showing up and ready to show out. But ultimately, when it was all said and done and the smoke was cleared, we have an IBF interim champion in Raymond Moratala. Now, a lot of you guys may have been waiting to see how this fight went. Me personally, I was waiting to see how the fight went because I was more interested in the unification opportunities that were going to be in the division. Now, we know that Vasily Lomachenko is nursing a back injury, and rumor has it that the longer this thing moves out, it's seeming more and more closer to the reality that maybe Vasily Lomachenko won't be returning. I don't want to put out a false narrative out there. It hasn't been confirmed, but those back injuries are kind of weird. I'm hearing he's traveling, trying to find the right doctors, trying to get the right therapy, and it doesn't seem like it's coming closer to him fighting. It seems like he's still in the air. So he is a champion in recess right now. Raymond Moratala holding the helms of being the IBF champion right now as far as the 135-pound division is concerned. And if you're talking about unifications in the IBF, you got to involve Raymond Moratala now. But now Raymond Moratala has an opportunity to either wait back and see if Vasily Lomachenko makes his way back to the ring, get him a big payday, and finally get that ironed out if he's able to beat Vasily Lomachenko, or unify with the other champions in the division. I thought it was interesting to see that Raymond Moratala went ahead and communicated that he didn't, according to what he said, it doesn't seem like he's very interested in fighting Keyshawn Davis, which is crazy to me. It's crazy to me, but it's not crazy to me, right? Because at the same time, Raymond Moratala needs to go ahead and check his pockets and his business as well. And as an interim champion, also looking for his biggest paydays, getting in the ring with a Keyshawn Davis. I think most people would favor Keyshawn Davis to win that fight. Maybe him fighting against a Tank Davis or waiting on a Vasily Lomachenko is a bigger payday for him. I don't think those fights are available for him, though, right? I don't think. Maybe he's waiting to see what Tank Davis does with Lamont Roach and see if Tank Davis would want to fight an interim champion and Raymond Moratala for a big payday. I don't know. The way Tank is moving right now, maybe not, right? Without a doubt, unless conversations are happening, I don't see that happening right now. And as far as him fighting against Vasily Lomachenko, once again, I just said it looks like he might not even be making his way back into the space anytime soon. So Keyshawn Davis has a fight coming up in a few weeks against Edwin De Los Santos. We'll see how that fight turns out. At the end of that fight, if Keyshawn Davis is not able to line up a fight with which I think should be between him and Gervonta Tank Davis, if not him and Tank, then Raymond Moratala, unless Vasily Lomachenko returns, then at that point, in my opinion, Keyshawn Davis needs to entertain going up to 140. I'm getting kind of tired of the whole idea that Keyshawn Davis is in the division with his brother from another mother in Shakur Stevenson, and that they're never going to fight each other. One of those guys needs to forfeit their space. They need to move away from the division and leave the division open to undisputed being in a conversation, right? If that's not happening, then it gets kind of crazy. Now, Keyshawn Davis did go ahead and communicate that he was interested in fighting Teofimo Lopez for Teofimo Lopez's racist rants. I would assume that'd be at 140. He is a WBO champion at 135 pounds. That kind of makes sense to move Keyshawn Davis right up into a fight with a Teofimo Lopez. Those are options for him. But Raymond Mortala sound like he's not very interested in the Keyshawn Davis fight. I think that's kind of crazy. Am I going to say Raymond Mortala is ducking Keyshawn Davis? No, I'm not going to say that. But I do think it's in. I wouldn't fault anybody else for saying that. I'm not going to say he's ducking him, man. I think the talk is duck talk. I think it's duck talk, right? I think the conversation is duck language. But is he legitimately ducking him? He's not a mandatory. He doesn't have to fight the other champion in the division. But it does seem like the biggest fight that could be made at 135 outside of Shakur Stevenson fighting a Raymond Mortala or Shakur Stevenson, or Gervonta Tank Davis fighting Raymond Mortala, it would be Keyshawn Davis. This man has packed out his own entire home, the Scope Arena right there in Norfolk, Virginia, once a big event when he fought against Gustavo Lemos. He's getting ready to go back in there again to fight Edwin De Los Santos. And quite frankly, I would expect the reception to be even bigger than what it was before, being the way that Gustavo Lemos fight ended. He's bringing a lot of energy with him and a lot of eyes with him. That's going to be a big fight and a big money opportunity. It's an in-house fight under the Top Rank banner. It seems like an easy fight that would be there to be made. Maybe Bob Arum gets involved in the conversation a little bit more and kind of pushes this fight forward. But if the fight isn't on the table for Keyshawn Davis and the Gervonta Tank Davis fight isn't on the table, then it is what it is, right? Keyshawn, I would expect him to probably make a power move up to 140 pounds. And naturally, I'd expect him to fight against a Teofimo Lopez. There's some history there. There's a title there. Keyshawn holds the jewelry at 135 to kind of put him up there as a mandatory to that WBO title for Teofimo Lopez. And being that Keyshawn Davis is now working with Turki Al-Sheikh and as a Ring Magazine ambassador, it falls right under the banner as well. Another in-house fight with a top-ranked fighter as well as Teofimo Lopez, but also a fighter who's an ambassador and sitting on a 3-fight deal with Turki Al-Sheikh. It seems like it makes sense for that fight to come together. We'll see how it turns out. Obviously, all of this on the back end of the results of what happens between Keyshawn Davis and Edwin De Los Santos, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Let's see here. Ray says Mortala has to fight Shakur. That's what fight he wanted for years. That's the reason he don't want Key's name on the resume, especially Tank being on Key's radar for top rank unification. Tank is definitely on there. I just don't know what Tank is doing, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna open up the panel in a minute, so Ray, you come up here and build as well. I'm opening up the panel in a minute after I get through a couple of these topics here. Let's see here. What else we got going on in the news? So much going on. Erickson Lubin looks pedestrian against Holmes or cerebral. I think we're moving into another chapter in Erickson Lubin's career right now. In this chapter of Erickson Lubin's career, I'm going to call it the savvy veteran. This chapter in Erickson Lubin's career. The savvy veteran who understands that we have to work smarter instead of harder, who understands that at this point in my career, I have to lock in. I want a title. I want my legacy to begin to be cemented. My money will follow. But the most important thing for me at this point in my career and where I am right now is to lock in these wins and these significant wins as well. Let's not just lock in the wins that take me to the big show, but let's have a way of when we get to the big show, being able to manifest those into legacy fights, titles, things of that nature. And that's what we're looking at with Erickson Lubin right now. So I understand a lot of people I'm hearing in the space, a lot of people saying they didn't really appreciate Erickson Lubin's performance. Even though it ended, did it end in the stoppage? I think it ended in the stoppage, right? Even though it ended that way, they didn't like the poise, staying behind the jab, being the boxer. They don't like this new version of Erickson Lubin, right? They don't like that. They don't like the new version of him. Me personally, I understand exactly where he's coming from, and I think he's moving with the right energy. And I like the performance. He did the same thing against what's my guy's name? Jesus Ramos, right? Box him, close fight. A lot of people thought Jesus Ramos won the fight or let the fight go by not being active in the second half of the fight. And Erickson Lubin may have ran away with that victory based off the lack of activity from Jesus Ramos, but still a boxing version of Erickson Lubin able to manage and deal with all kinds of adversity in the ring and also taking great instruction from his team. and executing a game plan and taking it to the end, seeing a game plan through to the end that turns into him becoming the IBF mandatory for Murtazaliev, right? For Bakram Murtazaliev, which in itself, I think on paper, it looks like Murtazaliev would be the favorite in there, being at based off of his last performance against Tim Tszyu. But I think there's an argument to be made that Erickson Lubin is the favorite in this fight, that performance from Murtazaliev shouldn't take away who Erickson Lubin is and what he's capable of delivering. And he's not going to fight Murtazaliev the way Tim Tszyu did, just stepping to the pain and dealing with all that energy, right? He's going to box. He's going to take his time, and Murtazaliev and him are going to be in a cerebral fight to where rounds are going to count. And more than likely, it's going to go to 12 rounds. And at the end of 12 rounds, the tally is going to tell who the winner of this fight is, who won more rounds. And Erickson Lubin is showing that he's very, very capable of winning rounds. That's what he showed in that fight against Holmes. And it'll be interesting to see what he looks like and what Murtazaliev looks like in that type of situation. Guys, let's not act like we knew who Murtazaliev was before that fight against Tim Tszyu, right? Let's not act like that Murtazaliev is his guy. Granted, there's a mystique around him. There's a boogeyman energy around Bakram right now based on what he did to Tim Tszyu, somebody who we never seen get treated like that in the ring before. But, I think there's a tri-true energy about Erickson Lubin fighting the Sebastian Fondoras, fighting the Jermell Charlos, right? Fighting the Jesus Ramoses, falling short when he jumped in the ring with Sebastian Fondora and Jermell Charlo, but still walking away with some experience. And we're seeing him carry himself in a different way now, understanding that one of the biggest reasons he fell short in those fights was that he overcommitted to being the puncher and being super overly offensive and not taking his time and being defensively responsible and being cerebral and taking his time and letting opportunities come to him behind his jab rather than pushing the narrative or pushing the agenda of stopping the fighter in front of him and taking what's there for him, right? It is what it is. So it's a new version of Erickson Lubin that the boxing space has to get used to. This cerebral fighter in Erickson Lubin, I think, poses a big threat to a lot of the fighters at the 154-pound weight class division. And keep in mind, a Hornet's Nest division at 154 pounds you need to be cerebral in this division. You need to be intelligent in this division because anybody can knock you out in this division. Anybody can stop you in this division. It can happen. So you need to be cerebral in this division and navigate it wisely if your goal is to become a champion and, after that, unify and who knows, maybe even chase undisputed. You need to be ready to deal with all those fighters. Let me see here. The Cardenas says Lubin needs a little more speed. It will help him out a little bit more. Yeah. Listen, Lubin is one of those 154 pounders, in my opinion, who's a natural 154 pounder. I think he's able to make the weight pretty easily. I have a hard time seeing Erickson Lubin at 160 pounds, even though, he could be there. I think, that's his weight class, his athleticism. I think when he needs to, he turns it up. My question and just a little bit pushback on something like that, as far as Lubin needing a little bit more speed. When you're thinking about speed in the division at 154, who are we thinking about? Maybe a Madrimov, right? Maybe a Virgil, a Xander Zayas. And I guess I make the argument to say that is his speed efficient enough to hang with those guys? Or is he like an Arnold Barbosa at 140 who looked good and is a great boxer as well? But at the same time, when he jumped in the ring with the Teofimo Lopez, his athleticism wasn't enough to deal with the speed of a Teofimo Lopez, right? So when Erickson Lubin gets in the ring with a Virgil Ortiz, will the speed come into question then? Time will tell. When he gets in the ring with a Xander Zayas, will his speed be important there? Probably. His ability, his speed will probably be very important in getting into those other cerebral fighters, right? But can he handle a Murtazaliev? I think so. I think he can handle a Murtazaliev. Who do I favor in the fight? I don't know yet. I'm not going to give that up right now. I think I'm up in the air a little bit right now about that whole situation. So we'll see what happens with that as well. Guys, let's not forget that Serhii Bohachuk is also on the hunt for a Bakram fight as well, right? So we got to see how that ends up turning out as well. So yeah, rumor has it, Bacoli, that Frank Warren may be interested in lining up Moses Atuma with Martin Bacoli for his next fight. What do you guys think of a Martin Bacoli versus a Moses Atuma heavyweight fight? This on the back end of a fast track plan for Moses Atuma, who they believe, I thought, sir, that was a very competitive fight. Dragonfly Jones, for sure, super competitive fight, for sure. What do you guys think about a Martin Bacoli versus a Moses Atuma? I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of people felt like the worst thing that ever happened to Martin Bacoli was him coming on that short notice and fighting a Joseph Parker, right? And they believe that because at the end of that fight, he ended up getting knocked out with a very awkward shot, but it seemed like he was on the verge of becoming a champion or getting a title shot, right? Being that the fight between him and F.A. Jogba was supposed to be for an IBF title eliminator, the winner of that fight, potentially, I guess, being in the conversation of fighting a Daniel Dubois, right? Or maybe Derek Chisora. I'm not too sure, being that Derek Chisora is in position now as a mandatory in that IBF under the sanctioning body's rankings, right? But also him getting knocked out that way. Knockouts like that could change your whole, it was a quick knockout, but it was on top of the head, threw off his whole equilibrium. His corner found it important to go ahead and stop the fight. But ultimately coming into the ring, not in shape, not enough sleep, and then going into a fight with F.A. Jogba to where once again he started to look pedestrian and came in the ring like over 300 pounds, right? So out of shape as well. Some might put that towards the amount of money he's been receiving, and maybe he lost his hunger. People still speaking about Turki Al-Sheikh's influence on the game, giving these fighters these big paydays. Is that taking away the fighters' will to fight and that hunger that they need to fight the fights? And now being in a position to where he's the one who, in my opinion, him fighting against Moses Atuma almost paints him as a gatekeeper now, right? As a journeyman, being used now for his status and who he was projected to be in the game now, to have Moses Atuma in the ring with somebody like that, to hopefully be able to break him down, get him out of there, and put Moses Atuma right into the conversation that I think the heavyweight division wants, which is they want Moses Atuma right up there with the Ajit Kabayels, with the Daniel Dubois, with the Alexander Usyks, with the Anthony Joshuas, right? That's where they want to see Moses Atuma. The conversation they want to see Moses Atuma in. And Martin Bacoli now, coming off of a loss of Joseph Parker and then a draw with the F.A. Jogba, to where most people, including myself, I felt like F.A. Jogba won that fight, right? So arguably lost his last two fights and now be potentially in the crosshairs of a young up-and-coming prospect in Moses Atuma, prospect of the year, according to Ring Magazine last year. And being in that situation, you got to think this isn't about only the best fighting the best. This is also Frank Warren kind of, in my opinion, if he puts his fight together, kind of giving the verdict out on what he looks at when he looks at Martin Bacoli, right? It is what it is. Let me see here. I thought I saw Rollo in here. Was a Rollo in here? Yeah, Rollo was up in here. What did it say? Rollo Green said, what or who did Tim beat to garner his respect he has anyway? We're talking about Tim Tszyu, Rollo? I'm assuming we're talking about Tim Tszyu. I'm assuming we're talking about versus Martin Bacoli versus losing 25 pounds would be better, no doubt. Tim's best win was against Brian Mendoza. I agree. I think that's his best win. I think the big fight for Tim Tszyu was supposed to be Charlo, and that ain't happened. Sebastian Fundora is just an awkward fight for anybody, man. I don't care who it is. It is what it is, right? Like, it is what it is. Dragonfly Jones says, I also think that short notice fight damaged Bacoli 100%, knocked out and stopped his momentum to the strap. He was on his way. Yeah, Dragonfly Jones. I think a lot of people say it was the worst thing that ever happened to him. I mean, people would like to put that blame on Turki and say this is what Turki brings to the game, and he affects the game in some negative way by doing stuff like that. But ultimately, first of all, Martin Bacoli took the opportunity, took the payday. Secondly, we wouldn't be saying that if Martin Bacoli had stopped Joseph Parker, period. If he had beat Joseph Parker, he'd been right there in line to fight against Daniel Dubois or fight a title fight. You know what I mean? It would have been the best thing that ever happened to him, right? So these opportunities come when they come, right? An opportunity always comes. They say be ready, and Martin Bakole wasn't ready. He was eating great, living his best life in Africa, and came in the ring about 315 pounds, out of shape, and no sleep. Last minute flight for however many hours, 10 plus hours for him to get to Riyadh, and he suffered the consequences of the decision he made. Let me see here. Fundora to Mr. Throwdem, Paul is ludicrous. This fight is too soon for Atuma and too risky for Bakole. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening there. Did I miss anything else? No, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to open the panel up. I got through my topics. That's what I wanted to do. Didn't want this to drag out before we got through everything I wanted to speak on. Boom. There is the link if anybody wants to come up and build on any of the topics. I'm here. Panel is open. Please feel free to hit the link. Let's talk some boxing. Or, probably cut it short soon. I do got some other things to do. I need to finish this set as well. I need to figure out, get these shelves up and all these different things I need to get up. So we're going to be building. My guy, Ray M. Effin Davis in the building. Salute, Ray. What's good, family? What's good with you?
I live and die, baby.
No doubt. Cobra Kai? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I wanted the Eagle Fin karate shirt, but
Yeah. It is what it is. What's good with you, family?
Chilling, man. Listen, great topics today, man. Feels a little odd being on the opposite side of the screen a little bit, but you know what? Yeah. It's fun.
I had to get it out, man. I had to get it out, bro.
It is fun watching you go up there, matching the wood panel. I can barely see you. If your black shirt wasn't on, I wouldn't see you. But
the what?
I'm just messing with you.
Oh.
But listen, great conversations, Clay. Great way to build, get through it very quickly. It was nice. Everybody missing the Clubber Lang look-alike Clay poster in the background, which is gone. I told him he ain't getting rid of that, man. That's significant, man.
Yeah, it's significant. It might go up, but it's a big picture. You know what I'm saying? I got some other things that I want to put up. You know what I mean? That's kind of like that. That's kind of like the going thing. You know what I mean? More than
me. Mad on that one. We'll have to shrink it down. That's all. We'll put
something. More than me. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not really me. You know what I'm saying? But
that's you.
That part. But that's what y'all put on me. That's not. You know what I mean? I got. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah. No, that's what's up.
What's good with you though, King?
No, man, we got a lot. Good, like I said, great conversation. I did touch on that Raymond Mortala.
What do you think about that? About the way he's approaching it?
I just think that he's so stuck on the Shakur fight. I mean, he wants that fight so bad. He couldn't get it with Top Rank. I think by basing it, if he gets the opportunity to get that belt, because Lomas, they're talking about him retiring, and he gets that belt, that Shakur fight lines up for him. It's a big fight for Shakur. I'm pretty sure Eddie Hearn and Shakur, Turkey, whoever will get involved. There'll be a big money fight for Muratalla, for him to chase that route as opposed to going towards Keyshawn, which is already there. It's a homemade fight. If it's an easier fight to make, but to get that Shakur fight that he always wanted and dreamed about, that's the opportunity for him. That's why he didn't mention Keyshawn, in my opinion. I think he already knows that's there, and Keyshawn already have his mindset that he wants to tank fight.
But keep in mind, he didn't mention Keyshawn. He shot it down as a valuable fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? He said Keyshawn is the weakest. You know what I mean? He talked bad. He talked down to the Keyshawn fight. You know what I mean?
He's talking about the bread. He's talking about the bread. You see what I'm saying? He knows that Turkey Bunny is there, and he knows that fight because that's an in-house fight. So why would Turkey even get involved in that fight unless it's significant? Unification.
Right. It's a unification fight to a degree, even though it's interim.
Beyond. Because it's between, you know what I mean? So, like, if he fights Shakur, let's say he gets the IBF, he fights Shakur, that's a bigger fight. That's a bigger number. That's going to come to the table. And Keyshawn would most likely fight Tank. That's the direction that seems that Keyshawn really wants to go at, especially if Shakur doesn't get that fight, or Tio doesn't come across the table. That looks like that's the fight that's going to happen. So we see Raymond chasing Shakur, try to get that unification. If he's successful and Keyshawn's successful, like I said, through the boxing gods of Muratalla, Then they unified Top Rank, which is a big money fight, possibly even a pay-per-view for Top Rank, which they don't do many of. So it makes all the sense what he's doing, how he's trying to move this and play it.
Yeah. I don't got an issue with it all the way. I do have, the boxing fan in me does have some issue with it, but I understand there's a business to this sport. And I think Keyshawn, I just don't think I just feel like if Keyshawn can't get this unification fight, or if he can't get the Tank fight, at that point, it's probably time to leverage his influence with that WBO title at 140 and make his way up there, potentially fight a Teofimo, you know what I mean, and get involved in the conversation going up there. There's a lot of opportunity up there for him, but he can't hang around too long. He shouldn't hang around too long at 140, especially at 135, especially when you're not willing to fight Shakur Stevenson the way they're carrying it. It's just like, all right, well then,
right.
That being said, right, if you're gonna move with that energy, then there's always a Teofimo fight. What do you think about the Brian Norman Jr. Jerron Boots Ennis Eddie Hearn fiasco? A lot of people throwing shots at Eddie Hearn, right? They're upset with Eddie. They're saying Eddie is being mischievous again, scheming and trying to manipulate the story and the narrative. Me personally, I'm not there with it yet. I feel like Eddie's doing his job.
Either. I'm laughing because you got two people telling two different stories. They both could be true. You know what I mean? They're just not releasing all the information. I mean, it's like if me and you go somewhere and we both see something that's crazy. You see it from this angle, I see it from this angle. We're going to tell it from the sides that we see it from. We're not going to say it from, the same point of view. We may have some conclusions and some matching points, but everything else is going to be different. So it's like, this guy drop kicked him from the top shelf. You're like, nah, man, he was on the table. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it all depends. So I think it's funny that Eddie Hearn keeps biting the bullet for this, for the situations. I think a lot of people don't give a lot of credit to Eddie Hearn for being the fighter that he is, because he's the British promoter coming to America and signing some big fighters. A lot of people don't rock with Eddie Hearn. They haven't been rocking with Eddie Hearn for years.
Right.
Eddie Hearn's been doing this thing, and I think a lot of people just throw shade his way. I think 2 weeks ago, they were talking about how Brian Norman was ducking and Senior was a cat. Like he lied a lot, this and that. So now it comes out, and then automatically Senior's like, yo, you know what I mean? This guy's lying, this and that. And so people are automatically going to the facts of Brian Norman Sr. again and moving towards the Norman side and shooting down Eddie Hearn. They're not shooting down Boots, just Eddie Hearn. So I think it's kind of ironic that always happens. It seems to be that same pinwheel spinning. So I think it's very, very reasonable to say that man just always catches smoke for something that he's always trying to do, man. And I get it. He's trying to promote. He's trying to get that fight done. And regardless of him jumping the gun, I guess he just wanted to say this time, we're going to get this fight. You know what I mean? We don't want that other fight, because I can't believe the IBF is even pushing it for another mandatory so quick for Boots, which is crazy.
Yeah, you got Giasoft there, but he's an Eddie Hearn fighter, so that can be moved around. That can happen. I think that fight is probably going to get pushed back. You know what I mean? Giasoft is going to want the opportunity, but that will be there. More than likely he's going to be Teofimo, if not, in my opinion, Brian Norman. I guess the question would be, would at this point is Jerron Boots Ennis, because the way I look at it is Eddie Hearn puts the offer out there because I think there's a little bit of a time constraint on Eddie Hearn to kind of do his job in multiple ways. Number one, obviously his negotiations are always going to be there with Turki Al-Sheikh, and opportunities there for Jerron Boots Ennis are always going to be kind of floating there as far as Teofimo is concerned. We know that Turki likes to sign fights as soon as possible. He loves to do that. That's somewhere I think he needs to work a little bit. That Turki might want to learn to be a little more patient with coordinating these fights. And like Brian Norman said, and even I agree with it, you see how messy it got with the Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia situation. Those guys didn't perform the way you expected them to, and ultimately all those plans kind of look like they got thrown all over the place. I think putting the carriage in front of the horse can be it's a big risk to take those type of things, to move with that kind of energy. But that being said, Turki has shown that he likes to get things done. And I'm sure the pressure is there for Eddie Hearn, where Turkey's like, listen, man, I'm ready to pull the trigger on it. Money, let's get it done. Well, Boots is sitting here saying that he doesn't want to say yes to that yet because he wants to unify. Well, go find out if that guy's going to unify or not, right? So here comes Eddie, like trying to put the, yo, is this what y'all really going to do? Like last time we did this, you let the money get in the way and we couldn't meet the dollar amount that you wanted. And Boots end up wasting a lot of time. I end up wasting a lot of time going back and forth with you.
Right.
Here we are again, back in a situation to where we lost it with Virgil Ortiz, right? Because Boots wanted to hang back, but end up having to fight Karen because y'all situation went left. I'm confronted with the same situation now with Teofimo being there as a fight that could be made for a big payday for Boots and a legacy fight for Boots. Boots doesn't have the rehydration clause anymore to deal with. So this fight becomes even more realistic based off of that. You want us to wait 4 weeks now when this guy wants to, he's trying to put a card together right now. You know how Turkey is. He wants to announce a card right now, right? And he wants to know as to whether or not he should put Boots and Tio on that card or not. So are we doing this with the Normans or not? And more importantly, number-wise, are we going to be able to negotiate and come to a number that makes sense, that's realistic, or are we going to end up having this big fallout, this big public, messy, nasty negotiation that's going to end up being a big nothing burger, and on the back end of that being an opportunity that may be missed in making the big payday in the legacy fight for Jaron Boots Ennis against Teofimo? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes all the sense. Actually, I'm right with you. You know what I mean? I think it is about business first, and I think I just think Brian Norman's just trying to push the obviously the other side of that without mentioning the strategic preferences. Because why? It benefits him because they want the fight. So if he says what he says and puts things out there that he wants to put out there, it makes Eddie Hearn look bad. Right? So now he's already clearing the name of Boots. If you actually heard him talk, he's talking about Jaron Ennis, and he's talking to Bozy and telling him to stay away from Eddie Hearn, this and that. But Eddie Hearn seems like you say, he's doing the right thing, man. He's pushing the fight. He's trying to get a name out there. And to the point of you said Tio fight and Turkey wanted to make that fight. Boots has time to make another fight either way. But I think putting all the apples in one basket is what they're trying to do. They're trying to get everything lined up. So it makes it more interesting. It makes that fight come up a little bit more. Hey, we're already talking. We're in negotiations. We're here. We're there. But I get it. You know what I mean? Like you said, the whole putting the cart before the horse thing kind of does come off as a bad manifestation. But yeah, man, it was sent. At least we know the offer was sent. So at the end of the day, we know that both teams apparently mean business. What's up, ETB in the building? Rock.
Keon, what's good, family?
But yeah, man, we already know. So knowing that makes a lot of sense, Clay. It really makes a lot of sense the way they want to move and how they want to carry things. And I think we do get this fight sooner than later. Now, what bothers me is the Pacquiao Barrios fight on the other end of the WBC, the welterweight division, which I am stupefied because you know what's going to happen, right? Barrios has been looking very suspect. And yes, he should beat Pacquiao, especially after losing to a kickboxer. But that kickboxer is 25 years old and was about to fight Ryan Garcia. And looked like, and he was taller than Ryan too. I don't know if you noticed that. He was taller than Ryan. So yeah. So now we got Pacquiao about to go in there, upset Barrios, because it ain't really an upset in my opinion. Upset Barrios. And now you got Devin Haney fighting another guy over his age limit. And now they're going to say, now he used to fight guys 30 and up. Now he's fighting guys 40 and up. So I can hear this now because, you know, Devin's going to get the winner of this fight. He's in line for that, especially if he doesn't get this fight, whoever his next fight is, if it's not Ryan. This will
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I didn't even think about the fact that Devin in the WBC rank, you know, how the WBC
deals one, right? So he gets the winner of this fight. Opportunities for him. Now, I thought they should have been a little bit more patient. Maybe they should have took a different route. But this seems to be the safest bet for a big fight with Barrios and Devin to be match made. We have to see how the PBC plays along and see if it works out. I think it will, but crazy work, man. Crazy work.
Yeah, man. It's a lot of moving pieces when it comes to that Manny Pacquiao Barrios fight. I think it's just salute once again respectfully to Manny Pacquiao, but you're in the way, brother. I'm kind of just there's a little frustration with the way the PBC, not the BBC, sorry, I don't know what the WBC. I apologize. The way that Mauricio Sulaiman on the WBC has been kind of moving things around, and the PBC to a degree too, being that Mario Barrios is a PBC fighter, and this is going to be a PBC card. When you look at the way they moved with David Benavidez, as far as the WBC is concerned, and the way they moved with the way they're moving right now with Manny Pacquiao, Mario Barrios, the way they move with Dimitri Bivol, you know what I mean? It's just kind of frustrating to see them. I think they're over extending their position. You know what I mean? This is kind of like you don't see the WBO, the WBA, and the IBF really getting involved in these things as much as I've seen Mauricio involved in it. You know what I mean? To put this guy at number 5 in the WBC rankings after a hiatus of who knows how long. I believe his last professional fight we saw him in, was it against Jordanis Ugas? Was that his last fight? Professional wise?
Yeah. His last fight was, yeah. No,
right?
Didn't he lose? Didn't he lose his last fight to what's the name?
The Japanese dude?
No, he didn't lose to him. I thought he fought the Japanese dude after he fought.
No, whatever that's Japanese dude. Yeah, he lost to that guy.
Oh, I thought he lost. I thought it was I guess it was the fight before that. He fought Barrios, right?
No, Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, Pacquiao. I thought you said. Yeah. I thought you said Ugas.
No, I said who did Manny Pacquiao fight last?
Oh yeah. It was Japanese. Yeah, it was Japanese dude. I don't know.
No, he didn't. That wasn't a professional fight. That was an exhibition.
But yeah, his last fight before that would have been Ugas. Yeah,
Ugas, right? That's what I'm trying to say, right? So coming off 2 losses in a hiatus, the way he's come off his hiatus to be in a championship fight against Mario Barrios when 147 needs 147-pound division needs to resurge with significant fights. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
It needs to resurge with significant fights. We can't play in this division, a division that was the division at one point in time, now sitting where it's at right now. I think is thirsty for significant fights.
Right.
And this Mario Barrios versus Manny Pacquiao just adds to insignificant fights that don't make sense when you have a Jerron Boots Ennis sitting there looking to unify. You got a Brian Norman Jr. sitting there actively looking to unify. You've got other fighters coming up in the 140. So you got Rohan Polanco and 147 fighters that are really dogs that are really waiting for an opportunity to show out. You've got a young generation coming up in the Keon Davises and hold on a second. Who's calling me now? You have these fighters coming up in the division, even with a Tiger Johnson and these fighters who are now at 147 actively, trying to pursue legacy and trying to resurge and revive the 147-pound division. It does frustrate me and annoy me that a Mario Barrios is going to be fighting a Manny Pacquiao, knowing that he doesn't even fight that much. He just came off of a draw against Abel Ramos on a Jake Paul card. Yeah, it's a little frustrating, bro. Yeah, it's a little frustrating to watch him carry it this way.
And you're right, because he turned down the Conor Ben fight. He could have fought Blair Cobbs. I mean, there's a lot of fighters there. Even a Brendan Lee, who really it goes under the radar as a fighter because he's like 21-0, and nobody even know who Brendan Lee is. He fights between 140 and 147. You know what I mean? He's in between divisions. But that's another fighter that has a recognition that you could have put in the ring. People, real boxing fans know who he is. Could have gotten in the ring with him. You know what I mean? There's plenty of opportunity. It just seems like Barrios doesn't want to take a chance or a risk, in my opinion. I think he's been exposed, to say the least, his last 2 fights, maybe 3. To even, I say 2, because he fought Ugas 3 fights ago and he dominated Ugas. But yeah, man, it's just like, if he wanted to, and if it's for Manny to get the payday, Manny could have came back and fought Tank, because I heard Tank saying he would take the fight with Manny. That would have been a fight to have, right? If you're going to come back for the bag, especially if you're going to take a big opportunity, you're not going up to 168 to fight Canelo, so the next big check would be Tank. As far as Barrios, Barrios just doesn't make any sense. If he wanted a bag, I mean, you got, like I said, you got plenty of opportunities. You had the opportunity with to throw your name in the hat for your title and put a lot of money on that title to fight Boots in the unification.
100%.
That would have made all the sense in the world. I'm pretty sure plenty of people would have liked to see that fight and put their names on it. But I think Barrios, already suffering 2 losses, is afraid to take a L, Clay. And especially after him looking suspect his last 2 fights, I think he doesn't want another L on his resume. I think he wants to go down as his Aztec warrior as he is. You know what I mean? I think he think the Keith Thurman fight, which a lot of people think that he did get robbed, or it was a super close fight in that fight. I don't think so. I think Keith Thurman outboxed him, to say the least. But I just think that has put him in a position where he doesn't want another L on that resume, and he just wants to look to fight somebody that he can get an easy victory against. Even like his last fight, it was a tough fight, but I don't think he went in there with the expectations that he was going to get knotted up the way he did and have a draw.
Yeah. I generally, I said it a little bit earlier. I believe fighters understand. Most fighters understand the fight game, where it's not about not fighting other fighters or the fighters they're supposed to fight for them. I believe a lot of the fight game we watch today is a lot of orchestrated political promoter management network, all types of things going on in the background with the maestros of the game, conducting business, and the fighters being moved accordingly as to what's benefiting these outfits at times. And I feel like Mario Barrios is another victim, in my opinion, potential victim of this style, this business model, this way of moving fighters. The particular outfit that he's under, in my opinion, is not the best at developing fighters into being the best fighter they can be, right? They're good at navigating careers and putting them in strategic position to get big paydays and get these fighters paid. You know what I'm saying? And Mario Barrios has been getting paid. I heard he got a nice check to fight on that Netflix Jake Paul card under that Mike Tyson. And I heard he's getting good checks. Like, he's been doing that, right? And if he's getting good checks, then his management in the banner that the promotional company he works under is getting big paychecks. And I think that's what we're seeing when you're seeing a situation like this, where Mario Barrios is not finding himself in front of an Emmanuel Stanionis or in front of a Jerome Boots Ennis, you know what I mean? Or in this case, a Brian Norman Jr. Or when the conversation comes to why we're not seeing him as active as we might want to see him. It comes to that part of the game, the politics part of the game. So I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea that Mario Barrios is scared to fight Jerome Boots Ennis or Brian Norman, but I definitely think it's hard to go against the people who you've given the assignment to manage your career. When they sit you down and they go, this is the best move that makes the most sense for you, forget all that legacy stuff. Your future is based on your money, your family. When they talking to you like this, it's hard to walk away from a Manny Pacquiao fight and say, nah, I want legacy. That fight isn't legacy for me. He's grown. He's already in the Hall of Fame. He's old. It's just going to get me money. But the legacy is fighting against a Jerome Boots Ennis, or fighting against a Brian Norman Jr., or fighting, you know what I mean? Or fighting some significant fights, maybe even fighting a Devin Haney. These are the fights that Conor Ben, these fights right here they check the box with money, but more importantly, legacy. He can't move that way unless he's going to be bold like Errol Spence or David Benavidez did against David Morrell. Because I say that specifically because I think he's also another victim of that maestro conducted, that nasty work, you know what I'm saying, that these promotional companies are doing. And even that being said, not to go away from it or segue, but just to say, let's look, how do you feel about the Sebastian Fundora Tim Tszyu 2 fight, and how Sebastian Fundora had to vacate that WBO title? Right?
Touch on that. That was next.
Yeah.
But just to leave off with Barrios, I think Barrios should have just made the move to 154. I think he'd have been a lot more fluent there, and he would have had better competition, and he could have fought guys a little slower. You know what I mean? I think he would have aged well at 154 right now. I think he's just too big for 147. I think that might be another reason why he's fighting this fight with Pacquiao. He might not even make the weight, or maybe they're going to do it at a catch weight and there'll be no title on the line. Whatever the case may be. It's going to be something weird. But as far as we go into the because that was my next thing, Tim Zoo. I think that's crazy. I think we talked about this, and I think I mentioned that I don't understand why this had to go full circle. It was right there. I mean, it was right there 2 weeks ago after the fight. Why did it have to go so long? Why did Tim Zoo have to get 2 fights in to come full circle back around to Fundora, who only had 1 fight since then? So basically, we had 3 fights in between this fight just to come back around when Fundora had the opportunity to fight Terrence Crawford, Earl Spence, but he didn't want to drop the belt, right? So if he was going to drop the belt, he should have dropped it for Earl. If that was the case, he had the opportunity to fight this cat too. But I just think it's crazy that he does. I forgot the other guy's name. Don't worry, we'll get there. But he's just this revolving door of putting Tim Zoo to the backside, making him go through all this trial and tribulations just to lose another fight on top of that. Be weight drained, embarrass himself when he had a great opportunity to go fight Virgil Ortiz. That would have been a fight everybody would have wanted to see, right? You shut the door on him. He goes and then they pull him off the card, not once but twice. Right. And then he goes and fights Mark Baccaroff, whatever his name is, Transformer last name. I don't know his name, but I can't say it correctly. But they go and fight him and gets stopped. And then he comes back in his next fight. He's fighting somebody that's really nobody ever heard of and gets a nice victory. And now we're back to where we started, where I lost my belt, which should have been to me the next step after you lost your belt. But you know, who's the boxing guys got to say is going on? Who knows?
What do you think about the whole price of it though? The cost being the WBO title. I mean, in the post fight press conference that he had after he beat Cordell Booker, he said that he's not. I almost feel like pulling it up, bro.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I remember. Well, I don't know if the chat want to see it, but yeah, you're right. He said he don't want. He's not giving up his title. That's why he didn't make the Earl fight.
Right.
He's not planning on that. Just like he also said that he wanted the next. Who was the? That's what I said. He wanted to fight somebody.
He said Bachram. He wanted to fight Bachram next. Yeah.
I knew it was somebody. He wanted to fight Bachram and unify and go for all the titles. And I'm like, hold on. How do you go from that to dropping your belt to go fight the same guy you took the belt from? That you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. You didn't want to fight before and rematch.
Right. And the price, you vacating a belt. You literally going, I think that's the biggest thing for me is like you are vacating a belt, something you said you are dead set against doing. You said that was the last thing you was going to do. You said you're not turning away from no smoke. You said you want all the belts. You want to unify, become undisputed, but you legitimately vacated. And people could now what's the narrative? The narrative out there is you're ducking Xander Zayas. Do you think he's ducking Xander Zayas? Is that what he's doing? Is there a fear of fighting Xander Zayas? Or once again, is the politics of this sport overstepping their boundaries? I
think this is going to be funny, me saying this. I think everybody got their all their panties in a bunch, Clay, here. And they were all happy with Top Rank having some fights on Amazon, automatically assuming that these fights are going to be conjuncted. They're going to have some cross the street action now. And being that never was the case, because we never heard them say that, right? We're just going by what the reports were. Xander Zayas, who deserved that opportunity, guess what? We ain't got to fight him. We can keep you right over here. You can go get that belt later, because I'm pretty sure somebody else will get it that we'll send over there to go fight him. And we'll bring it back here. And then you get your belt back. Whatever the case may be, it's just a little bit weird. I don't think he's ducking. I just think it's, like you said, it's politics at play. I think it's more of, you know what I mean, let's keep our guys going. Let's make money for us. Let's do this. And forget them. Let's worry about what's over
right.
here. Normal PBC things, activities, basically.
Right. It's the politics. And it's a toxic politic at this point. It's toxic. And like I said, when we're talking about Turkey and what Dana White and Nick Khan, all those guys are bringing. By the way, Nick Khan's in conversations with Dave Davis, the owner of Spirit Airlines. He's about to buy Spirit Airlines. Yeah, bro. When we're talking about money, we're talking about big money behind this TKO thing. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody's talking about Turkey and what he brings. Trust me when I tell you, Nick Khan ain't playing no games, bro. Like, his money is part of this conversation as well. It's going to be very hard to get in front of what these guys are doing. I'm telling you, people are going to get ran over trying to get in front of it. They're going to get with it or get ran over. Anyway, that being said, when you're talking about his presence in the space and people push back at it and they try to say what's bad for boxing and that Saudi Arabia's involvement in boxing is bad, when you try to paint this picture, it's like, okay, fine, right? All right. There's some arguments there that I'm not going to push back at too much. There is a risk here. This can get toxic. But where's the gap? Where's the hole in the game that Turkey, Dana, and Nick Khan come into to patch up? There's a hole. There's a reason for their presence. They weren't there before. Dana White didn't get involved in boxing before, right? Where does it come in? It comes in, there's been an overwhelming argument to say that boxing has been the Wild Wild West for too long, that the lack of structure in the sport has left openings for this sport to fall to the wayside and lose all kind of credibility as far as the sanctioning bodies are concerned, as far as the titles are concerned, right? This is where they fill in the spot at. And the politics of the sport to where Sebastian Fundora, and once again, communicating to the boxing space how legacy driven he was, he let you guys know what he wanted to do with his career. So if you see it going in another direction, you know it's not him. You know he's not the one sitting here saying, I'd rather vacate my title to fight Tim Tszyu again than to go ahead and defend my title. You know what I'm saying? Against Xander Zayas. He already communicated to you what he wants done. The same way David Benavidez had to put his foot down and say, nah, bro. At first, he accepted the politics and said, I'll fight Jesse Hart. But then he thought about it and was like, no, I'm not doing this, bro. I'm too legacy driven. I'm not going to keep on having this narrative be put around that I'd rather fight Jesse Hart than David Morrell. You know what I'm saying? It's bad enough I can't get the Canelo Alvarez fight. It's bad enough, you know what I'm saying? I've been sitting here walking around with 3-4 interim titles, one WBC title, one another WBC, you know what I mean? Just which one of those titles is the title? I'm not going to do that. But they were willing to do that with him. So here we go again with Sebastian Fundora, bringing it full circle to where he's vacating a title off the back end of a press conference where he said he didn't want to do that and he wasn't going to do that. The politics that the promotion companies bring to the table, it's overstepping the structure of the sport and where the sport should be at. Hence, Turki Al-Sheikh, Dana White, and Nick Khan having a legitimate space in the sport. There's a reason for them to be there. And they're going to fill it in. And if the sanctioning bodies and if the boxing promoters don't begin to see it for what it is, then they will lose a grip on the sport. They are going to lose it because people are going to try. Could you imagine if football was a Wild Wild West or if baseball was a Wild Wild West? Could you imagine if there were teams in baseball not playing each other because the owners don't like each other?
That's crazy.
Could you imagine if that was happening? If we never see the Yankees playing the Red Sox because the Red Sox be talking too much trash about the Yankees?
It's a rivalry, right? Big one.
It'd be crazy.
We don't want to go there. Like, look, matter of fact, perfect example. The Dodgers playing the Giants, right? Why don't they like each other? Because the fans always fighting. Always some people get arrested. People throwing stuff on the field. Attacking the players. Can you imagine that they'd be like, hey, look, we're not going there because of this. We need a neutral site or we ain't doing it. You know what I mean? Like basically what you're saying, right? Oh, we'll just forfeit that game. Like, yeah, it's a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It really is. And there's an argument there, like I said, to be made. Don't talk to me about Turki Al-Sheikh bringing in some sort of negative energy to the space. Don't talk to me about these things when you have Manny Pacquiao being put at number 5 on the WBC rankings and fighting Mario Barrios for a WBC title. Don't talk to me about that when you got George Kambosos coming off of arguably 4 losses, but for whatever it's worth, coming off the performances he's come off of, just coming up to 140 pounds and superseding a Subriel Matias, who just fought in an IBF eliminator fight to fight against Richard Hitchens for an IBF title. Don't talk to me about structure. Don't talk to me about Turki Al-Sheikh when Mauricio Suleiman can strip Dimitri Bivol less than a month after he gets the title to hand it over to a David Benavidez when you got Turki Al-Sheikh who's willing to give David Benavidez the fight. He just has to fight Caleb and allow the trilogy to happen right quick. Something that, once again, David Benavidez in an interview said he thought was the right thing to do. He felt like if Dmitry Bivol won the fight, the right thing to do would be Dmitry Bivol to give Artur Beterbiev the same opportunity that Artur Beterbiev gave him. He was completely on board with it. Where did it change? Where did it switch at? When did David Benavidez need that WBC title? He didn't. He was okay with waiting. Now, all of a sudden, he has to have the title. No, it's the politics of the sport. It's the maestro, nasty work being done on the politics of the sport that take away credibility from this sport. Don't talk to me about Turkey. Speak to the people who you represent. Speak to the people who you're the fans of and say, man, this is how come Turkey's here, bro. We don't want him here, but we can't even argue with the man being here with y'all carrying it that way. Boxing is tired of this. Walaikum salam, Bevo. You know what I'm saying? It's nasty work, man. It's nasty work.
You know what I love about that one? I don't want to stay on this either because we talked about this 2 weeks ago. But you know what I love about this? They moved the needle, like you just said. Like they decided that they wanted to keep everything over there for this fight with Benavidez. Doesn't he have to wait a fight anyway, even if he got the title to unify?
Look, you want to hear about irony, bro? Let's talk about irony right now, right? So David Benavidez gets his WBC title, right? And he's like, yo, I'm looking to defend my title, right? So he says, I'm looking, his father, Jose Benavidez Sr.'s respect to that team, 100%. I spoke to Jose Benavidez Sr.'s. I'm never going to disrespect them. I'm a big fan of the David Benavidez brand, of the Benavidez brand and what they bring to boxing. Love those guys. But I got to keep it 100, right? Jose Benavidez Sr. says that they're going to look to make the fight with Caleb Smith, right? That he's next in line. What is Caleb Smith going to do? Now he's in negotiations to fight Anthony Yarde. Right? Why? Because I know where my bread is buttered, bro. Just like Dmitry Bivol said, you're going to have to wait. Caleb Smith is not coming over here to fight you in America when he can fight in his backyard against a great fight against Anthony Yarde, and on the back end of knowing that they're more than likely in line now to fight the winner of Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev based off the fact that you guys have started this indifferent confrontation with Turki Al-Sheikh. It's going to be harder for you to get the fight now. So now you're sitting on a WBC title for what? And if you do this next diabolical move, which is go up to cruiserweight, put 25 pounds on to go fight Zurdo Ramirez to become a champion up there with the idea and the mindset, according to Jose Benavidez Sr., that you're going to cut the 25 pounds and come back down to compete in the light heavyweight division to potentially unify then based off the result between the winner of a Caleb Smith, Anthony Yarde, and the winner between the Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev fighting each other, then now you're putting your body through all this stress. Wouldn't have just made more sense to fight Caleb Smith, a fight that you're supposedly shooting for anyway, on an undercard of Dmitry Bivol or Artur Beterbiev 3, knowing that the winner of that fight between you guys would get a shot at becoming light heavyweight undisputed? Wouldn't that make more sense?
In the world, bro. Crazy work. That's why I said it's so weird to go to march that trail, bro. Like, I don't think people think things through. Or whoever's behind the scenes, like you said, the maestro or the person pulling the strings, they're doing a lot of stuff, like a lot of bullying. I'm going to use the word bullying, saying this is not going to happen. This is the reason why, and if you don't like it, too bad. We're cutting ties. You're going to lose this, lose that, and they're convincing these fighters of this. And it's sad because you're losing great fights. You're losing great opportunities. So, like you just said, now he just went, and now he's going to go 3 fights before he even gets an opportunity. Right? You were 1 fight away. 1 fight. Now you got to go 3 in order to get an opportunity. And guess what?
And move weights. And move around and weight.
Right. And the thing is, you're a champion. So the person that has the other belts, they don't have to fight you. You're not a mandatory.
Now you don't even have the leverage of a mandatory anymore.
Anything. They can leave you right there on your island. You can go fight everybody. Matter of fact, they already stole your fighter, Anthony Yarde, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what's funny about it. I forgot to add that to it. You said it was going to be. If you look on the Mill City, no, I'm sorry, it was with Dub. Shout out to Well Connected, my guy Dub. We were talking to Jose Benavidez Sr. there on Instagram, and Jose Benavidez said, if it's not going to be Caleb Smith, then we're going to go after Anthony Yarde. How ironic! That's the irony I was trying to say. Irony is they're negotiating to fight each other now. Anthony Hardy and Caleb Smith, both of them have been taken off the table. What worth does your WBC title have if it doesn't get you fights? If it's not, what did it bring to you? It brought you more pain and more, I'm saying, it brought you more problems than solutions. All it did was give the PBC a light heavyweight WBC champion, and it did nothing for David Benavidez. So who's David Benavidez' next fight going to be against? I hope it ain't nobody like Joshua Buatsi, somebody who just lost against Caleb Smith. But more than likely what it's going to be is they're going to go up to the cruiserweight division. They're going to work it out with Oscar De La Hoya. They're going to fight Zurdo Ramirez, maybe beat Zurdo Ramirez, probably beat Zurdo Ramirez, become a unified cruiserweight champion. In my opinion, they're probably going to end up staying up there to make a bigger fight with a Jai Opetaia or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And ultimately end up vacating that WBC title, completely wasting their time getting that WBC title. Probably won't never defend that light heavyweight title. Probably won't ever defend it. And if they do defend it, who are they going to defend it against?
It's crazy, right? And then you're going up there to what? Mess around and mess around with Bayou Jack and get knocked out.
I mean,
it just doesn't make sense, Clay.
Bro. Yeah, like I said, the politics of the sport, man. Don't talk to me about Turkey. Just don't do it. I'm really not trying to hear none of you guys about Turkey out. I'm not trying to hear none of you guys about that conversation. I'm telling you, I'm not. I'm not.
Like, for real. Like, that makes
like, I know, look, nothing is perfect. I'm sure. Listen, Turkey Al-Sheikh had a very lackluster weekend a couple of weeks ago. I have no problem. I don't have to hide my hand. He don't pay me. I don't have nothing stop me from keeping it 100 and saying that fight in New York, the card was sus, and the card in Saudi Arabia was even more sus, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was a bad weekend for Turkey, but that's the gamble. When you're throwing the dice, it ain't on Turkey. It's on the fighters. He provides a platform and he gives you the opportunity to do something historical. It's up to the fighters to do something historical. If they don't, it looks bad on Turkey, but the reality is it's a gamble because, like I said, if Devin Haney would have stepped up and Johnny Blazed Jose Ramirez and put him on his pocket 2 or 3 times in that fight, or if Ryan Garcia would have knocked out Rolly Miro or fought, or you know what I mean, or put it on the line, or if Canelo would have found a way to cut that ring off on or if William Skull would have been more active and engaged more, we'd have been talking about how great those cards were, just like that. And those and everything Turkey did would have been celebrated, but it is what it is, right? But at the end of the day, he's still pushing and trying to give the sport something great, something special. Don't talk to me about that when you got to bring Manny Pacquiao out of retirement and you're going to charge us 89. Don't talk to me about Turkey. Don't talk to me about Turkey when you're doing stuff like that.
I agree.
You know what I mean? It is what it is.
It's nonsense, man. And all you do is hear turkey bashing, you know what I mean? Turkey cutlet, turkey this, turkey that, turkey this. I'm like, why? Like, what does that man?
I understand why, but bring something to the table. Don't just bash them. Bring something to the table.
They can't.
Understand that the reason understand why Turkey's here and understand the role that the promotional company you're being loyal to played in Turkey's being here. Yeah, don't just be mad at Turkey. Be mad at, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be mad if you bring somebody to my home, right? And they end up putting a hole in my wall and they're in my house and it's difficult for me to get them out now. Let them stay here too long. Now I gotta get the law involved. And I'm upset at that person, but I'm equally as upset as the person who brought him here. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at you as well. I'm mad at that dude for busting up my crib, but I'm looking at you like, yeah, if you didn't bring him here, he wouldn't be busting up my crib, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to take my own accountability and let it be known that if I didn't allow him to be in my crib, he wouldn't be in my crib. Don't be upset at Turkey. Turkey is who you want to be upset with. I'm not on board, but why is he here? What is the space that he's filling in? Why didn't the promoters, the top ranks, the PBCs, the match rooms, why didn't they come together to give you guys Dimitri Bivol versus Artur Beterbiev? Why didn't they come together to give you Canelo Alvarez and David Benavidez, or Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, or or Daniel Dubois and Anthony Joshua, or Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk, or any of these fights that he's pushing. Why haven't they done it? Why haven't they given you Shakur Stevenson versus Gervonta Tank Davis yet? Why haven't they given you Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez yet? Why aren't these fights being put together? That's why Turkey's here. It's because he's working on making that happen.
Yep.
If those things were happening, you know what he'd be? A fan watching boxing. Because that's what he's here for, is to watch. He wants those fights to happen. He wasn't here before. Why is he here now? That's got to be the question you guys are asking and getting the answers to and pushing, instead of just trying to put it on Turkey's bringing. You guys sound stupid when you guys do that and don't. And it's the same thing with the Shakur Stevens and Gervonta Tank Davis, putting all the blame on Shakur. Like, yo, bro, if you guys really want to see the fight, why aren't y'all confronting Tank on it? Why aren't you confronting his team, asking if an offer's been put out there? And if an offer hasn't been put out there, why aren't you saying, why isn't the offer put out there yet? What are you talking about? You saying you didn't put the offer out yet? Why are you just ignoring it and defending it and putting it on Shakur? That's not putting the fight together. There's no fight being put together when you guys talk like that. That's why I say some of you fans have never built a fight in your life. I've never heard you guys build up a fight ever. Just throw shots at everybody else outside of the person who you need to be speaking to about why the fight isn't put together yet. It doesn't add up to anything that manifests into something that could be tangible for the boxing space to hold on to.
It's crazy. That's crazy that we always go down this road, right? Because it is true. It's so true. Turkey has done nothing but put fighters in the ring, even fighters that we never heard of. And then we're talking about, oh, they're destroying our Black American fighters. They're doing this. Bro, he's just putting fighters together. These guys have the right to sign the contract and say no. You just don't know who these people are across the world. And they're great fighters, and they deserve the opportunity, too, to fight for championships. Can't just keep the belts here and just isolate them on an island and then expect the other people to just fight for European belts and Eastern Pac belts, Salute Blue, all these different belts
Salute
out there.
Blue.
You know what I mean? Keep everything going. Keep it real. Once you start taking away, you know what I mean, from the sport, because it's a global sport, and then you try to isolate it to one continent and you force everybody to come here for it, and then you get that guy, right? Let's just say we have, let's say Floyd Mayweather. He fights somebody, he brings somebody from Australia named Jim Kambosos. We'll use that guy's name, but we'll change the first name. He fights him. Who the heck is Jim Kambosos? I never heard of him. Undefeated, 25 knockouts, this, and that. Oh, he going to wash him. We never heard of him. And then he goes in there and puts on a hell of a fight. Do we give him credit for that? No, we're going to say, oh, he wasn't prepared for him. He wasn't this, he wasn't that. Because this guy came from here and, you know, he just didn't practice, spar well for him. He had no tapes or anything like that. It's always some reason, some excuse, some anomaly of why things are not going the same way that they're supposed to go. Always. Never get a consistent chant or rant about why Turkey is doing right things, why other companies, including Tom Brown, what's her boy name, Bob Arum, and Golden Boy. Even though some of them have said some weird stuff about Turkey, except for Tom Brown, they all said we're working with Turkey. We work with them on a continuous basis. We're going to continue to work with them. So even hearing that, you guys still are in doubts of these things happening. It's crazy. It's ludicrous. And you'd rather kick the door down that's opening up doors for you, right? You'd rather close that door and kick it down so you can't open it no more, instead of just letting the door open, letting everybody come in, and let people just stretch their arms and legs and unify, man. Like, get these fights going that everybody wants to see. That's what the fans ask for, the biggest and best fight. So why aren't we getting them? Unless I'm crazy, because Tim Tszyu and Fedor rematch 3 fights later. It's crazy. And you got to drop the title on it? Yeah. No, I don't think so. That's not great production for me. You know what I mean?
Like I said, man, it's cool. Throw the shots at Turkey, man. I got no problem with it. I just have a problem with the solution part not being part of the conversation. Why aren't you mad at if you're that upset with Turkey, why aren't you even more mad with the promotional companies that you guys know for years have been playing this diabolical game where you guys are left out in the cold? Why aren't you that upset? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, I got no problem with being upset with Turkey. I'm telling you, I don't. I'm not upset with Turkey, but I get it. Right? If you want the sport to stay in America, if you want your fighters to stay giving you the fight, if you want to see these fights here in Vegas and in Texas and in New York at the Barclays, and you want to keep the fights here, I get the threat that Turkey gives. I get it. Him bringing the fights to the UK or to Riyadh, I get the argument. But shouldn't you be even that much more upset at the promotional companies here stateside who never did it the way it needed to be done, which is why Turkey can do that? And listen, F your damn opinions. When it comes to it, the fighters are going over there to get these fights.
You're doing it anyway.
Why would Shushu, Abdullah Mason, Keyshawn Davis, Terrence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, why are these fighters going over there if there's not an opportunity there? The question is, why hasn't these promotional companies been more competitive in this space to give these guys reason to not go over there? Right? Now, yeah, Turkey may be overpaying them, but it was an opportunity there. Believe me, the payday's there, but also the ability to make fights. When I talked to Shushu Carrington right there in Times Square, and I want to get Shushu up here. I would love to interview Shushu. I'm going to work on that. I want to make that happen. We got to talk to my brother Blue. But he said, now that I'm with Turkey, these opportunities are even more available for me. That was the energy, and that's what he said to me, right? He was excited. It wasn't about the paydays. He didn't say to me, yo, I'm about to get the money now that I'm working with Turkey. No, what he was excited about was the opportunities that are now going to be afforded to him to fight the fights he wants to fight that weren't there before he worked with Turkey. You understand? He understood that. No shots at the top rank and Bob Arum. I'm sure they're part of this deal. He's still a top ranked fighter, but adding Turkey to his to the tools in his bag provide him even more of a way to make the fights that weren't there for him before. So once again, if you're upset with Turkey, and I promise you, Bruce isn't upset with Turkey, Abdullah isn't, Keyshawn ain't, Shakur ain't, Terrence ain't, Canelo ain't. These fighters are not upset with Turkey. They loving what Turkey's bringing to the space. But as far as the boxing fan base is concerned, as far as the space is concerned, who always have arguments as to why Turkey is toxic for the sport, then the question has to be, why aren't you even more upset with the people who have given away your sport? Right. The people who have allowed your sport to go into the other hands because they weren't working hard enough for their fighters. Right. Jerron Boots Ennis isn't with PBC. He went with Eddie Hearn. Why? Are you mad at Eddie Hearn and Turkey? Or are you mad at the PBC for not giving him an offer, for not providing him a way to get to a Terrence Crawford or to get to a unification, or getting busy 2-3 fights a year, or fighting a unification against a Stanionis where he didn't at least see it? Who are you more upset with? Who are you more upset with? Exactly. Him and Eddie? Or are you more upset with the people who you wanted him to be with who weren't able to provide him with an opportunity? Right. You guys don't talk about the PBC not signing not a single fighter ever since they left Showtime. But you want these other fighters. Why didn't Shakur sign with the PBC? Why didn't the PBC sign anybody else? Why was there this deal there, this imaginary deal there for Shakur Stevenson, and nobody else has been signed to them? There's no deals being made. Steven Espinoza said we weren't offering deals. We were willing to offer him a one-fight deal. You know what I'm saying? To fight Tank. Why in the world is Shakur see? First of all, he didn't even offer Shakur the one-fight deal. He just said what he was willing to do, and he knew that Shakur was in the market looking for a multiple-fight deal, and he didn't even bother speaking to Shakur because he knew he didn't have what Shakur was looking for. By the way, where is Steven Espinoza? Yeah.
Talk too much.
Story,
Got
right?
rid of him.
That's another story, right? By the way, this credible source of information for the PBC business. Where is he anyway?
Yo, it's crazy.
I saw Tom Brown was speaking up for the BBC, and Lou DeCubas Jr. was speaking up. And last I saw, Lou DeCubas was over there with Turkey Al-Sheikh. Like,
I was going to say that, right? Wasn't he hanging out with him? So look, check it, right? Is it crazy that all these people are thirsty for fights, but they're drinking sand, right? They don't understand that they're not getting the plenishment, the refreshing taste of water. They're sitting there fighting. They're talking about these fighters not being made, and all these fighters are like you said earlier, are pushing towards Turkey. They're all saying, "Yo, we want to go over there. We want to fight. We want to see the world. We want to be what we signed up to be: travel, fight. You know what I mean, home and away, get the bags everywhere, right?" And it's not just the fighters that are saying this, Clay. It's the boxing pundits. Everywhere you turn outside of certain individuals, they're talking about what Turkey has done for the sport, what the turnarounds were, what things are doing, right? So now what's going on, you have all these people that are, even with the pushback of it being the sleep fest with the Manhattan fight, right? Even with that pushback, no one has criticized Turkey for it. They criticized the fighters. They said it was a great event. They said the event looked great. You know what I mean? It was something different, something we never seen before. You know, is he wasting money? Maybe. But you know what? It's turning the sport into something different. It's making...
Wait, hold on a second. Salute to Sugar Free Mars. I missed you last time, Sugar Free. Yeah, I'm so happy you in here, Queens. You guys, salute to Sugar Free Mars. Yeah. Subscribe to the channel. Very, very wise. You guys probably seen her on Champ Side before. She has her own channel. I love listening to her speak.
Queen.
So happy that you're here right now in the building, man. Salute to you. I had to acknowledge you. Didn't want to cut Ray off, but I know I missed you last time. Thanks for coming by.
Queen, bro. Always cut me off for that. Sugar Free is on top of the world, man. When she speaks, everybody listens. You know what I mean? That's like the Egyptian queen. She
and salute to Ryan Frazier too.
Yes, by the way. My brother Ryan. Still getting those views on that little clip you posted, Ryan. That's crazy. We had like 700 views on that. But yeah, man, it's just crazy, Clay, that we're constantly getting the same cup of tea, or as I said, you're getting dry sand to drink from, man. And it's crazy because nobody wants to step outside the box and get a refreshing cup of water. They'll rather sit there and drink sand as they're thirsty for fights, and they're not getting it. So, you know what? Let them have their angles. Let them chill what they chill with. Like you always tell me, man, lead them over there, and we'll stay here, and we'll just enjoy what's going on. Because guess what? They're still watching. No matter what happens, they're still watching. And I don't know if they're watching to see it fail, or they're watching because they know deep down inside these are good fights. And they're like, you know what? If I'm going to watch a good fight, I'd rather watch a good fight. Even if it turns out not to be such a great fight, or it turns out to be an upset. Matter of fact, isn't that what boxing's about? The upsets? Like you watch the fight to see if this guy's competitive with the other guy, even though this guy's highly ranked? Yes, that's what we watch it for. So it's crazy.
No, it is. It's wild, you know what I'm saying, that they choose to have this stance. And that's why I question a lot of these so-called boxing pundits or you know what I mean in the space. I question what you guys really like. Do you love boxing, or is it something else that you're infatuated with? There's a casual fan base that I don't fault, that's here on a casual level, but the people who call themselves pundits in this space, who passionate about the sport enough to open up a platform to create content in this space, to push what the casuals push, seems crazy to me. You know, to push their agenda on a casual level, to say I'm giving them what they want. I don't know, bro. Like maybe that is what they want, and maybe, you know, in the spirit of being entertaining. I don't know, right? I don't know, but I feel like the loyalty should be to the sport,
right?
And what's going to make the sport great.
Yes.
Let me just read this real quick because this has been sitting blocking our face. Everything boxing says Espinoza lied both ways, because the whole time Shakur was looking to sign, in every single interview he said he didn't want a long-term deal. He said he wanted to sign a short-term 1 or 2 fights. Yeah, that as well. So even there, shout out to Keon for saying that. Even there should have been an offer put out to Shakur regardless, because Shakur showed he was open to a 1-fight deal, that he wanted to be a free agent and be able to move around the way Eddie Hearn has been flexible enough to move him around. And I'll add to that to say that although Shakur Stevenson is still working with Eddie Hearn, here we are watching a fight be put together with William Zepeda and Shakur Stevenson, where Eddie Hearn has removed himself from the conversation and allowed Shakur Stevenson to operate as a free agent so that he can make the fight. This was the same thing that Shakur Stevenson was pushing when he said that he gave direct orders, where Eddie Hearn said he got direct orders from Shakur Stevenson to not operate as a mediation between him and Tank, letting it be known that Eddie Hearn was not going to get in the way of that fight being made, that when it came time for those guys to negotiate, that Eddie Hearn was not going to have any problem stepping out the way to allow Shakur Stevenson and Gervonta Tank Davis to make the fight happen if his presence was going to cause a hindrance in the fight happening. It just shows you the flexibility. Here Shakur Stevenson is now letting the world know me and Eddie Hearn are still good. We still got business we're doing together. But in this particular fight, we're going to let Lou DiBella do what he does and represent my interest in this fight. Eddie Hearn's going to step to the side. Same thing that Eddie Hearn did with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia being put together. So the nonsense that gets spewed into the space constantly about how a move made by Shakur Stevenson would get in the way or any kind of way of Tank Davis and him fighting is nonsense. Okay. Here it is being proven right now in a moment, right now, watching at the dynamics on how the Shakur Stevenson and Williams Zepeda fight came full circle. So spare me about Turkey and Eddie Hearn and moves that fighters are making get in the way of big fights being made. No, sir. No, sir.
And just to touch base on what we just talked about earlier. So I want to make a correction because I'm tired of disrespecting casual fans, giving them that, giving fanboys or what we say is the boxer fans, the credit of being casuals. Casual fans move around sport to sport. They tune in when they can tune in. They watch things and they pick up on the sport. Boxer fans are fans of boxers, promotional companies in certain senses, and they just stick down that line and they stay on that railroad. They don't get off those tracks no matter what. They may let somebody onto the tracks that they like that's a new fighter, but they don't get off of nobody else. They stay on their rail. As opposed to being a boxing fan of the sport and being global and understanding what the sport's about and building on the sport. Keep everything aligned equally. You know what I mean? Even if you have a favorite fighter, if you have somebody you lean towards, at the same time, you're still staying abroad to the sport and you're staying true to the sport. You're not staying true to a fan base. And it's nothing wrong with it to a degree, but when you're overdoing it and you're putting too much pressure on it, it becomes what? It becomes nonsense. And then we start giving them the passes of being casual fans when they're not casual fans, they're boxer fans. The casual fans don't even care who this person is or that person is. They only know 3 or 4 fighters. And those 3 or 4 fighters, they don't know when they're fighting or what's going to happen. They just happen to pop on and they watch when it happens. So I don't even want to disrespect those casual fans anymore, bro. I'm straight up telling you, it's crazy. So I'm going to keep it respectful, and I'm just going to call them boxer fans and let them sit on it. They can have it, and it is what it is.
Right. Question on I want to speak a little bit on to this. By the way, I think it's interesting how a lot of people have made this Terrence Crawford fight and Canelo Alvarez fight way more competitive. Right?
Right?
Who you did?
No, how it flopped. Remember
All of a sudden, a lot of people are favoring Terrence Crawford and seeing this fight be more competitive. And listen, I'm going to give it to the fact that Canelo Alvarez had this fight William Skull. They're seeing him in there with a boxer, somebody who can move around, and Canelo didn't seem to be very happy, being very happy with the performance. But look, I just want to. I don't know who said it. Who said it? I think it was Breadman who said it. A lot of y'all need to stay over there. Don't do that. A lot of y'all need to stay where y'all was at. Right. You know what I'm saying? And let us, Terrence Crawford fans who've been calling us from the jump, let us have our when that fight comes full circle. And I'm still believer. I think Terrence is going to win the fight. Don't y'all come over here and say, nah, you stay over there and you let us have our moment, bro.
It's crazy. Like week 1, week 2, week 3, I was one side and I was like, Clay, we started talking about it more. I was like, yo, actually, now that we're talking about it, I can kind of see this happening more and more. Like more and more and more and more. And this was like early on when negotiations were happening. Now, I was a clear favorite. Like I think the last time we talked about this about a month ago, I was a clear favorite saying I think Bud got this. People thought I was crazy. Oh, you jumping sides. I ain't jumping nothing. I just kind of understood what was going on.
The conversation's been happening for a very long time, clearly. Yep. Even in a fight being made, but I was definitely on platforms, and you know me, I will never say a name, and not because I'm scared to, but you won't get no clout over here, not even in a little bit. You won't get nothing from me, right? But on the platforms that I've been on before, where I was ridiculed, a platform specifically, attacked, told how ridiculous this was, told how far-fetched it was, and this was wrong. This is what was wrong with boxing, and that weight classes matter. That Canelo Alvarez is going to destroy Terrence Crawford. And here we are today after a face-off in the ring between Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford. Here we are. That's why I put the link up to, Rich. I'm glad you grabbed onto it. After a face-off between them. All of a sudden, the boxing space is embracing this fight. And for a fight that nobody wants to see, that is being forced down our throat by Turki Al-Sheikh, for a fight that is such a horrible fight for boxing, it is shaking up the space right now that it's finally been made. And pundits across the space, credible pundits, not a lot of you know who you are. We don't, you know what I mean? We ain't talking about y'all. Credible pundits in the space saying that this fight is what boxing needs, and this is going to reshape and make boxing more competitive, and one of the biggest fight of the year candidates are expecting in September. I'll be there in Vegas. I'm making it a point to be there, right? For this fight. Won't miss it for the world, right? Yeah. Hilarious. Coming full circle now to this fight damn near being a 50-50 fight amongst a lot of the people who are throwing shots at it. How interesting. Salute to Too Rich in the building. I respect the belts.
What's going on, Clay and Ray?
We up here building, man. Talking on this boxing, brother. How you doing today?
Man, I'm doing good, man. I hear y'all, man. Them dudes need to stay where they at, man. I don't like it, man. I do not like it. I do not like it. Making me look at the fight a little differently, man. Like, damn, dude, Canelo got a chance, you know. But you know, I get it. They going by the Williams Skull fight. I'm not using that fight. I understand that, you know, Canelo went up for all that running around. So I rather, you know, I think, like I say, the Berlanga fight and the Munguia fight is probably more accurate of who Terrence Crawford is going to fight. Now, I did say, now, Canelo's back. I just remember looking at his back against William Skull. He was not in shape. He was definitely not fully in shape. So that might be an issue, but I'm still rock with the boxer, man. And you know, I will say Canelo got a 20 to 30% chance to do the Amir Khan, whereas Amir Khan was boxing beautifully, and then Canelo just caught him. You know, he was in there a little too long and got caught. That could happen. You know, I'm not gonna say that can't happen, but that's kind of how I see it. It's a puncher's chance for Canelo. I mean, Crawford got the skill to do it. Even if he can't hurt him, I still think he can outbox him. So, you know, but I don't like all this switching up now, man. You know, I rather let Terrence Crawford be the underdog. You know what I mean?
100%, man. It's interesting though, but you know, when you watch boxing, like all of us on this panel, we watch it a lot, like religiously, right? We understand styles make fights, and we understand special fighters do special things. Only the special fighters can do it. Not everybody. Not everybody can do or even attempt to do what Terrence Crawford is attempting to do. But it's the Terrence Crawford, that cloth of fighter who does do those things, not just a regular guy. So the idea that this fight, that Terrence had no chance in this fight, that this fight was just a money grab and all, it was nonsense from the beginning to hear people speak like that. And the people who I heard speaking like that, it was just like, you watch boxing? You watch boxing and you're talking like that? I can see the casual fans who are like, yo, Canelo's too powerful, too big. Those guys need to be convinced and they need to witness and see boxing. And that way, you know, they can get some perspective on boxing. But the people who have been accredited with the responsibility of having platforms and speaking on boxing, you guys choosing to speak that way, disappointing to see you guys speak that way, not educate your fan base. Like, nah, this fight right here can be a real fight. Terrence is really a problem out here. He really out here. He really a great boxer. You saw what Floyd did. You saw how Lara gave him issues. Did you see the Austin Trout fight? Terrence can mess around and get this victory. I won't be shocked if he loses. If he loses, I'll eat my crow, I guess, because I'm sure people will be here trying to get me to eat the crow, and I will eat my crow because I'm calling for Terrence to win this fight. But this fight not being competitive, shut your mouth.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I say he got to win 116, 112, however he get there. It ain't going. They're not going to give him a 115, 113.
Nah.
He got to be 116, 112 or better.
He got to win this fight.
Yeah.
He can't come close.
And what's even crazier is that, you know what I mean? I think a lot of people are just sleeping on the fact that, you know, we're only as good as our last fight. I always say that. And then they jump on that bandwagon as the last fight being the mark, as Too Rich alluded to earlier, for where we land our plane. And then we go from there. oh, we gonna start building from this last fight. He couldn't chase goal and this and that. Terrence likes to move around the ring, this and that. Oh, it's crazy that we constantly get the same thing every single fight after every single for every single fighter after their fights, right? However they look is how they're going to look in their next fight. Automatically, we just drop everything and just roll with it. Same thing with I ain't gonna say that guy's name. I don't even want to say that because of the disrespect he's been putting out there. But anyway, same thing with his last fight to the fight he just put on. It was a great performance, but you know what I mean, it is what it is. But yeah. So Clay, did you check out Shockey just dropped a new little comeback. It's nothing important, but it's like, he's retaliating to the guys from yesterday, them going to kick his back in. Or shot Foster, by the way. I don't know if you caught on to that.
No, Shockey and Shakur and all that.
They're going at it, man. I was telling Clay since this morning, I was like, Clay, they're going at it. It is crazy. It is live.
The reality is it doesn't interest me that much. I'll be honest with you, because I don't see it manifesting to a fight anytime soon. And also I know it's just it can manifest because there's a WBC relationship there, a common denominator that can put it together. But they just going at it. They're just arguing with each other. You know what I'm saying?
Remember, Shock wanted that fight, man. He wanted that fight a long time ago, and Shakur didn't want it. And they moved different ways, whatever the case may be. I'm not saying Shakur didn't want it because he was afraid. Let's be clear. What I'm saying is he didn't want it because he was chasing other opportunities, such as Oscar Valdez and Joe Cordina. So let's be clear before we say, oh, he was ducking shot. No, he wasn't. Didn't say that. You know what I mean? So as he moved up and did what he had to do, you know what I mean? Now we're here in this. Okay. Oh, listen, the Queen said Cord ducked shocked at
No, she's putting dots there. I don't know if she.
Oh, okay. All right. My bad. Oh, maybe that was
I think that in a situation like that,
this would be a great fight.
On a situation like that, I think O'Shaquie understood even then why it didn't happen, right? I think right now they're upset at each other, so now it's being thrown in the air. The shots are being thrown. But look, man, let's make it happen. Right now, O'Shaquie Foster should be focused on Stephen Fulton. That seems to be the fight that's in front of him, and that fight is not going to be a walk through the park for him. He's probably not even favored to win in that fight, to be honest with you. That's the fight he should be focused on. William Zepeda and Shakur Stevenson. That's what Shakur's mind should be focused on. Shakur doesn't have any plans on going down to 130, and O'Shaquie hasn't shown that he's ready to go to 135 yet. There's been opportunities for him to go up there, and he decided to hang back and try to unify his division, which I think is a legitimate move for him. Go ahead and unify, defend your title against Steve Fulton, chase down a Lamont Roach or a Emmanuel Navarrete fight. You know what I mean? Make those things happen down there. And if the stars align and it be said, it is what it is. I think Shakur is going to be at 135 for a while. That fight can be made down the line. It is what it is, right? But right now they're just throwing shots at each other, and that's love. Let them do what they do.
I think it does happen sooner than later. Believe it or not, I think this is Shock's last fight, right? Where else would he do? His last fight with Top Rank. He gets off this card. Actually, does he re-up on his deal because he won the title back? Did he get?
I think he does. I think he re-upped.
Yeah, I think he do. Yeah,
it's 2 fights, so this will be his first fight.
No, it's not 2 fights. It's years. Top Rank doesn't do the fights; they do the years. I think it's 3 years. Or Brian Norman Sr. explained how it works.
Okay,
he said he explained.
Well,
it's not fight.
Either so that. So yeah, that's
not going nowhere.
Because if he moves up, right? I think if he moves up, he might do it after the Fulton fight, or maybe he just gets rid of the belt period and just move on up.
He's gonna fight who Bob tells him to fight, which is gonna be either Emmanuel Navarrete or it's gonna be he's gonna do what he's told. That's what he's gonna do.
A little beef there, so and
who knows? You never know, bro.
Let me ask y'all this question, man. So I always talk about my philosophy with the punchers or the pressure fighters versus the boxer, and I always favor the boxer. But I always say if the guy if you're gonna beat a boxer, an elite boxer, you have to overwhelm him. Meaning you never let him get in his bag. It's one of the reasons I gave Schofield a hot chance against Shakur to make the fight so ugly that Shakur never gets a chance to get into his boxing bag. Can Zepeda overwhelm Shakur enough to not allow Shakur to get into his bag? That's the question.
You know, it's funny to me, too, Rich. That without a doubt, that is the road to victory for Williams Zepeda. Without a doubt, it's about the pressure, it's about the punch output, it's about not letting Shakur, do what he does. But shout out to Coach Rell over there, who's working with Shakur Stevenson, who said, Shakur's IQ, and that's what we're all going to be tapped in to see in the fight, is to watch Shakur deal with that. Right now, I know a lot of people want to use a triangle theory to try to gauge what kind of fight they'll see happen between Shakur and Gervonta, right? But I always tell y'all, Gervonta don't fight like that, like Williams Zepeda, right? He doesn't do that. He takes his time. Shakur's going to be able to take his time and do what he wants to do in that fight. It's going to be a cerebral fight between Shakur and Gervonta. As far as Williams Zepeda is, I think the ideal road to victory for Shakur Stevenson is going to be piecing that boy up. Just out. He's already going to factor in Williams Zepeda's approach, and he's going to be too quick for Williams Zepeda to
get comfortable.
Well, no, not that. I think you're going to see Shakur smother Williams Zepeda. I think you're going to watch it go the other way. I think people are expecting to see Williams Zepeda chase down Shakur and have to cut the ring off. I think opposite. I think you're going to see a very similar but even more efficient Tevin Farmer approach, where Shakur's going to be in there hitting Zepeda in between shots, and Zepeda's not going to be able to deal with it. And I'm telling you, I think you're going to see Williams Zepeda give up in the fight at some point, whether it's the latter round. You're going to see him, or not give up. Like, I don't mean like give up, like throw the towel in and get stopped that way. I mean, you're going to see physically a discouraging energy about Williams Zepeda coming to the ring, where he's just getting hit first and missing missing more opportunities than he's connecting with, and a frustration settling in and I think Shakur hits harder than people want to give him credit for. And I think you're going to see it show up on Zepeda's face.
And just to answer the question, because I agree with you, Clay, and I think Sugar Free Mars put it in there perfectly. He's going to get outclassed. I see the same thing. But to answer your question too, Rich, I'm going to say that anything's possible. I mean, if he can smother Shakur, if he can keep Shakur at bay and thinking of what's coming and what's not, being released back his direction, then yeah, anything's possible. It could turn into a certain situation for Zepeda. But I don't see Zepeda, even though he has a very quick hand, his flat-footed, and he doesn't move laterally good enough. So I think he's there for the pickings. As Clay just mentioned, I think Shakur can stand in a phone booth with him, not be hit by those weird, awkward punches, but at the same time be able to tag a person that's standing still. All they're doing is just throwing their awkward movements when they're punching, and see it coming every single direction. So I don't see Shakur losing. I think Shakur can manage to stay in there and do that. I see him more on the like maybe a five punch flurry, moving Zepeda around, then getting back in his face, hitting him with another 5 punch back and forth, and then going that route. But who am I to call the fight as it is? I think Clay's analysis is a little bit better than mine, but I like to see.
I think we're gonna see a different Shakur. I think people are gonna be surprised to see. I think I'm excited to see the fight. Yo, salute to Keon, Everything Boxing. What's good with you, family?
What up, man? Salute. Man. Hey, man, I can't wait till that fight happens. A lot of these people got Shakur effed up, man. Shakur is a special fighter, and I don't know how people don't see that shit. Like, he finna do Zepeda bad. The only chance Zepeda got is if Shakur hands mess up on him and he got to quit or something. You know what I'm saying? He break his hands or he just can't continue. Other than that, man, and it ain't gonna be no running. Like, I watched Shakur whole career. He never fought running. He used to, matter of fact, he used to mostly fight in the pocket. Like Clay was saying, and smother his opponents, go to the body and be right there in front of you. So people seen one fight with Edgar De Los Santos, and then they try to, he's a run. Like, have y'all watched this man's whole career? It's crazy, man. But man, y'all got to cut it out with that Terrence Crawford shit, man. Talking about stay over there. Hey, people can change their picks up. People change their picks up in the weigh-ins and stuff like that all the time.
I feel you.
You know what I'm saying?
not
People
saying
can change
You're
their
right, Keon.
picks.
They can. I'm just saying I don't want them to. I want
I've
y'all to stay
always
over there. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying obviously they can change, but I'm like, nah, stay over there. I want the satisfaction of being able to rub it in these people's faces. I don't want them to change.
See, my thing is I've always said clearly that I want Bud to win. Like, you know what I'm saying? I always said I wanted him to win, but I didn't think that he would be able to win taking a year layoff. Didn't have no tune up going in at a weight class that he ain't never fought at before, right? But then once I saw Canelo fight, right, and I did a live and I explained why I was switching my pick. It wasn't just because
you defending yourself right now. I got you. Okay, I didn't realize.
No, because I'm one of the ones that originally. I'm keeping it real. I'm one of the ones that originally said that Canelo. I had Canelo winning. Now I never said it was a mismatch or that it wasn't like. I just said that I didn't think that Crawford was gonna beat Canelo, right? Because he can't hurt Canelo. I still don't think he can hurt Canelo. I'm sticking to that. But as far as if you look at Canelo, like I said when I did my live stream, if you look at Canelo, he's been fooling the fans for a long time, right? Because if you look at the opponents that he's been choosing, he's been picking and choosing the same type of opponents. Fighters that's going to stay right in front of him, right? And basically be there to slug it out. Ever since he fought Caleb Plant, he's been choosing the same style opponent back to back to back to back to back to back, right? Except for Bivol, we seen how that went. But other than that, he's been, and the only reason Caleb Plant, he gassed out. Caleb Plant, he couldn't stay doing what he was doing the first 4 or 5 rounds. He gassed out. He got tired. But like Canelo, it's a reason why he's been choosing these opponents that's going to be right there, right in front of him. He don't got to find them. Is because he ain't got he's not the same Canelo that we seen, that was 4 or 5 years ago. He's not that same fighter, right? We seen that he lazy, didn't want to put in the effort to cut off the ring and let his hands go and go get you. He's not going to put in that effort. So with Crawford being able to sit ringside and see this shit for himself, right? Up close and personal, right? Because we haven't been able to see it because we've been seeing him in there with fighters that stand in front of him. All these fighters that he's been picking, they always been fighters that stand right in front of him. So we haven't been able to see, okay, well, can Canelo, fight on the move? Can he cut off the ring still? Things that he could do when he was in his prime. You couldn't run around the ring like that from Canelo in your prime. He was gonna cut off the ring on you. He was gonna make you fight in his prime. He can't do that shit no more. And now we finally got to see it. And I think that Terrence Crawford also got to see it. Now Terrence Crawford, he has more shit to go back, calculate, put in his bag. And he's like, okay, he can't do this. He got a problem doing this. He got a problem doing. Now I got to see it up close and personal against a fighter that posed a different problem, which, William Skolden, he did a lot of running around, but he still showed a lot of flaws in Canelo, right? He got to see it against a different style opponent than an Edgar Berlanga that's going to stand right in front of him, than a Hyman McGee that's going to stand right in front of him, a John Ryder that's going to stand right in front of him, an old Triple G that's going to stand right in front of him, a Charlo that's coming in off a 17, 18-month layoff in the hand surgery, that's literally going in there to get a bag. You know what I'm saying? Because if Charlo was serious about beating Canelo, he wouldn't have took the fight when he took it. You feel what I'm saying? Why would you're not going to go jump up 2 weight classes and fight Canelo off of a hand surgery, right? And a 17-month layoff if you really going in there to try to win. You feel what I'm saying? So now we got to see all of this with Canelo. We get to look back at the opponents that he's been facing, and that's why I changed my pick. But I've always been rooting for Crawford to win. I wasn't one of them that's, I want Crawford to get his ass knocked out. No, was always rooting for Crawford to win, but rooting for somebody to win and thinking that they can is two different stories. But now that I got to see everything that I've seen over the years, yeah, I got Crawford. I got Crawford beating him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crawford
I
should beat
think,
him. I feel like Crawford should beat him with the skill set and the tools that he has.
I think Canelo in that face off, I'm gonna be 100 with you guys. I think Canelo saw with that face off, physically being there in front of Terrence. He saw it. He saw this is gonna be a hard fight. He knows it. This ain't gonna be an easy fight. Now, also, I see a lot of people in the chat. Listen, I love it, baby. I love it, baby. I understand. Listen, when we bring up Terrence Crawford's resume and we bring this up, I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay with that. Canelo's resume destroys Terrence Crawford's resume as far as the fighters he's fought. Listen, but here's the twist for me. The eye test on Terrence Crawford and his commitment to the sport, the lifestyle he lives in the sport, I think is going to speak volumes in this fight, right? To say that he didn't not fight the fights. His resume could have been better, but the fights he wanted to fight weren't available for him. Bad timing for Terrence. Horrible situation for Terrence to be in a situation to where he couldn't get the fights that you guys need to see to make this fight make more sense to you guys who haven't seen him in the ring with those guys, right? Horrible lining up of the stars. Horrible timing. You know what I'm saying? Horrible timing for Terrence Crawford to be in those situations where he couldn't fight Danny Garcia, where he couldn't fight Keith Thurman, where he couldn't fight Yordenis Ugas or fight Manny Pacquiao, or fight these fights that would have given him the looks that you guys need to see in order to get that confirmation that you need. But the eye test is there, the understanding, the respect from his peers, from the Timothy Bradleys and the people who know him and watch him and they understand the caliber of fighter he is. The reason that he shocked you guys against Errol Spence, whether you guys want to say he was hurt or he had a bad wake, whatever it was, right? We don't let those excuses take away from what we've seen with our eyes as far as his abilities and what he can do, the switch hitting and the power, and he stopped everybody he fought at 147 pounds. You know what I mean? Or you want to judge him off that performance with Imagine off of his first fight at 154 against a fighter that you may not want to acknowledge was irky jerky and jumping around and not there to be stopped, right? Who was moving around crazy and Terrence had to adjust and didn't prepare, got caught on his heels and just wasn't prepared to fight that kind of Imagine. Thought it was going to be another fight. There's no excuses in the game, right? But Canelo Alvarez's last, let's go back. Edgar, who did he fight? He fought Edgar, he fought Jaime Munguia, he fought Caleb Plant, and he fought John Ryder, right? Off the top of my head. I'm just trying to remember the fights that he fought.
Yeah, you got a few more.
Did those
Charlo,
right?
Triple G.
Well, Triple G, the old one you talking about, or
the old one, the old Triple G.
Yeah, right. So if we take those fighters, right? Did those guys test Canelo on the way? And this is where it's important for me at. Did Canelo get caught up in a bad pattern of not getting better? Has the knife he carries gotten dull off of not being kept sharp by being against a David Benavidez or being against the best of the best for the last couple of fights? I'm not talking about back in the day against the first Triple G or against those other fights, the Kovalevs and the fights where he was like, man, that was a Canelo. I'm talking about right now, who is the best version of themselves between Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez? Who has tested themselves and is coming off and carrying a momentum into this fight to be the best version of themselves into this fight? I think that shows up when these guys fight in September, and I think you guys once again are getting ready to be lined up to be shocked as to how important these fights are in the development of a fighter. I think so. Shout out to Too Rich back in the building and Coach Eddie in the building. Coach Eddie, how you doing?
What's up, brother? Salute, brother.
Doing well,
salute.
Man. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I just want to add a little different take on it. I think both of these guys are good for each other, Canelo and Crawford, because both of them have enough slippage. I mean, if you really look at the landscape, it's a lot of people right now who are raising their hands, and I can beat both of those guys. You got an agent Terrence Crawford, and you got a Canelo, which is an old 34. You got a bunch of guys saying, "Yeah, put me in with either one of those guys. I beat him because I like Crawford. Crawford skipped 3 lines. He skipped the line at 54. He skipped the line at 60. He skipped the line at 68. I don't care if he beats Canelo. In my opinion, there's guys up in them other weight classes that can give him a problem, possibly even beat him, based on style matchup. But Christian Mbele is a stylistic nightmare for Terrence Crawford because he's too big, he's too physical, he throws too many punches, and Crawford won't be able to hurt him. Won't be able to keep him off of him. That type of pressure, strong volume type fighter that's in your chest all the time, he won't be prepared for that. Because he's coming from 147. He stopped off at 54 for a brief moment, and he jumped all the way up to 68. So Terrence Crawford, Canelo, that is a perfect style matchup based on the size and style. Like guys like Caleb Plant will probably give Crawford a problem because he's big, he's long, he's rangy. William Score would have gave Crawford a problem because he's big, he moves around, he's sharp. He's strong enough to keep Crawford honest. Crawford not going to run it there. And Demetrius Andrade, I think Demetrius Andrade stops Crawford because of the style. He's too big. Canelo's the perfect match for Crawford because of the size and the matchup. It makes perfect sense. Guys like Jennebeck is a very dangerous fight for either one of those guys at this particular moment in their career, because both of those guys are basically on their farewell tour. If Crawford wins this fight, he's not going to stick around and defend those freaking belts.
No.
He's out. No. You know what I'm saying? And if Crawford does win those fights, if I'm at 68, I'm jumping. If I'm with Billy, hey, fight me. I got you, bro. Where's my shot at? He's not going to have any shortage of anybody ducking any smoke with him if he wins those belts. Everybody here will be raised up because they're looking at a guy who's small, man.
This is what happens with that fight.
I agree. I think it's fighters at 154 through 168 that Crawford probably can't beat. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Yeah, but Canelo's a perfect style matchup for him.
So let's do the math. We got over 100 fights between both fighters, right? In their history, Canelo's 20 plus fights over Bud. With I think he started around the same time, so that's crazy in itself. So like Coach Eddie said and ETB said earlier, like you have an older, washed up Canelo. He's stuck, and Clay alluded to, he's stuck in his ways. He's got to a comfortable point where he doesn't have to do certain things. He's the money man. He can make the fights he wants to make, and he can choose wisely. This fight coming across the table was all about the bread. He knows the risk of this fight. He knows that and Bud, who has 40 plus fights, he's out there and he knows, he's seen all styles. He's seen a lot of different styles. So he knows what to bring to the table as well. What you got here is you got a mix and mesh of experience with age. And with both, you're going to have a situation where it could be lights out or it could be a boring fight. It's going to be one or the other. Also, to touch on what you just said is when you got a guy like Canelo who fights nothing but slower fighters or guys that stuck in one way, and you got a guy like Bud who's very active and very slick, it creates problems. And does Bud or Canelo beat all these other fighters? Possibly, possibly not, because they're going to choose. They have the right to choose where they go with their careers. At this point, you have one that's the pound for pound king, and you got one that's the king of boxing. So together, you have a great anomaly of fighters that come together to put on a performance that the fans are going to want to see, regardless of how it looks. I don't see Canelo really. I think the fights are really just torn on him. I think he's way past his prime in the boxing ring, because he was at 40 fights when he was he at 40? Yeah, 40 fights when he fought Floyd, right? So just to say that just shows you Canelo's been there for a long time. So Bud just now getting to 40 plus fights is crazy, in my opinion. That we're going to see how this is this transpires between these guys. But I'm gonna land my plane.
No doubt, no doubt. Salute Ant McQueen in the building. How you doing, family?
I'm all right. What's going on, gents?
Yeah, man. You know, we just over here just throwing shit against the wall, seeing what sticks, man. How you feeling?
Fantastic, man. Fantastic.
No doubt, no
Yeah,
doubt.
I see where Coach Eddie is coming from. I do have my reservations about Christian and Billy though. I seen that fight that he had with what's my man's name, Carlos Gongora. I was like, got a little bit of Jeff Lacey vibes from him. Like I think he's just a little too one dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna say that Butter knock him out or do nothing like that, but I think that just like he's savvy enough to be able to deal with him. Just based on what I seen with that Gongora fight, I was just like, Then you look up and down his resume. I think probably the best win he has on there is Sergey Derevyanchenko, he's already worn down. He done been in there with Jaime Munguia and Jamal Charlo and a couple of other guys, Triple G, you know what I mean? So he was like already worn down. Outside of that, he ain't really fight nobody of note. There's like a whole lot of fodder, a whole lot of dudes with multiple losses and stuff. He is strong as hell though. Got a lot of power and stuff, but yeah, as far as everybody else, I think Caleb Plant would definitely be a tough match for Bud, considering not just the size but also the boxing skill. But some of them other guys, I think that he would probably fare well with them just based on skills and what we know about his physical strength and all that stuff. I don't think that would be an issue. I think the biggest thing is whether or not he takes a shot well. If he takes a shot well from them guys and he's robust enough at 168, then you'd be like, damn, it could be a long night for these guys because power ain't the only determining factor. We've seen plenty of guys win by decision. More often than not, we see decisions. As far as Canelo goes, once again, I gotta agree with my man Coach Eddie. Like Canelo is Bud's John Ruiz. Like when Roy Jones went up to heavyweight, he wasn't about to be out there fighting no Lennox Lewis and nobody like that. Like some dude,
Mike Tyson,
6'5", you know what I mean, 6'6", big, crazy, strong Joe. You know what I mean? It's gonna be John Ruiz because he's just slow enough. There's not this huge disparity in skill. If anything, the skill was on Roy Jones' side.
Right.
So he had those advantages there. And then you look at even Canelo. This is one area in which I give Canelo a lot of props. We look at him like, 168, but Canelo's not a big guy. Like, he got some mass to him. He got a little bit of whiff to him. But he's not a big guy to be fighting all the way up at 170, 175? This is a dude that started at 147.
Right.
And I don't think he get enough credit for that alone. Just like the fact that he's been able to go up in weight.
Facts.
We only seen the guy hurt twice. One time was against Jose Cotto early on. And then in the Triple G rematch, I want to say it was like the 10th, 11th round, he got caught with a nice little left that made his legs stiffen up. But outside of that, we ain't really seen the guy visibly hurt. And he's been in there fighting against guys that are bigger than he is. And he's held up. So I give Canelo a lot of credit in that regard. And just like overall, his body of work. And Coach Eddie, once again, man, I got to cite you again, bro. You made a fantastic point. This guy is an old 34. When was the last time we seen a fighter with this many fights on their resume?
Crazy.
This is something we haven't seen since like the 80s. Like guys don't be having 60-plus fights nowadays. That's like Marvin Hagler territory. Got 60-some-odd fights. Man got damn near 70 fights. And then not only just the fights, but we also got to take into account how many camps he's going through. Remember back in 2018, he had surgery on his knee. Golden Boy tried to come out and say it was a cosmetic surgery because he had a cyst or something like that on his knee. Canelo actually came out, shot that down, and said it was arthroscopic surgery. And I think that's part of why we've seen his stamina start to wane over time because he hasn't been able to put road work in. It's the preparation. That's most of it right there. It's like being able to prepare to be able to go 12 rounds. So now we see this man out there conserving himself, plodding, coming forward, using that back to front footwork because he ain't up on his toes like that. Like I rewatched the first Triple G fight yesterday, and this dude was up on his toes, man. He was on his back foot the majority of that fight. And I was like, damn, that wasn't like this in a long time. And then also with the upper body movement, we ain't seen him move, slipping and sliding since Danny Jacobs?
Yep.
Ever since then, it's just coming forward like Michael Myers, just plodding, one slow ass step at a time.
Reflexes are gone. That's what reflexes are gone.
It could be. Because I'm pretty, and when you see him in training, he always got them knee braces on, knee sleeves. So I feel like that's had a great deal on his ability to perform and his ability to close out. Hasn't had a stoppage since Caleb Plant.
Salute
A guy
down there.
like John Ryder in Canelo's prime, he would have washed him up. John Ryder's not going 12 with a prime Canelo. No way. That
Yeah,
gas tank
I think
is
there's a lot of
cold.
intangibles that people aren't taking into consideration. You know, a lot of times when they talk about Canelo, they bring up the resume, which I value, you know what I mean? But they bring it up as if, you know, the best version of Canelo Alvarez is the version that Terrence Crawford is going to be facing. You know, they bring it up like, that Miguel Cotto who fought, you know what I mean? I mean, the Canelo that fought, you know what I mean, Miguel, or, he ain't going. Yeah, that's not who's coming in the ring, though, right? That's not the guy, the guy who fought Kirkland. Are you crazy? Terrence can't. He's not fighting that Canelo. He's fighting a Canelo with 60-plus fights, who hasn't been knocking people out, who hasn't been cutting the ring off like you guys think he can do, who hasn't been doing the things that you guys give him the credit for doing. And he's well deserving of those accolades that you give him. But is this version of Canelo getting in the ring with this version of Terrence Crawford the matchup you think it's going to be? Do your triangle theory approach to who Canelo Alvarez is apply in this fight in the capacity that you think it affects the fight? It's a different fight. Styles make fights, and timing is everything on when these fights make sense. Manny Pacquiao fought Floyd Mayweather. Would the Manny Pacquiao who 3 years before that fight have given Floyd Mayweather that same fight? No. He'd have been a younger, more agile, more athletic, a harder puncher. It'd have been a different Manny Pacquiao. Timing makes everything. You know what I mean?
Well, Floyd older. Floyd is older though, so we can't. But Floyd would have been a better too.
I'm saying that as well too, right? What I am saying though is both fighters, not just. But I'm just trying to say that timing makes a difference, right? In other words, both guys would have been different. Floyd would have been different, and Manny would have been different. But I think at the end of the day, there's no argument that the fight would have been different. You know what I'm saying? Because of the timing of when those guys fought each other. Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez fighting in September is a fight to watch, and is a fight that has a lot of intangibles that none of us have the answers to, because we don't know when age is going to hit Canelo, when the age is going to hit Terrence Crawford. But I'll tell you this, I put my money on Terrence Crawford because at the end of the day, I think he's been in the more competitive fights as of late. He's been more challenged. Madrimov was a hard fight for him. You get better at the end of those fights. I spoke to Virgil Ortiz in New York, and I told him, I said, bro, the Serhii Bohachuk in the Madrimov fight, I asked him, he told me, I became a better fighter because of that. He was like, without a doubt, the evolution is real. You know what I'm saying? He said that those fights made me better. Like, I'm different today than I was before I got in the ring with Serhii Bohachuk. I'm not that same guy no more. That experience doesn't just go down the toilet and get flushed. You know what I'm saying? Those fighters get better. So where you guys think that he looked weak against Madrimov, I think there's an argument to say that he's better because of Madrimov. Is Canelo better because of William Skull? Is he better because of Edgar Berlanga? Is he better because he fought John Ryder? Is he better years ago than what he's going to, you know what I mean, for those fights, and what he's going to be in that night versus what Terrence Crawford has, in my opinion, still evolved because of the Madrimov fight. I think he's evolved. I think he's become a better fighter. We're going to find out in September.
I actually thought he was pretty damn good against Madrimov. I think it's important for us to go back and watch fights without any preconceived notion and try to set our bias aside and just look at it for what it is, black and white. Just look at the action in the ring, not the expectation. For a lot of people, it was, Bud is supposed to stop Madrimov because nobody knows who Madrimov is. The guy only got 10 fights, yada, yada, yada. If he's really as great as he, because there's an asterisk next to the Errol Spence fight in a lot of people's minds. So it's like, can he duplicate that performance? And I'm looking at it like this. As somebody who went back and looked at Madrimov's previous fights, most notably the one with Kurbanov, where he won the title. And I'm looking at the effort that he put forward, some of the things that he was able to do with him. I know Madrimov, he fancies that left hook. If you see him, he like to shift, then he fired the left hook.
Mm-hmm.
He was not trying that against Bud. And even his output against Kurbanov, he was letting his hands fly, throwing 40 punches around and so on and so forth. Against Bud, he only eclipsed 23 punches attempted in 2 rounds.
100%.
So that man was not trying to make a mistake. Yeah, but a lot of that was Bud, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he couldn't do it, what he did. He had to change up. He had to be different.
Right. He knew that. He knew that going in. We talked about that, Clay. We talked about him having to come into the ring different and showing a different Madrimov from what we were used to. Because Madrimov always starts off slow, just filling out the ring, and then he just attacks, like as Ant McQueen says. And
he's aggressive.
Right, very aggressive. And he always started off slow with just a little fill out jab just to see the range, and then he just got aggressive and attacked. 100%.
But even Bud said that, right? Like Bud said they prepared for a different Madrimov. That was the whole thing that threw them off. Like, yo, this guy decided to fight a different way. We had to adjust in there and figure it out. You know what I mean?
I was about to say that. I was about to say, because when Bud came to the ring, Bud expected that Madrimov to be there, and he wasn't. It was a Madrimov that was moving side to side, back and forth, shoulders up and down, didn't know what hand was coming forward, head moving forward, moving back. Like, he just was moving every single different way that he wanted to go in. And it took Bud by surprise. And when he took him by surprise, it took Bud to the 6th, 7th round before he even started really getting a couple combinations off. So shout out to both fighters in that fight, because they basically came to fight, and Madrimov put a game plan together that worked, regardless of the loss. So people got to give credit where credit's due and stop taking away credit. There's 2 fighters in that ring, and we forget that. Not us, I'm saying fan base.
I had Bud winning 9-3. I didn't think that fight was that close. It was competitive, but it wasn't close to me.
Yeah, exactly. It was like it was one of those fights where when it was all said and done, Bud always found the answer the whole fight. He was never on the opposite side of a win in that fight, in my opinion. But I will agree that Madrimov competed at a high level and gave Bud a very cerebral fight to figure out. Like, you know what I'm saying? He gave Bud a mathematical equation to figure out. Like, damn it, bro, you're going to make me work for this, ain't you? But don't get it twisted. He was figuring out that mathematical problem, and he was beating that dude, and he beat him convincingly for me.
Yo, just on the other side of the coin, just like I was talking about the Madrimov fight made Bud better, does this Skull fight kind of rattle Canelo's cage? Because it doesn't seem like he fell off the cliff in like 6 months, because he fought Berlanga. I mean, the jab was there, the coming forward was there. You know, he was throwing punches, but was it all Skull, or was it just Canelo? Or was it a combination of both? I think was Skull doing something that Canelo just couldn't deal with, or was Skull maybe a little bit better than we gave him credit for? You know, with the movement and the hand. He was a faster fighter. He had the faster hands.
Yeah,
he was a sharper fighter.
I think Canelo Alvarez wasn't willing. I think there's something about, you know what I mean? I think he just wasn't willing to do it. He didn't want to, like, he wanted to be as athletic and jump around and put, you know what I mean? I think the knee thing that Ant was talking about is legitimate too. I just think he's older, and I just think he just wasn't, for him, he's gotten to a place to where, man, if you're not going to fight me, bro, I know I'm going to win this fight because you ain't going to beat me this way. Then let it be like
I don't think Canelo has looked good in a long time. To me, if you go back and look at the Edgar Berlanga fight, he was getting hit a lot at times. If you go back and look at the Jaime Munguia fight, he was getting hit a whole lot in the Jaime Munguia fight.
I loved Jaime in that fight.
Like people try to make it like that Canelo just ran away with the Jaime Munguia fight. That fight was a lot closer than people really saying. If you go back and look at that fight, Canelo was taking a lot of punishment.
You take away that knockdown, bro. That fight is closer than people might want to give.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. And Canelo was taking a lot of punishment in that fight, and it just shows that the upper body movement that he used to have, to where, you know, man, he had nasty upper body movement. He'll come back and hit you with a combination, bam, 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 and move, and he was hard to hit. He's not hard to hit no more.
Right.
He's right there to be hit. He's easy to be hit, and he's shown that. Time and time again, if you go back and look at his last fights, even in the John Ryder fight, you know what I'm saying? So he's been showing that he don't have those same attributes that he had that made us look at him like, man, this a great fighter,
Yeah, and I want to actually add on to that. I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little bit here. I think also we could put the fact that Canelo could even just put that information out because he knew Bud was in the crowd. I'm not saying he fought that fight that way, but I think it could be something that he just put out there to try to bait Crawford to believe in that that's a fight, even though he does hate him, to make Bud fight that way so he can trap the ring, cut off the ring, and do whatever he got to do, and believe that he can get back in shape. We've seen Canelo get back in shape. I'm trying to remember what fight it was. He actually got in really good. It might have been the Munguia fight. He got in really good shape. He had a little bit more movement, but he still was stiff. But I don't think Canelo will ever be the fighter that he once was. I think age is appropriate for him. I think his years
undefeated, right? Age is undefeated,
right.
baby. That's the undefeated.
Right. I think the
famer age.
I think it has progressed. But I think if we get the Canelo that fought the Caleb Plant, we might have a better. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you what it was. It was the Charlo fight. The Charlo fight, Canelo was putting in the work. He got slimmed down. He was in very good shape. He actually had a better movement, I'm going to say, even though he still went forward. And Charlo didn't put up much of a fight with him. Early on he did, but after like the first one and second round, it was just all Canelo from there. So Canelo didn't really have to show us much. But I think if we can get Canelo, if Canelo's putting stuff out there like he just did, just playing devil's advocate again, we can see him baiting Crawford into something where we get a Charlo situation a little bit in that fight. So just to put that out there, I don't know. I'm not speculating. I'm just throwing things out there just to play a little bit on the other side of the room.
That's the definition of speculation, my
right,
brother.
right. Else, no.
Ray, let me ask you a question about the speculation because I knew you were going to allude to the Charlo fight. Because in that fight, people were saying, "Man, Canelo ain't sit down the whole time." Remember, he stood up in the corner. He ain't sit down on the stool in that corner. But to circle back to that arthroscopic knee, do you think there's a chance he was standing up, a la Big George Foreman? When George Foreman started having issues with his knees, that's when he was standing up in the corner. He wouldn't sit down no more.
Right.
Because it's too much to sit down and get back up. Sit down and get back up. So you kind of got to just keep moving.
And I'm glad
was he in great shape or was it the knees? He was like, man, let me stand up.
You hit on, by the way, and you hit on, like, that's something that you've highlighted that is going to stick with me that I'm walking away with, because I didn't even take that into consideration. You went all the way back to that surgery, and I'm like, damn, that's why we're not seeing him. And when you look at the way he wasn't able to keep up with Skull's athleticism, he was having a hard time. It was like, and why he's also been, why he said he was turned away from the Terrence Crawford fight in the beginning, when he said, this, he got happy when he saw how Terrence fought Madrimov, and was like, you know what, I can make that fight. If he's gonna stand there and fight me, I'm down. But Canelo has been showing a lot of resistance to being in the ring with people who move around a lot. He doesn't want to do it, bro. And William Skull kind of exposed that it's not only that he doesn't want to do it. What you just said kind of highlighted that maybe he can't do it.
And that's where I was gonna say, to answer your question, you hit the nail right on the head, because like I said, in that Charlo fight, what did he do? He did a lot of road work. We seen Canelo running in that whole build up to that fight. We seen the videos and the clips of him doing all the training. And when I say he was running, we seen him outside running like hardcore. I ain't never seen Canelo lose weight and run like that, get in shape for a fight ever in my life until I seen that Charlo fight. I think maybe early on, but after I'm gonna say after Caleb Smith and all them guys, he didn't put in the work like that. And I think somebody touched on that earlier. I think it might have been ETV. He hasn't put in the work like that. But that particular fight, he put in a lot of work. We've seen that work. That was his first fight back with PBC, correct? So I don't know if he was doing it for the antics of the PBC and that
for the cameras. Them cameras is on his ass
for that purpose, but it showed in the ring that he didn't sit down. So that's a great point and a great acknowledgement there.
Yeah.
I think. Oh yeah.
Well, no, I was literally about to move the needle to Jerron Ennis and Brian Norman. I wanted to get everybody's opinion on that conversation.
Okay.
But no, definitely go ahead and add to the Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah, I just want to be. I'm gonna be real quick. Now, do you think that we get? I think we're gonna get a better version of Canelo. I think because he's hearing what everybody's saying, and nothing really motivates a guy like press clippings. Everybody's saying you don't have it no more. You washed up. This guy's gonna beat you. You know, some people saying you the underdog now. So I think that Skull version. And I'm not all gonna put it on Canelo. I think Skull is a decent fighter. I really do. I think he'll give a lot of people problems based off his skill, based off his ring IQ. He knows what he. One thing about the Cuban fighter, the dudes, they know how to box, man. And they're gonna give anybody problem. You're not gonna look good against a guy like a William Skull. He probably could have pulled that fight off if he would have stepped it up a little bit more. He could have stole the fight. But I think Canelo, we're gonna get a motivated version of Canelo because everybody's saying, you know, hey, you're done, you're washed, this guy's gonna beat you. And it's gonna be a better fight than we think. You know, I don't think it's gonna be a war. I think it's gonna be, it could turn into a war at times, but I think Crawford's still gonna have to play it smart, still box, use your brain, don't get into many exchanges, you know, unless you can, you know, figure you get the upper hand in the exchanges, but just play it smart, outboxing. If you and bang him up, you know, if you can bust him up. One thing it seems like Canelo's skin is getting a little thin right now because he's marking up pretty easy. He's touching his face a lot in between these rounds and stuff, like he's getting busted up. So maybe Crawford had a chance to bust Canelo up a little bit because he is a sharp counterpuncher. But it's going to take a level of bravery, you know, that Crawford's going to have to display when he gets in there. And I think, like I said, I think Canelo was really motivated for the Charlo fight. I think he really wanted to do something to him, just based on all the years that they had between each other. So maybe this could be another situation we might get Canelo maybe able to turn back the hands of time, you know, just for this one fight.
Yeah, it'd be good. It'd be great to see.
It'd be a great fight.
Jerron Ennis, Brian Norman Jr., Eddie Hearn puts out this offer, says in an interview that he sends Brian Norman or reaches out to Brian Norman's team to put a fight together for after the Jin Sasaki fight between Brian Norman and Jerron Boots Ennis for a unification title fight. And says that Brian Norman basically says he doesn't want to focus on anything else but what's in front of him, which is Jin Sasaki. And the space has pushed back at the idea that this could be a legitimate way of approaching making a fight, and that this is to be regarded as Brian Norman ducking or not being a man of his word and showing interest in the fight between him and Jerron Boots Ennis. Where do you guys stand on this topic? And with the way Eddie Hearn carried it, and was there any ill, you know, intentions behind what Eddie Hearn is doing? Just in general, how do you guys feel about this topic right now and where we are right now with Brian Norman and Jerron Boots Ennis and Eddie Hearn? Anybody, feel free to tap in.
Okay, well, I guess I'll go first then. I guess it's a tactic, you know. Maybe they're trying to get Brian at a discounted price because maybe after the fight, Brian may want more, depending on how the fight goes. If he goes over there and gets this guy there, you know, in a spectacular fashion, then, you know, hey, I can ask, how bad you want this fight now? Because y'all seen what I just did to this guy. You know, Jin Saki went over there to his hometown. I destroyed him, so I can get more money. So I think it's a smart move. I wouldn't lock in anything before I had to fight with Jin Saki, because we've seen fighters do that crap all the time. It seems like a lot of them been losing lately. Locking in these fights before, you know, not really taking care of business first, and then looking ahead, and next thing you know, you got a situation where you lose. So it's a smart tactic. And again, these guys, they need each other, but they don't need each other. I think Boots has more options because he can actually move up. And I think we got a new player at 147. It could be a situation in being the best scenario. I think Brian Norman unified becomes undisputed at 47. Boots becomes undisputed at 54, and then you have an undisputed versus undisputed, and that's the most money that can be made between these guys right there. Both guys undisputed at both divisions, because that seems like that's been the trend lately. Undisputed versus undisputed. Yeah, it might take a little bit longer, but the pile of gold will be very, very large at the end of that rainbow if both guys become undisputed in their divisions. Then you have a big undisputed match following the trend, like the Terrence Crawford and the Canelo trend, undisputed versus undisputed.
I like it. I like it. I like it. What about you, Keon? I know you kind of cool with the Normans. How do you feel about the latest
man.
things been rolled out?
Man, I pretty much agree with man, what my man said. It's like you go over here, right? You're going to Japan, you already getting your highest payday, right? You're getting paid to go over there to Japan. If he go over there and put on a spectacular performance in Japan, that's a world watch fight now. You know what I'm saying? You done went to another country and put on. Now you done took the Japanese fans, right? Now they watching you. The ticket didn't went up. The ticket is going up. So why am I going to negotiate with you, lock in the fight when I got this fight going on?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When I come back to the table, the ticket has gone up. The price ain't yesterday's price. If I go and knock this dude out in spectacular fashion, you ain't getting me for the same price that you were going to get me if we had a negotiated before I took this fight. Or, before I fight this fight. So yeah, I think that and also like he said, man, it's a lot of fighters that's doing that, and then they focus is on the next fight. And then what happens? We've seen it time and time again. The promotion is the whole promotion is looking over Jen Psaki, and they promote you in boots. Everybody talking about you in boots. And fighters is human, man. They can't help but to look past the opponent. Okay, well, when I get past, he looking at boots, so he's doing they doing the smart thing. Don't talk to me until I handle my business, but I got to take care of over here, and then we can go to the table. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think that's how you supposed to do it.
Let me ask you guys a question too, and you can answer it. And when Ant goes in, maybe he might speak to it as well. But is Eddie Hearn out of pocket for moving the way he's moving and representing Boots' interests and trying to, is Eddie Hearn out of pocket? Is people also throwing a jacket on Eddie, saying Eddie out here being grimy, bro. He know this don't make no sense. He know that Brian, from what you've seen Eddie saying and how he's carried it, is he out of pocket?
I don't think he out of pocket because he's a promoter. You know what I'm saying? This is what promoters supposed to do. Eddie Hearn ain't supposed to be worried about Brian Norman. If Brian Norman is Brian Norman gonna be focused on winning his fight? That ain't Eddie Hearn's job. Eddie Hearn's job is to make his fighters' name grow and to make his fighter look the best he can make him look in the media. You know what I'm saying? That's Eddie Hearn's job. So Eddie Hearn is doing what he's supposed to do. A lot of these fans, man, they get too personal with this shit. You know what I'm saying? This is business. Like, stop getting personal and getting mad. And, man, Eddie this and Eddie is doing what he's supposed to do. If y'all was promoters, y'all should be doing the same thing. If you was a promoter, you would be doing the same thing. If you wasn't doing the same thing, you wouldn't be doing your job correctly. So, I understand the game, so I don't take shit like that personal.
Right. 100%.
It's just, yeah.
And how you feel about this whole Brian Norman, Eddie Hearn, Jerome Boots love triangle? Looks like we're back at it again, back at this messy negotiation in front of the world on social media. We're back at it again. Where are you at with it at this point with the way Brian Norman's been dealing with it as far as, not signing a contract, not negotiating this right now with the Jen Psaki fight in front of him, and also with Eddie Hearn's approach to trying to put this fight together before the Jen Psaki fight is done with to lock in a deal with Brian Norman.
I'm on board with Keon, man. Eddie Hearn is doing what he's supposed to be doing. And I see people say, well, these guys are trying to be relevant off of this guy's name, or this guy's trying to be relevant. I mean, comparative marketing happens all the time. How many times have we seen commercials in the past? Take the Pepsi challenge. They comparing this cola to that cola. They comparing this fast food fry to that fry. They comparing this car, how many miles it gets to the gallon to the other one. It's just comparative marketing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to establish themselves as number one. So I think Keon is spot on. It's just advertising. And especially with a guy like Boots, who's been advertised as the boogeyman, that only lends to his lore. Man, we offer these guys a contract. They ain't want to take it, and whoop-de-whoop-whoop. So it makes him seem larger than life. Like, yo, he's the boogeyman. You got other champions that don't even want to step in the ring with this guy. Nobody's brave enough to sign the contract.
Right.
This is what it is. As far as the Normans, I agree with them as well. Don't overlook Jin Sasaki. Anything could happen. Who had Jaime Munguia going 12 with Canelo, then getting knocked out by a guy in Bruno Serraz who only had 4 knockouts to his credit at that point that nobody ever heard of. So you better focus on your fight to make sure you make it to the next one. Then we can circle the block and we can discuss this 4 weeks later. So I don't see anything wrong with either side. And here's the other thing too. Plant those seeds, build that intrigue. We see it all the time, to go to another industry, movies. How often do we see a trailer or a teaser for a movie that ain't coming out until next summer? It happens all the time, coming in 2026. This is all they doing. They just planting seeds. So whether it happens next or it happens somewhere down the line within the next year or next summer or what have you, plant those seeds now, kick the tires, gauge the interest of the public, see how many people are covering it between content creators, folks on social media. Every time these guys drop a little nugget, we're out here discussing it amongst ourselves as fans, content creators, and all the like. So that's what you got to do. Plant those seeds now and engage the interest of the public, which I'm pretty sure they got somebody who's smart enough behind the scenes that's gauging, well, X amount of people are talking about it. And that plays into how they figure out how much guys are going to get paid, what venue they're going to have it in, and so on and so forth, just based on the interest.
Yeah.
So I don't think anybody's wrong in this instance. Just keep generating that interest. Keep talking about it.
Yo, can I add something real quick? Yeah, hey, whatever. When my man McQueen said, it kind of triggered something. I think this welterweight division, not only that, but this boxing space right now is very volatile right now. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get. Insert Manny Pacquiao, who's trying to get his George Foreman on right now. He's a wild card. Let's say he goes out there and beats Marios Barrios. But, and Manny Pacquiao was like, he just came out of nowhere and he just popped right in the rating. And now he got a title shot. So if he becomes the champion now we got a new player now. Which way do you go? Do you fight the legend? The one that's going to put a lot of money in your pocket, that's going to be the sentimental favorite for all the old guys who are going to be pulling for Pacquiao against one of these new guys? Do we have a George Foreman, Michael Moore type of moment where you got a guy maybe like a Boots fighting Pacquiao or Norman fighting Pacquiao? Because like I said, we've seen these things happen in boxing right there. So it's a volatile space to be in boxing right now. We really don't know what we're going to get. I think maybe that's why Eddie Hearn is trying to lock things down because, Norman may win. They may go in a different direction. If you already got them, ink the paper, hey, you can't go in any direction because I got you right here. So, you know how it is, man. People are going to sit back and they're going to weigh their options out once they win the fight and going to see what's best for them. Not just maybe not necessarily what's best for the fans.
Yeah, I agree. I actually have 2 more topics that I want to build with you guys on, and then we're probably going to wrap it up because it's going to probably be a little over 4 hours by the time we finish talking about both topics. First, let me deal with this super chatting here. Shout out to Ill Will 85, man. Salute. I appreciate you, brother, man, for supporting the channel and putting some color in the chat. Says Hearn is right. They entertained Boots' fight while signed for Cuevas' fight. So now it's wrong. Boots got to figure out his move before Giasov scheduled, and he can't move. I like it, man. Yeah, man. I think a lot of that has to do with what Eddie Hearn is probably dealing with, right? I think people aren't factoring in the fact that Eddie Hearn is also dealing with pressure from Turki Al-Sheikh to coordinate something with Teofimo, pressure from Giasov in activating his mandatory to make that fight happen, even pressure for him to maybe even leave the division. 147 is a great space for Boots right now, being that there are fights there for him to be made. But I think in the back, my guy, Vic Season TV in the building. Salutes Toma. That's my guy. I don't care. I know a lot of y'all might have issues with him, but that's my guy. I watch him.
Yeah,
that's somebody who I watch a lot, man. I mess with Vic Season. Good to see you in the building, family. Thank you for being here. But yeah, the pressure on Eddie Hearn to make something happen for Jerron Boots Ennis that makes sense. Him trying to lock in something with a Brian Norman or, you know, trying to put something that makes sense according to what Boots wants in comparison to what, once again, Boots may have to do. I reference the Karen fight that he had to take because the mandatory was activated, trying to get in front of that and not make that a situation where Boots is a slave to the titles, to where he might legitimately be like, you know what, this ain't worth my time. I'm going to 154, cutting this weight. If it ain't going to be for unification, if it ain't going to be something significant to my legacy, I might not want to be involved in it.
Clay, may I interject though?
Can I?
Ill Will brought up. Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, and I mentioned it earlier. I don't know if you guys were listening. I said, even if Pacquiao turns around and wins and makes us upset, I mean, we have to look at who's number one sitting there in the rankings and who probably gets that next fight based on their relationship with the WBC. That'd be no other than the gold medalist in track and field, Devin the Dream Haney, sitting right there, right? Clay didn't expect me to say that. But
yeah, that was kind of diabolical. I can't believe you said that. I ain't gonna lie.
Disrespect to the Dream. Gold medalist in the track and field.
Diabolical. I ain't gonna lie. Caught me off guard. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But listen, man. So if he gets, you know what I mean, he's right there in the running. So now we get him in a situation where he possibly becomes champion, fighting Manny Pacquiao, and that just really steers the pot up. And now we got a whole mixture of alphabet soup and who's running where and there. So it's crazy. So yeah, to all that being said, yes, sir, it's a lot to be thinking about.
Oh yeah. Coach Eddie was spot on when he had mentioned that. I just want to say this one thing about Giasov though, because Ill Will brought up a fantastic point. He kind of is obligated to fight Giasov at this point because we have to remember Giasov stepped aside because he was actually Stan Jonas' mandatory. They were actually scheduled to fight. He took step aside money for that unification to happen. Is this dude about to step aside again? Does Eddie Hearn want to have to pay him the money to do so? And then you got to schedule another fight? Probably not. It'd probably be far cheaper in the long term, or at least in the interim, for him to just fight Giasov, get him out the way. And it was clear that he was going in that direction too, because he was on that undercard.
Yep.
He was on that undercard. And they also made it a point to give him the microphone and let him tell his story about his daughter, RIP to his daughter, condolences to his family. But yeah, it was very clear what the intention was, that he was next up.
Yeah. And so to that point, and which I like about what you just said is Boots has a 3-fight deal, right? And that will be his, because the Karen fight, they lost that in the purse bid, so that fight didn't even count. So he only had 2 fights under Eddie Hearn. Right. So this will actually be his 3rd fight.
This is the final one.
If he does take that Giasov fight, so that actually that voids the contract after that. So he may not even get the opportunity for Brian Norman unless he moves to another network or anything of that nature. Because who says he signs with Eddie Hearn? This may be the reason why Eddie Hearn's trying to push this fight so much and trying to get into the middle in front of it. That makes a big point. And
that's a great point, Ray.
That is a super point right there. Super point.
Just keep that in mind.
I love when the panels build like this. You guys, y'all don't understand. I love when these panels go in this direction. I am going to move the needle, though. I'd love to hang on this conversation, but there's 2 topics I want to speak on. One of them, I want some perspective on Sebastian Fundora vacating his WBO title to put a sequel fight against Tim Tszyu on. How you guys feel about that? And also something light, a little light, but, you know, maybe for the hardcore fans, but just an opinion on Frank Warren potentially entertaining Martin Bakole and Moses Atuma fighting. I think, you know, I have my personal opinion on it, but I don't know if you guys have given any attention, but I thought that was interesting. Just off the strength that Martin Bakole was the boogeyman who was going to be right there seen to get an opportunity to fight for a title, and now potentially being a gatekeeper for a prospect of the year in Moses Atuma. You know, was it a big mistake for Martin Bakole to take that last minute fight against Joseph Parker? Did it work against him now to find himself potentially fighting against an up-and-coming superstar, Moses Atuma, a fight that I think a lot of people would favor Moses Atuma to win? Some people wouldn't, but just based off what Martin McCauley's been doing, there's over 300+ pound version of him, the lack of motivated him, just the pedestrian version of him that we saw in front of Joseph Parker and in front of F.A. Jagba. But let's start off with Sebastian Fundora versus Tim Tszyu 2. Sebastian Fundora vacates his WBO title, and I want to paint the picture correctly because I want you guys to kind of like speak to Sebastian Fundora just coming off of a fight with Chordell Booker, and in the post-fight press conference saying he didn't want to vacate any of his titles, that he wanted, matter of fact, I'm going to add to it and say that I'm actually looking to unify, fight all the champions. I'm not ducking any smoke, and I'm not trying to let go of any of my belts. Is it ironic or there's some hypocrisy there to see him vacate that title and not defend it against Xander Zayas, but in turn take a fight against Tim Tszyu, and the cost of that fight being him vacating his WBO title? Anybody feel free to tap into the topic.
I think it's all about the money at the end of the day, man. I think, like I say, he's with Samson. I think he gets a much larger purse going over there. Are they fighting in Australia? First of all,
actually be fighting on the undercard. I think they'll be co-main evading Pacquiao Barrios.
Oh, really? On the PBC? Wow.
Yeah.
Dang. That's interesting. I don't know that. I mean, only reason I could think to do that would be just maybe for the money. I mean, is there anybody? I don't see him ducking Xander Zayas. I don't really think it's a whole lot to duck there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so it has to be for the money, man. I mean, maybe the purse was just gonna be a lot bigger or something, or maybe they're trying to boost his profile. Perhaps maybe Manny's coming back, so they know a lot of eyes are going to be on that fight. Because, a lot of guys like myself, that grew up watching Manny, they're going to tune in for that fight. So they want to say, hey, we want to make sure Sebastian Fundora is on this card right here so the fans can more eyes on the kid. Maybe they can probably boost his profile. So to me, it's all business at the end of the day. I don't really think, like I say, the belts are the belts. It's about the money. He can always circle back and fight Xander. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is, man. It's like these guys are playing chess, so to speak. So I think that's all about the bread.
No doubt. Keon, how do you feel about it, man? Any feelings about it? Do you think there's any hypocrisy there, or you just like with Coach? It's the business and money first. I mean, where you at with it?
Man, like, to me, honestly, I think that the rematch with Tim Tszyu it's a better fight, and I think it's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Him having to vacate his titles, like, I don't know, man. Honestly, I didn't look at Xander Zayas as a big threat to I know a lot of people super high on Xander Zayas, and I think that Xander Zayas, he's a solid fighter, but I think he's still got a lot of growing to do. I didn't look at him as a huge threat to Sebastian Fundora. I think that the Tim Tszyu fight is a harder fight for Sebastian Fundora, because if you go back and you look at the first fight, the first couple of rounds before Tim Tszyu suffered that horrible cut, he was kind of dominating. He was dominating Sebastian Fundora, and it looked like that he was about to take Sebastian Fundora up out of there. But now Tim Tszyu has went on to get knocked out, himself. He came back and, against who he fought when he came back. Cause he fought somebody you don't even know. Yeah, Tim Tszyu. He fought. Joey. So he came back. He fought Joey Spencer. He was supposed to do that to Joey Spencer. Like, come on now. So it's a fight to where, to me, the rematch is a lot more intriguing. So I would never dare say that he ducked Xander Zayas for Tim Tszyu, because I believe that Tim Tszyu is a much more dangerous fight if we look at how the first fight was going before Tim Tszyu got hurt. As far as him having to vacate his belt, that's politics. That's politics. And he probably was going to get paid less, because you got to do, you got to split the bag with Top Rank and all of that. And it was probably behind the scenes. They probably didn't want to have to do a split, with Top Rank. behind the scenes, PBC. So a lot of that is politics, and a lot of times you got to go in the direction that your promoters and your managers want you to go. They tell you, hey, we can all get more money if we do the Tim Zoo fight. We got it's history, it's a bigger fight, we got a storyline, and we ain't got to split the bag. So a lot of that is it's politics, man, and going in the direction that your team wants you to go. And so it's a tough fight. I think it's tougher than Xander Zayas. Xander Zayas don't really impress me like that right now.
Right. But just to say, I don't know if you caught what I said earlier about the whole circle back thing. I think it's weird that they just had 3 fights in between this rematch, right? Supposed rematch where they could have just got the rematch done right from the gate. It was an open opportunity to do it. Tim Zoo was asking for the rematch, and somehow it went down the street to Earl Spence, and then that didn't work out. And I think you did comment on that, right? You said Earl Spence.
Yeah, because because they had to do that because, of course, the Errol Spence fight is a much bigger fight at the point. So you're not going, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to shut down an Errol Spence fight. The name that he has, the fan base that he brings, you going to Dallas Stadium, that's the biggest fight of your career. That's much bigger than a Tim Zoo rematch. So you're waiting around. So you're waiting around for Errol Spence, right? For like over a year. Errol Spence keeps pushing the fight back. I'm not ready yet. And of course, Al Heyman and PBC, they gonna show favoritism towards Errol Spence because Errol Spence was the man. He was putting on. He was fighting everybody that they wanted him to fight. Everybody they put in front of him. So I think they kind of felt like that they owe Errol Spence. They owe Errol Spence a little bit. So after waiting on Errol Spence over a year, and you see, okay, well, he ain't never gonna get ready. I can't continue to put my career on hold for Errol Spence. Now I got to move along, right? When you move along from Errol Spence, Tim Zoo, he ain't waiting on what Fundora got going on. He moved along also. He got whatever he got going on. So I think that's why we saw the fights in between. It was more so that Fundora had a fight locked in, right? He was supposed to fight Errol Spence, and it kept getting pushed back.
I would say that Earl and Bud were both on the table. During that time, there was no argument, no real deals actually. So it was an argument to say who was getting the fight. I just think that it was options of keeping the belt, fight Bud, or move a different way and fight Earl and drop the belt, and that's what it became a nuisance of. And I don't think Fundora really wanted to drop the belt. So it may have been so much of Earl too on a part of that, but
Earl was on paper though, but he had the Earl fight was locked in on paper. It's just that Earl kept pushing the dates back and he couldn't make the dates because he wasn't ready. So that Earl fight was supposed to happen. That was locked in already.
For sure, Keon. But to Ray's point, I think it is important that we look at that one detail, the fact that the WBO, they came out and they said, we've decided not to sanction this fight. Their president came out and said that, and it was because Errol had been out of the ring for a certain amount of time. Per their rules, you can only have but so much inactivity, and you couldn't have been stopped in your last fight and go straight to a title shot. They weren't willing to sanction that. So to Ray's point, if he would have gone through with that fight, he probably would have had to just drop that belt, that WBO, because they wouldn't be willing to sanction that. So it's like, what do you do in that situation if you're Fundora? On the flip side, I also think that there was a little bit of pause with Tim Zoo because the cut had opened back up. Remember, he was supposed to be on that card last summer, that Riyadh season card. Bud and
Yep. Against Virgil Ortiz.
Yep. Up again. So that's another thing. Tim Zoo got sidelined again because of the cut. He just wasn't ready to go. So was Fundora got to wait again? Is like, I can't get the Spence fight going because the WBO won't sanction that. Even if he wanted to fight Tim Zoo wouldn't be ready anyway because he was still dealing with issue from the cut. Then we seen that kind of rear its head in the fight with Bakram, within the first 2 rounds, that man grabbing at his head, making sure his head wasn't bleeding. He was like clearly still dealing with that. So, I mean, allow him to get that fight with Joey Spencer, maybe shake a little bit of rust off, and now that rematch looks a little bit more appetizing. Had they had gone straight into it, we don't know. It would have been far too many questions, especially after the Bachman fight. But now he got a fight under him where he looks sensational, which he was supposed to. Joey Spencer, no disrespect to him, but that was clearly a setup fight.
Right.
Make him look good, put a little bit more luster on Tim Tszyu, and then now the rematch looks even better. And Keon, you also made a fantastic point. Now you don't have to pay that extra fee to potentially have that fight over there on Top Rank or wherever they would have it. Keep everything in house. Both of them guys are PBC fighters, so I think now is the time for it, and we'll see what happens.
I like it.
Hey, one more thing. If I'm not mistaken, I think Tim Tszyu's promotion company always foots the bills for his fights too.
Yes,
that's another plus. That PBC doesn't have to pay
no limit.
You know, so that takes care of the guarantee right there, because Tim Tszyu's promotion company is going to foot the bill for Fundora's purse.
Politics,
so it's a win-win for PBC, and plus you got the pay-per-view. Like I say, with Manny,
now, are we okay?
A lot of people.
Are we okay with the because for me, Sebastian Fundora didn't want to give up that title. He spoke it already. He already spoke about not wanting to do it. But here goes the politics of the sport interfering with the fighter's career, right? The path that the fighters want to be on in their legacy that they're trying to accomplish. Did this get in the way? Did the PBC politics and the network politics get in the way of Sebastian Fundora doing something that he probably didn't want to do?
I think that's a fair question, Clay. But if I'm Fundora, I'm like, hell, if I was gonna have to give up my belt anyway, I would have been down there at Cowboy Stadium, like Keon was alluding to. If I'm gonna give up my belt, I might as well get the biggest bag I can get. And Errol Spence would have been the far bigger bag. So,
but you got to remember he couldn't. But you got to remember, my man, he couldn't get that Errol Spence fight because Errol Spence till this day still ain't ready. So I'm not about to waste my whole career waiting on Errol Spence when we don't even know if Errol Spence is ever coming back. He still ain't ready till this day.
And he was coming back. He was gonna do it like Sebastian already said he was gonna fight Errol. He already agreed to do it. He was just waiting on Errol. It was not like he was in the air about it. He was ready to fight Errol. Matter of fact, I think Terrence even gave permission, if I'm correct, to allow the fight to happen so that WBO wouldn't take the title away from him. You know what I'm saying? So
the Errol fight was already on paper. It was ready to go, but Errol kept pushing the dates back. He wasn't ready, and then Errol came back and was like, basically, I ain't, I'm gonna come back when I'm ready.
Yeah. All right. So
I want you guys. One more thing, real quick. I want you guys to keep in mind too. Now, Pro Boxers weekend, Erickson Lubin fought on that card. Now,
yes, sir.
PBC foots the bill. They foot the bill anytime one of their marquee or used to be one of their marquee fighters. They pay the purse for the Pro Box fight. Pro Box don't pay for that fight. They're trying to reposition Erickson Lubin to get back in the mix at 154. So then you got a possibility of having Fundora Lubin too, which was fight of the year when they fought. So it's a lot of things that are going on in the background, at the 154 division.
I like it.
Lubin about to fight Bachram. Lubin said his next fight is Bachram.
That's what he pushed.
So if he can get,
that fight this past weekend was title eliminator, Coach Annie. So he's right there number one right now in the IBF.
He's right there. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here for sure to take a look at. Two things. I was only going to be one thing, but two things real quick on this one. Keith Thurman now out in the cold was going to fight Tim Tszyu. That's what the game plan was. He went out there and he fought Brock Jarvis and did what he had to do, and supposedly was in line to fight Tim Tszyu. Well, kind of in the cold right now. Rumor was circulating a few weeks back that Errol Spence and Keith Thurman was the fight that they were looking to try to put together. What do you think the chances are of Errol Spence making a return and potentially fighting a Keith Thurman? And is that a fight you guys would be interested in seeing?
Hey, I would love to see it, but come on, we talking about Errol Spence and Keith Thurman. As of late, Errol Spence is my guy, one of my favorite fighters by far, right? But let's just keep it real. We talking about Errol Spence and Keith Thurman. What are they best known for? as of lately.
Not
What have they
fighting.
been best known for? Not fighting, sitting on the shelf, injuries after injury after injury. So, I wouldn't hold my breath on that. Like real talk, I wouldn't hold my breath on that. It's a great storyline. It's
Right.
something great to talk about. But if you ask me, do I think it's really gonna come to fruition? Man, hell no.
Would you like it though if it was to be announced?
Yeah,
and it was,
I would love it. I would love it because you got to fight on an even playing field. Like
right.
Keith Thurman is still at a position to where he got to kind of look at a fighter that he could fight on an even playing field, right? Because he only had that one comeback fight versus Brock Jarvis. He still got a lot of rust to dust off. You know what I'm talking about? Like we've seen how many fights he hasn't had in the past 6 years. And then Errol Spence, he the same way. He ain't fought in 2 years. Before that, he didn't fight in like 16, 17 months. And so he in the same position. So them two coming together would be it would be great. And I think that it would be on an even playing field, just like if they would have fought back in 2017, 2018, because you know what I'm saying, back then they was in their prime, but now neither one of them in their prime no more, and neither one of them is active. So I think that we would get a great fight because they both are even playing fields.
I counter that. I think Earl's style fits this fight better for the takeover against Thurman. I think Thurman took 2 steps backwards. And to say, like, even though we seen him against Brock Jarvis, Brock Jarvis didn't look like he had any speed on him. So of course Thurman looked like he was the much faster fighter and fleet of foot. But to me, I just didn't see it. I didn't see the pop. I didn't see a lot of things in that fight. Whereas Earl, I think, is still just like that come forward aggressive fighter, and I think that style is still going to be there for him. I think if we see that fight, I wouldn't want to see it. I would actually want to see a rematch with Danny Garcia and Earl Spence, or Danny Garcia and Keith Thurman. I think putting one in a fight will be a much better fight and a much more fan.
Danny Garcia? Come on, dog. Come on, Ray.
Listen, you just watch him give.
You just took all the air out of the room, dog. Danny Garcia, come on, dog.
Man, listen, I'm entitled to my opinions like everybody else. I'm just saying. I just think that that'd be a more comeback fight worthy fight for either one of them to really make it back to the arena. Plus, Earl still holds that grudge against Keith Thurman. I don't think he's ever going to make that fight, and he made it clear.
Yeah, I don't know. That being said, well, I want Ant to tap in right quick on this, but I definitely want to talk about this Martin Bracoli, Moses Atuma situation before we close it out. I don't know if anybody cares.
Did you see in relation to Keith Thurman? Did you see what what's the name posted since the show? What's my man's name? Oscar De La Hoya. Did you see what he posted?
Oh no.
Nah. Well, on Twitter?
Golden Boy PBC with the little handshake. Let's make this
Virgil Ortiz.
Like that's where we need to be looking. Where is Keith Thurman right now? He's ranked in the WBC at 154. Who got the interim title? Virgil Ortiz. And
that'd be a great fight for Virgil coming off of surgery.
The rest of the rankings, he's already fought Sergey Boachuk. Tim Tszyu is already lined up with somebody. Jesus Ramos probably got a fight coming up.
I'm right.
He already beat Israel Madrimov. So that leaves Keith Thurman.
I don't think Keith Thurman takes that fight. I really don't. I don't think Keith Thurman takes a Virgil Ortiz fight because Keith Thurman he do pick and choose. You know what I'm saying, who he fight, and so I don't think Keith Thurman. I don't think Keith Thurman is gonna jump into a Virgil Ortiz fight. I really don't.
Wait,
I don't see Keith Thurman taking a fight like that.
What was the posting, Ant? What was the posting? What did you see? Just
it was
say
Golden Boy PBC with the handshake emoji. Let's make history or let's do business, something of that sort.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. You want me to tell you what I think the fight is? David Benavidez versus Zurdo Ramirez. That's the fight.
Zurdo's not going back down to 175 though.
No, it's going to be at cruiserweight, and it's going to be for Zurdo Ramirez's 2 titles that he has up there. Jose Ramirez already put it in the air and talked and said that they were in negotiations with Oscar De La Hoya to make that fight happen on the back end of Anthony Yarde and Caleb Smith not being able to be made in the light heavyweight division. And we know right now, rumor is Caleb Smith and Anthony Yarde are actually negotiating with each other to make a fight with themselves. It's going to be Zurdo and David Benavidez. Remember I told you. Which is going to be diabolical. Once again, the politics of this sport hurting these fighters. In my personal opinion, David Benavidez should not be entertaining no damn cruiserweight fight right now. He should be fighting in the light heavyweight division. He should have waited and fought Caleb Smith for that bag that Turkey was offering him. And he should have been in line to fight the winner between Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev. That's disgusting, but that's what I'm telling you is about to happen. Watch.
Zurdo might
They waiting
man.
around.
And guess who's
Zurdo
on
may
that?
beat
Yeah, I
David.
could see that.
It'll be a hard fight for David.
I could definitely see that. That make a lot more sense. I could definitely see that happening because David Benavidez has already talked about that on several occasions that he want to go up and fight Zurdo. And the thing is people don't know that David Benavidez and Oscar De La Hoya, they actually tight. They actually have a close relationship behind the scenes.
And Zurdo has a tight relationship with David Benavidez as well. They mad cool as well.
But that's what I'm saying. Guess who's on that card though? We're going to see Farmer and Schofield Jr.
I don't think Schofield take that fight.
I think it's going to happen.
I don't think Schofield got an option. I think
think
Schofield's still in the conversation to Abdullah Mason. I think that fight is still in the air.
I don't think Schofield takes the Farmer fight. I don't think he take that fight, man.
Yeah,
I don't see him taking that Farmer fight. I really don't.
Oscar says at this point because I think Schofield has ruined his reputation in the game when trying to do everything on his own. So I think Oscar's actually going to take the lead on these fights, and I think that's a fight that he knows he can make a bag on because he already knows what Tevin Farmer brings to his stable and what he can do, and it'd be a good lesson for Schofield Jr.
Kid Austin versus Padley. maybe. I don't think so though. All right, guys. So final topic: Martin Bacoli, Moses Atuma. Frank Warren in an interview says that this is a fight that he may be entertaining, trying to put together between Moses and Martin Bacoli. I guess me, just to kind of set it off, watching Martin Bacoli take that last minute fight against Joseph Parker and watching that fight turn in the direction it did, a lot of people feel like this might have been a huge mistake in the downhill trajectory that we see Martin Bacoli on. You know, taking into consideration that this man was nowhere, nobody was talking about him. Turkey gave him an opportunity in front of Jared Anderson. He snatched the opportunity, came in the ring. I'm going to emphasize around 280 pounds, give or take, whatever it was, to fight. He came in shape, took advantage of the opportunity, and beat Jared Anderson, and took the heavyweight division by storm, right? The boogeyman was born. Here comes this George Foreman / Larry Holmes fighter that's going to be that we see why everybody's been ducking him. Well, he was supposed to be getting prepared to fight against the FAA Jogba for an IBF eliminator fight, but in the last minute, we saw Daniel Dubois get sick in Saudi Arabia, and it needed a last-minute savior of the card, being that Joseph Parker had nobody to dance with. They offered Martin Bacoli a nice amount of money, took him off the couch. He didn't even start, supposedly, the camp to get ready for FAA Jogba, flew out 24-hour notice, 300 plus pounds, no sleep, fought against Joseph Parker and got clipped very early in the fight. But ultimately, what was the cost of him getting clipped? FAA Jogba in his fight no longer was an IBF eliminator. Derek Chisora took that spot and became the IBF mandatory for Daniel Dubois, and ultimately gave us a pedestrian version of himself against FAA Jogba that went to a draw. Most people, I think that FA won that fight. And here he is now, seeming to be treated like a gatekeeper, as Frank Warren is entertaining giving him to Moses Atuma. Where are you guys at with that fight at this point? And where you at with Martin Bacoli as well?
Clay, the first thing I want to say is how in the hell is Derek Chisora eliminator for anybody? Come on, man. These sanctions, like, we got to do better, man, in boxing. But as far as the Moses Atuma and Bacoli fight, man, so Bacoli, man, he's one of those Red Bull type, don't never, like, you don't he won't get in shape. You know what I'm saying? You don't never know if he's going to be in tip-top condition. If he's in tip-top condition, he's a threat to anybody, right? Moses Atuma, he's like what they trying to build over there in the UK is the next Mike Tyson. I think he like 19 years old, and he one of them ones. Like I know special fighters and I see him, and Moses Atuma is one of them ones, man. He got the skill set of like a middleweight, you know what I'm saying, in a heavyweight body. He's one of them ones, man, and he can crack. I like that kid a lot. I think it's a dangerous fight for Atuma though, because what if Bakoli come in the same shape that he came in with 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 Jared Anderson? You know what I'm saying? What if like this last time around, he had that fight that he took literally on the last second notice, right? And then we don't know how his training camp was after that. We don't know how long he had to sit out and rest his body after that. We don't know. So he came into this fight, and we seen that he wasn't in tip-top condition still. He was in better shape than he was when he came in against what's his name? When he took the fight on a couple of days' notice. Yeah, Joseph. He was in better shape than he was in when he came in against Joseph Parker, but he definitely wasn't in the best shape that we've seen him in, right? So it's on him to take it serious and get in shape. And I think that fighting this young fighter, this young monster, I think he definitely gonna take it serious and get in shape. So I mean, I think it's a great fight. It's a dangerous fight for both fighters, but both fighters got two different things they laying on the line, right? You got Moses Atoma. He trying to prove that he is like special space. If he go out here and knock out Bakoli, you got to give him a title shot like next year. Like he on the trajectory to doing some Mike Tyson shit, right? But if he go out there and Bakoli can stop him, then Bakoli's right back to where, you know what I'm saying, we thought he was going to be, right back to where he was. So it's an intriguing fight, man. I would love to see it. This is what we supposed to be seeing. Both sides putting it all on the line. I love a fight like that, man. I hope it happens.
Is this a last chance for Bakoli? If he loses and gets clipped in this fight, he's up in age too.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
This is it for him, right?
Definitely. They throwing him out there. They think that they throwing him to the wolves. Let's just go ahead and, you know what I'm saying, let the young buck get him out of there, and we don't got to deal with him no more type of shit. So it's definitely a last chance for him. But he's still a threat.
Right.
He might not go like they want him to go. So we just got to see it. That's the intriguing part about a fight like this. These are the type of fights that, man, we all get up to see. And I'm glad you brought this topic up. But yeah.
Claire, I didn't really get to touch on it besides my comment.
Earlier. Yeah.
Like I'll mention it. I think it's too soon for Atuma, and I think it's too dangerous for Bakoli. I really think it's like a one or the other. You can't win in this scenario because it's either going to make Bakoli really look suspect in who he says we think he is, right? Or it's going to put Atuma in a bad spot where he's going to, if he loses, he's got to start all over, reboot, and he lost to a guy, and he may be damaged. You know what I mean? Bakoli's not a light puncher. It's not like and neither one of them are, but it's like you go in there, he gets hurt against this guy. Does he ever become the same fighter? Is he that guy that we expect him to be later on in his career? Does he retire early? Does he even make it out of being a prospect? There's a lot of questions to be answered when you put him in a position like this. I think maybe putting a couple more fights in between, maybe then making something like this happen. But I just think that it's too risky, too much risk, too much reward for both fighters at the end of the day. And I think the loser actually suffers the most, not the winner.
Can I ask you a question though?
Mm-hmm.
isn't this the ingredients to a fight of the year? Can they? Both these fighters have everything on the line, bro. They cannot play. Moses can't play with the opportunity in front of him and get derailed off of the trajectory that he's on. And Martin McCauley has to know that this is it for him. So he's got to leave it all in the ring. Both these fighters gotta, you know what I mean?
So if you're being a cerebral cutthroat person, yes, absolutely, this is what you want. But I think if you're a boxing
fan, I'm talking about for us as fans.
I think me as a boxing fan, I kind of like want to see like a little bit more. It's like me saying I want to see Abdullah Mason in there with the best fighter in the division right now, which a lot of people would like to see, right? But we know that could be damaging to his career if he goes in there and loses and stinks it up. So
you think it's bad for Abdullah Mason to lose against Tank or lose against?
I think if he gets washed, in the ring, absolutely. I think if he goes out there and put the performance, great. But it all depends on how that fight takes place. In this case, I think Atuma goes in there and gets knocked out first, second round. Bro, is he the guy we said he was? Does it derail him? Does it take him out of the boxing period? This is the things we have to look at. Does it show other boxers and give others opportunities to say he's been cherry picking all his fights so far? Like that's what it comes down to. Whereas, and Bacoli loses, what happens to Bacoli? Oh, is he the guy that we thought he was? This guy has been nothing but living off his payday that he made in that one fight when he beat Jared Anderson. Now, who is this guy? Who is this guy that we thought he was? He's nobody. You know what I mean? He lost to Joseph Parker. He had a split decision, a draw actually, with Itai, whatever his name is. Thank you, Effie. My bad. And then he gets in there with Atuma and he gets pelted and dropped. Bro, career over. Let's just get him out the way. Let's wash him off the board. Go back to wherever you came from. Excuse me, no disrespect there. But go back to wherever you came from, crawl under that rock and go spar in the ring again. And you live off those sparring stories that you have. Because nobody wants to see you again. That's what it becomes. I mean, he'll get his payday, but is it worth it?
Okay. Ant McQueen, how do you feel about this topic? I mean, I don't know, as far as Martin Bacoli and Moses Atuma being made, and also, guys feel free to tap into as well. But was it a mistake for Martin Bacoli to fight Joseph Parker? Was this a bad thing that he did?
Nah, because he likely was going to be in the same condition anyway. The man's been heavy. He's been overweight. And I mean, Jared Anderson, he came out and said that he fought the wrong fight. I don't know what I was thinking trying to bang with that big dude. And if you've seen the fight that Bacoli had with, what's my man's name? Michael Hunter, he was getting pieced up in that fight too. He couldn't deal with the speed. He couldn't deal with the agility. It was pretty much like what we seen a couple weekends ago versus F.A. Jogler. He was getting frustrated in there, couldn't cut the ring off. Martin Bacoli, he can clearly fight. The guy got skills. I like his skill set, but he's at a crossroads right now. Not just in terms of like what his chances of becoming a champion are, but do I really want to do this if I'm not going to prepare the right way? Am I really willing to get in shape? Because that fight with Joseph Parker could have been different had he been in shape. The fight with Michael Hunter could have been different had he been in shape. The fight that we just seen with F.A. Jogler could have been different had he been in shape. But clearly, this is a trend. Those fights aren't outliers. It's not an aberration. This is just a guy who is skilled, but he is not willing to push himself and put in the work. For that reason alone, I think that's why Frank Warren is like, you know what? We're willing to take that risk. Because everything Keon said about Moses Atuma's his skills. He's young, he's quick, he's fast, he's pretty disciplined. He's likely going to beat Martin Bacoli for those reasons. Not because Bacoli can't fight, not because he don't got skills, but the guy just don't take himself seriously. He just don't. And it's been bedeviling him for some time now. Whether or not Atoma can bounce back, only time will tell. Because you have had instances like Marvis Frazier in the 80s. He got off to a hot start. He was like 10-0, 11-0, and then I don't know who the hell decided to throw him in there with Larry Holmes. He got knocked out by Larry Holmes in like the first round. Then 2-3 fights later, they threw him in there with Mike Tyson, and he was just never the same after that. Plus, he had like injuries in his neck, nerve injuries, and so on and so forth. But we could also look at other fighters in history, in heavyweight history. Shout out to 2 Cents. He made a fantastic point. This ain't like the lower weight classes where you get knocked out and 9 times out of 10, you just shaving years off your career. We had Vladimir Klitschko, who was very dominant. Remember, he lost to Ross Pererti early on, and then went on a nice little run, became a champion. Then he got knocked out again by Corey Sanders, however many years later, and then went on another run and was champion for however many years. You know what I'm saying? Lennox Lewis got knocked out by Oliver McCall, bounced back, became a champion again.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It happens. Floyd Patterson knocked out by Ingemar Johansson, turned around, beats him, he's a champion again. So it's happened in heavyweight history. It's not like with the lower weight classes, like you take a savage beating and all of a sudden it's just, I mean, it just kind of comes with the territory. Knockouts happen at heavyweight, but I expect Moses Atoma to win. And Frank Warren seems like a pretty smart guy. I don't think that if the risk was that great, he would be willing to make that fight this soon. So I'm pretty sure he's done his intel and he knows what's going on behind the scenes. You got people watching this guy. Yeah, he ain't taking it seriously. He's out of shape. He's slacking off. He ain't training the way he's supposed to. Go get him now. And it adds more credibility. It adds more credibility to him. And I'll say this. If fighting your way to title contention wasn't enough to motivate you, and by you I'm talking about Martin Bacoli, because look where he was in the IBF rankings. You know what's name right now is currently 3. F.A. Ajagba in the IBF rankings. If you're not trying to get in line to fight a Daniel Dubois, any of this other guy, if that doesn't motivate you, the possibility of contending for a title, I don't know what the hell will. That guy just kind of just is who he is. He's a talented guy, a skilled guy. He's just lazy as hell, and it is what it is. Frank Warren sees it, and it's a big opportunity for them to take advantage of that.
Yeah, great opportunity for Moses to get in that conversation, man. A great fight to take away, to take his spot, man. He stops Bacoli or dominates him in some crazy way, man, brother. He's right in there. He's already, people want him there already. They want Moses in the conversation. You're just looking for that fight. They're just looking for that fight to give him that fight that will throw him in a conversation. They were trying to get him to be champion before he was trying to beat Mike Tyson's record as far as being the youngest heavyweight champion. So yeah, man, this seems to be a bigger opportunity for Moses Atuma than Martin Bacoli. But I also agree with you, and I love the way you put it. That is and that was going to be a question of mine. Is Martin Bacoli just not him? You know, coming in there 300 pounds plus against Joseph Parker, we can give him grace there because it was a last minute situation. Even though as a fighter in his position, getting ready to fight F.A. Ajagba and being in the graces of Turki Al-Sheikh wanting to help him out, you think he'd be, he'd stay ready so he wouldn't have to get ready like a Josh Padley was, when he got the call to fight against Shakur Stevenson, as far as just being in shape, at least, and not as far as being ready to fight Shakur. But he wasn't ready there. We'll give him the grace there and say that, they caught him off guard. But what was the excuse for coming in over 300 pounds against F.A. Ajagba? You didn't come in shape. You didn't come ready like you did against Jared Anderson. So like you said, if those things won't motivate him to put him in position to have him in the gym getting ready and be the best version of himself when he gets an opportunity to become a title holder, well, how much motivation are we looking for him to have a fight against Moses Atuma? If he's looking for a payday, he'll probably just take it and make his way back to the Congo. Salute to Coach Eddie. Did you get a chance to speak on this?
No, I'm just everybody had, man, great valid points, man. Like 100%. I kind of just be like an echo chamber, but at the end of the day, Moses, I just don't want him to be like David Price. I don't know if you guys remember him, a guy that was really big on back in the day in the UK. And everybody, he was a knockout artist, man. He turned out,
I remember him.
Did not pan out. But like I say, I think it's a safe fight. Martin Bacoli fight is a safe fight. Like I think they done Martin Bacoli a solid. You know what I mean? They done him 2 solids already, so he can't complain. You know what I mean? This is your last opportunity, and if he's able to pull it off, then it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it is what it is. If he's able to pull it off, it'll be another solid. But if not, play your part. Just be the Burt Cooper or the Ray Mercer of the heavyweight division. It is what it is. He'll still be able to get fights. You know what I'm saying? Because he does fight in an entertaining fashion. And he can take punches and stuff. He throws punches. Yeah, he throws punches. So it is what it is. It's particular time. You got to play your part sometime.
No doubt. Man, I appreciate everybody being on the panel today. This was a great panel, by the way. Thank you guys for hanging back and building. I'll let everybody get their they closing whatever it is you want to say, promote yourself, whatever have you, whatever you want people to know, whatever, just do your thing with your time. And we're about to be out. We 4.5 hours on as usual. I love boxing talk. It just always drags out this way. I promise you the game plan is always 2 hours, 2.5 hours, you know what I'm saying? And I'm out, but we always end up hanging out the way we do, bro. But I never regret it at the end, bro. We always talking that boxing. So I'll let Ant, if you want, you know what I'm saying? If you want to say your closing thing, you know what I mean? Promote your channel, whatever it is you want to do, let me know.
Nah, man. I just want to say appreciate everybody in here. It's always good to have a conversation. Oh, my Lord. You know how it is when the chaos breaks out. Everybody screaming and arguing about the fighters, but for us to be able to sit here and have a conversation that's not only constructive, but it's collaborative. Mm-hmm. Like Coach Eddie just said it a moment ago. It's like an echo chamber because like everybody was on it today. I'm like, damn, like Keon just made a great point. Ray just made a great point. You just made a great point. Coach Eddie is like making great points, and it's just building. And then now I feel like I even got my perspective broadened a bit on various topics as opposed to it just being, all right, I'm just waiting for you to shut the hell up so I can say what I have to say and I can just look right and all this. Like, it's like, nah, like getting something from it. And I felt like it was like a mutual exchange. So appreciate y'all.
Back at you, Ant, for sure, man. Thank you, man. Coach Eddie.
Yes, sir. Like I said, once again, it's always great to be up on your panel, man. I just sit back and listen, man, a lot of times, man. Like I say, I'm learning from everybody, everything, boxing, McQueen, Ray, Clay, and Ray, y'all always broaden the perspective, man, as far as boxing talk. So sometimes it's good to listen. You learn a lot of things, man. And at the end of the day, it's a great space. Thanks for having me up. And, hey, shout out to boxing. That we got some more good matchups coming up. That's what it's all about. Salute to you, brothers.
Salute to you. Thank you, Coach. Keon.
Yeah, man. Great panel once again, man. I always love being on this panel because we could actually talk boxing. We don't got to do all the ignorant back and forth shouting and like that. That's what I love to do, man. And with other boxing heads that actually know boxing, that we could all come together and we could, throw our points out. And just like Ant McQueen and my man was saying, man, like I'm sitting back and I'm learning, like, oh, okay, or you just get another perspective, like, oh yeah, I never thought of it that way. Everybody's throwing out good perspectives and just a great show. Another great show, man. I love coming up here building with y'all.
Yeah, same here, man. Always appreciate you coming through, man. You already know you're always welcome. It's always great building with you guys, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate you guys, man.
Yes, sir. Peace out.
Salute. Peace. Another one in the bag.
Another one. And a good one at that.
And another one. Man, I gotta get the Khaled sample. And another one. Yeah, man. Look, man, boxing is in a great space. Looking forward to see, what comes about with a lot of these topics we're talking about. Looking forward to the Brian Norman fight. There's other fights we haven't even talked about. Gary Antoine Russell and Andy Hiroka. You know what I mean? That fight's getting ready to get put out there as well. I got some inside information as far as how that one is going to end up being too, as well as far as where it's going to be. It's not going to be Japan, but I'll let that just come out when it comes out on its own. And just a lot of great things happening. Loving to watch this Terrence Crawford Canelo Alvarez fight develop. I'm looking forward to the press conference. I think Shakur Stevenson has a press conference coming up this week. For the first press conference for the kickoff with the Williams Zepeda fight. Edgar Berlanga, Hamza Shiraz. That fight's happening in New York. I'm hearing Central Park, but at the same time, maybe not. Don't quote me. Rumors is what rumors is until they're not rumors. Right. And a lot of other stuff coming up, and as the news develops, we'll be here to give our perspective on it. I'd love to break something one day, but I'm not there in that space to do that. I'm always sworn to secrecy whenever I hear things. I'm not allowed to talk about them. I just get to know about it, and then what I'm saying, and then it comes out. So it is what it is. But yeah, Ray. Go ahead. You know what you do. Close it out, man.
Absolutely, man. Let me close it out and just say thank you, man. This is what we talk about the space being what it needs to be, about building, about just the whole dream of Clay's Corner, of ATP Combat, is to build and talk about boxing. It's coming to fruition. It's been over a year, and it's kicking, man. It's like we got people out here that just respect what we do. Why they respect what we do? Because we talk about everything in boxing. We don't just keep it grounded to one level. You know what I mean? We like to be open and let people come up here and build on that. And I think when you do that, it gives broadened perspectives and brings more fans into the building, real boxing fans at that. And they all have, and like everybody else, it draws conclusions, it gives different mindsets, different opinions, different thoughts, may change a thought, may give people a different perspective, as our panelists just said. So with that being said, man, that's what we have to do, man. We got to just enlighten the crowd and work with the crowd at the same time, man. It's not about being right all the time, Clay. You know what I mean? And I think that's what we see a lot in these other spaces. If you ever watch one, a lot of people have to be right, and it's not about that with me, man. It's about love and respect of the game, and that's boxing right now. And I think once we're in that square circle, or they're in that square circle, it's all eyes on them. And I think as fans, we cheer for it. You know what I mean? No matter which way it goes, we don't know the outcome. We only can try to predict it. But on that note, man, I'm glad.
No doubt, man. Salute to everybody who popped up in here. Salute to Charles Edward Cheese for putting that color in the chat today, man. Refreshing. Shout out to Mr. Big Play for showing support today. Lance Shepard, Ill Will. Man, thank you guys. The color in the chat is always appreciated. It allows me to be able to put together what I'm trying to put together right here, trying to elevate, trying to make more moves that make sense and try to blow this up to where it needs to be. You know what I mean? To where I think it needs to be, and I'm hoping that it could be there. Thank you guys, man. Appreciate you guys. Everybody who hopped up on the panel, thank you guys again, man. Real productive. I love to build that way. I'm so happy you guys love to build that way. And I'm so happy that everybody who comes in the building appreciates these builds, man, and what they offer the space, man, which is perspective. And we get to speak on the topic that we love the most and walk away respecting each other. That's what it's all about, man. Salute to all you guys, man.
Yep.
It's your boy, Claymore Rain. It's your boy.
Y'all go check out Clay when you go over the Blue Channel. Support the channel over there as well.
Oh yeah.
For all our panelists that have channels, ETV, Aunt McQueen, Nick J, and Queens of Boxing. We had Sugar Free Mars up here. Ryan Frazier, Boxing Talk Up North. Support all these channels, man. And I don't know if I missed anybody, but you know what I mean? Just support the other channels, because a lot of people out there do talk boxing, and it's good to get some of the knowledge and understanding of where people are coming from. So when they do come to the panel, you kind of have an idea who they are, and you can make that relationship connect. You know what I mean? But on that, go check Clay out, you know what I mean, a little later on that other build he's about to do. And what you going to say?
No doubt. Yeah, man. Salute to everybody, man. Check out all those channels, man. Until the next one, you guys know what it is. It's that ATP Combat Media Show. And at this point, we out.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the base.